Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Nanny by Vivian Wood. Narrated by Dave Gillis and Charlie L. Wood. Chapter 1. Kieran. My heart is in my throat. I don't have time to think. I'm moving on instinct alone, shoving Natasha aside and yelling for the tour guide to help restrain her. I'll deal with her soon enough. Right now, my focus is on the two pairs of hands desperately gripping the side of the ruins. One pair belongs to my daughter, Isla. The other pair, just as delicate but slightly larger, belongs to Ella. I can't imagine losing either one of them, let alone both at once. My brain is replaying the last few seconds on a loop. Isla, in her oversized dress, walking too close to the edge of the Colosseum. Beautiful, slight Ella right behind her, wearing a navy sundress. Natasha, in her usual all-black outfit, moving so quickly it would have been nearly impossible to stop her. The heart-rending moment when she stomped on my daughter's foot. And then the horrifying lurch of my stomach as Natasha gave Ella a shove that was intended to send them both falling to their death at the base of the Colosseum. I swear, in that moment, my whole world ceased to exist. As I gaped at the three figures, for a second Ella and Isla genuinely seemed to disappear. The strangled sound that left my throat was one of horror. I ran, flat out, tripping as I hurled myself closer to the edge of the Colosseum. Then I see the hands clinging to the side, fingernails digging into the ancient stone. Somehow they have managed to hold on. I drop to my knees, balancing myself as I lean over the edge. Grabbing Isla by the wrists, I haul her up and set her on the ground next to me. She clings to me, but I shake her off. "Just a second," I say, gritting my teeth. I set to work pulling Ella to safety. She is slight, her brown eyes looking terrified. I grab both wrists and back up, pulling her awkwardly in a haphazard fashion. Ella doesn't say anything, although she grunts a few times as I pull her up. She might be a tiny ballerina, but it's still a feat to drag her up while not letting myself fall. At one point, Ella shifts and I fumble my grip. "Kier!" she cries. "I've got you," I mutter through gritted teeth, raising her up from the side of the ruins inch by inch. We're both sweating, and gravity is working against us, but there's no way in hell I'm letting Ella slip from my grasp. "It's okay. You're going to be okay." When I manage to get her onto solid ground, I can feel my heart pounding so hard against my ribs that I bring my hand to my chest. My heart squeezes and my eyes water, but I never take my eyes off Ella and Isla. They're both okay. Thank God. Thank God. I yank them both into the tightest embrace possible. They both feel cold, and I blink, feeling tears pressing on me. I clear my throat and bury my face in Isla's ringlets, dizzy with my relief. Ella stirs, finally giving voice to her feelings of shock. "She tried to kill us," Ella gasps, breathless as I finally pull her up into my arms. "Did you see her push us?" I saw everything, I nod, tucking Isla into her hug as well. Closing my eyes tightly, I struggle to breathe. If things had gone only slightly differently, I would not be holding either of the girls in my arms. The ache in my chest from knowing what could be, what Natasha had hoped would happen, sticks with me for long seconds. I almost lost both of them. "Daddy, you're hugging me too hard," Isla says, her voice small. "I'm sorry, darling," I murmur. Only now do I loosen my grasp by an inch. "It's okay," she says. Isla turns her attention to Ella, her face crumpling. "You saved me?" Ella cups Isla's face, dropping a kiss to one cheek. She hugs her close. "Of course I saved you, kiddo. I would never let anything happen to you." Ella tries to soothe her by rubbing her back in wide circles. "Your father feels the same way, I'm sure." Watching Ella hug Isla makes my chest tighten all over again. I love Isla so dearly that seeing Ella's clear affection for her makes me feel as though the lines and boundaries of my emotions are all blurred. My love for Isla bleeds over to Ella for a few moments. It feels strange. I have to shift my attention back to Isla. "I am so glad you are okay." I bend my head and brush my lips over the crown of Isla's fiery red curls. "I love you." Ella lifts her head, looking behind me to Natasha. "What's going to happen with your assistant?" My back is still turned to Natasha and the tour guide, but I trust that he has her under control for now. I just need a few more seconds with Isla and Ella, and I want to keep both of them as close to me as possible. She's going to pay for what she did, I promise. Isla looks up at me with tears in her eyes.
Why did she push us? Why would she do that?
Her tiny voice is trembling, and that look, Jesus, that terrified, confused look stabs me right through the heart. I don't know, sweetheart, but I won't let her hurt you. I squeeze my eyes shut for a second, as the fear and panic I've been feeling up until now starts to give way to pure white-hot rage. She won't ever get a chance to do something like that again. She won't hurt anyone from a prison cell, which is where she's going. A shout from the tour guide interrupts the quiet, thankful moment I'm having with the girls, and I turn just in time to see Natasha slip from his grasp. Oh, fuck no. Stay right here, I say to Ella. Call the police. I can hear my daughter shouting after me as I run after Natasha.
Don't let her get away!
Isla doesn't need to worry. I'll chase Natasha across the whole damn city, across the entire Italian peninsula if I have to. She will be held accountable for what she did, for trying to murder my daughter and whatever Ella is to me. Natasha is surprisingly sprightly given the fact that she wears black leather pants. But remembering how close I came to losing my daughter and Ella gives me an extra burst of adrenaline that allows me to overtake my murderous assistant. I close in on her, pouncing. What the fuck were you thinking? I shout. I make contact with her body and tackle her to the ground. Natasha releases a throaty bellow as she lands with a thud.
Kier!
She tries to wriggle free, and her hand connects with my jaw, slapping me before I can completely pin her down. I'm so angry, so focused on getting some answers out of her, that I barely even feel the sting from the hit. I stare down into her face, breathing hard, my rage flowing freely. She looks back at me, wild-eyed, her loose brown curls jutting out in every direction. I trusted you, Natasha. I let you into my life and you tried to kill my daughter. A child, for God's sake. There's a manic gleam in her eyes as she stops struggling and smiles at me.
I did it for you, Kieran. For us.
She isn't making any sense, but I'm more troubled by her expression. Just as I have her pinned on the ground, she has me pinned with her intense gaze, as though we are connecting by being this close. What are you talking about? She gives a haughty laugh.
You and I belong together. You flirted with me. I knew that when the time was right, you would welcome me into your bed. And you would have, if it wasn't for her.
What? Does she really believe the nonsense that's coming out of her mouth? Did she really think I was going to be happy that she tried to push my daughter and Ella to their deaths? You're out of your mind. I shake my head in disbelief. Ella was right about you. She was right to keep her distance, but I wouldn't listen.
That meddling, annoying bitch!
Natasha practically spits the last word.
She came along and ruined everything. You and I could have been so happy.
Her voice is rising with each word until she's yelling at me with her face just inches from mine.
I love you, Kieran, can't you see? If you would just let me, I could be so much better for you than anyone else. We could be together and could be so happy if you didn't have these other people around trying to distract you.
I'm at a loss for words for the first time in a long time. It's almost impossible to make sense of her crazed ranting. All these other people. She means Ella and Isla. And yes, she really is unhinged to think any of this is okay. You need help, I spit out. I'm so disgusted that I'd honestly feel sorry for her if I wasn't still so angry. You need help, and you need to be behind bars and... what the fuck? Pain explodes in the pit of my stomach as her knee connects with my groin. I roll to the side, barely dodging another well-aimed kick as she scrambles free. She's back on her feet in a flash. Panic washes over me. I need to take her down again before she tries to run away again. Or worse, tries to go back and finish what she started with Ella and Isla. But it feels like I'm moving through a pit of molasses as I struggle to recover from the throbbing pain that's engulfed my entire midsection. Jesus, why does getting kicked in the balls have to hurt so damn bad? You're such a fool, Kieran. Her mouth twists into a cruel smirk as she stands in front of me, just out of reach.
You and I could have had a lot of fun together if you hadn't been so stupid.
And if you hadn't been so crazy. I'm finally able to support my own weight again as I push through the pain and slowly start to stand. There's nowhere else for you to go now, Natasha. If you run, I'll catch you. If you hide, I'll find you. You're going to come with me to the police station right now and give them a full confession. She laughs.
That's the last thing I'm going to do, Lord Greyrose. She spits my title at me as if it's a curse. You don't have any authority over me anymore. In fact, maybe it's best if you aren't around to give any orders or tell your side of the story to anyone else. Ever. Her hand moves to her waist, and I barely see the glint of sunlight on metal in time to dodge the first strike as she jabs at me with a small knife. Fuck, what is wrong with you? I jump back as she slashes at me again. You're really trying to kill me out in public? With witnesses everywhere? I nod to the growing crowd drawn here by our shouts. Natasha doesn't even look at them. I have to admit that at this point she seems to have had some kind of mental break with reality. Perhaps she can't actually see the crowd at all. Not that those witnesses are doing much good at the moment. Can't say I really blame them, though. All it takes is one look at her face to know Natasha is serious about using that knife. She might have just said she loves me, but right now, this very second, she also wants to kill me. The rest of the world fades away as I look for an opening. Natasha is circling me like a cat with a mouse, but I can still regain the upper hand if I wait for the right moment to present itself. Be patient. Let her overextend herself. Then grab the fucking knife. The plan sounds easy enough in my head. In practice, though, dealing with someone who isn't thinking or behaving rationally, yeah, I'm not sure how well my plan will hold up. The way I see it, she makes a small jab in my direction, just enough to make me jump. It's your word against mine now. And if I'm gone and you're dead, well, she shrugs. I guess I'll get away with it, won't I? She has nothing to lose anymore. She might be deranged, but I can still see the desperation in her eyes. That's what makes her more dangerous and unpredictable than ever. I'm desperate too, though, just for the opposite reason. I have everything to lose. Isla, Ella, my own life. And if she thinks I'm going to let her get away from me this time, well, she's even crazier than she looks. With an ear-piercing scream, she lunges at me again. This time she isn't faking. I brace myself and grab her wrist. She's fast, but I'm bigger and stronger. All it takes is a little pressure to bend her wrist backwards before she howls in pain. The knife scrapes along the underside of my arm but falls from her hand without even breaking the skin. I kick it away just as the Italian authorities finally show up, elbowing their way through the crowd. The police surround us, weapons swinging around as they take in the scene. The tour guide finally jumps in, pointing at Natasha and releasing a long, loud stream of Italian words. I raise both hands in a pacifying gesture as the police swarm over Natasha and I, their guns pointing at us. Polizia! Alza le mani! Natasha grits her teeth, staring at me with murderous rage as she laces her fingers behind her dark curls. The police quickly cuff us both, but the tour guide is adamant enough to get me released within a couple of minutes. They pull Natasha to her feet and begin dragging her away. Let me go, Natasha howls. Kira and I are supposed to be together. Looks like you won't get away with it after all, I say as I rub my wrists. Isla runs to me and I place a protective hand on her back. I always win, Natasha. You've worked with me long enough to know that. If looks could kill, I'd be dead right now. Fuck you, Kieran, she hisses. She doesn't say anything else, though. No threats, no screaming for vengeance. She has to know it's really over this time. There will be reports to fill out and statements to give, but that can all wait until later. The only thing I care about right this minute is getting back to Isla and Ella.
Chapter 2, Ella. I stare blankly off into the distance, my hand on Isla's little shoulder. She's shaking, just as I was a few minutes ago. I've stopped shaking, but now I'm in shock, maybe? There are too many emotions rushing through my head right now. I can't seem to process any of them. Actually, no, that's a lie. I can definitely process one of those emotions. The anger is hitting me like a truck. I'm angry with Natasha, obviously, but also with Kieran. I don't realize quite how angry I am until he walks back over to where I'm huddled with his daughter. His dark head is bowed, his fingers brushing her bright copper curls back from her temple. We're okay. I say to her. I do my best to keep my voice steady, even though I'm still freaking out on the inside. See? The police aren't taking her away right now. Isla throws her arms around me and softly sobs against my shoulder. How do we know she won't come back? God, this poor kid. Her whole life has been turned upside down in the blink of an eye. She's been traumatized, nearly killed, by someone she was supposed to be able to trust. Yeah, this is going to stay with her for a long time. With me, too. Kier scoops Isla up into his arms and hugs her. Natasha won't be back, he says, without actually answering her question. That's all you need to know, okay? You won't have to deal with her anymore. Isla frowns but doesn't argue. She seems too tired and frightened to bicker at the moment. But his answer makes me seethe. I suddenly realize how much I blame Kier for what happened with Natasha. Not that I think he would intentionally put his daughter, or me for that matter, in danger. Of course he wouldn't. He loves Isla. Hell, he probably cares about me in his own off-putting, asshole sort of way. But that doesn't change the fact that the situation with Natasha could have been avoided. It should have been avoided. If he had only listened to me when I told him that we couldn't trust Natasha, I wouldn't have ended up hanging off a freaking building. Kier nods toward the Coliseum exit. We should go. There's already going to be tons of paparazzi waiting for us. It's only going to get worse the longer we stay here. My jaw clenches. I'm trying to hold my tongue, if only for Isla's sake. It's a struggle to be quiet, but I do my best. The last thing this sweet little girl needs is to see or hear me arguing with her oblivious, self-absorbed father. Am I being too hard on him? Maybe. Natasha has just tried to kill him too. But again, it could all have been avoided if he wasn't so, well, himself. What's wrong? He mouths over Isla's head as we start walking back to the SUV. A million irritated answers shove their way to the tip of my tongue, but I just turn away and force all the things I want to say right back down again. My jaw aches with the effort. What good will it do to complain, to berate him and tell him how I feel when I already know he won't listen? Probably as much good as it did when I warned him about his crazy assistant. Nothing. I lie. Besides almost being murdered by your insane assistant, I guess. I slide into the back seat of the waiting vehicle. Isla climbs inside next, followed right behind by her dad, who is still giving me a quizzical look. This time, though, the look is tinged with a familiar streak of irritation. Of course, he'd somehow find a way to be irritated with me right now. So typical. Why did I even bother talking to him at all, let alone staying with him? Because you care about his daughter? Because he is capable of being sweet and sincere and gentlemanly sometimes? Because the sex can be so amazing. Okay, those thoughts are seriously less than helpful right now. I can't stay angry if I'm picturing him naked in front of me, and on top of me, and nope, still not going there. I reach for my seatbelt and gasp as a sharp pain shoots through my shoulder. Oh my God! Tears spring to the corners of my eyes. All I can do is clutch my shoulder and try not to move as the car picks up speed and starts winding through the ancient Roman roads. What's wrong? Kieran asks. It's the same question he tried to ask a few moments ago, but this time with a clearly concerned look on his face. What did I miss? Are you okay? Isla seems to be on the verge of tears as she looks up at me. Ella? What's happened? She looks around the inside of the vehicle with panic coloring her voice. Is Natasha after us again? I try to force a smile to reassure her, but can only wince as we hit a pothole and another spasm of pain rocks through my shoulder. No, we're safe. I exhale, barely breathing after another bump in the road. I think I might have dislocated my shoulder when we were hanging off that ledge. Keir is starting to look almost as worried as his daughter. You didn't feel it before. He shoots a dirty look at the driver's direction before I can answer. Damn it, man. Are you trying to hit these fucking bumps? The driver arches a brow. He's not someone I recognize, so he's probably a local. If he understands Keir's complaint, he doesn't acknowledge it. Smart man. I guess the adrenaline blocked out the pain, I answer Keir when he turns his attention back to me. I toss my head and try not to look as pissed off or as pained as I feel. I couldn't feel anything except fear for a while. And anger. Plenty of anger. Now the adrenaline is wearing off, I continued, clenching my teeth as my vision starts to darken at the edges. God, am I seriously going to pass out? And it hurts really bad. I lose track of my thought as another wave of pain sweeps over me. Isla's gaze flicks from Keir to me and back again. Do something for her. I'll have a doctor meet us at the residence. If it's really dislocated, he'll be able to help. If it's something worse, he'll get us into the hospital faster than if we try to go by ourselves. I nod, ready to agree to anything that'll stop the pain. Closing my eyes, I turn my head to let the late summer sun hit my face. It's worse when I focus on the pain too much, I quickly surmise. Flicking open my eyes, I watch as the Roman cityscape passes by. Everything is the same tones of gold and dusty brown, all shades and shadows from the same palette and brush. The world outside rushes by in a mostly silent blur that's punctuated by regular jolts of agony that leave me short of breath and nearly in tears by the time we make it back to the luxurious apartment tucked inside the News Corp headquarters. Where's the damn doctor? Keir barks at Lorenzo, the concierge, before we're even fully inside the building. He blanches and starts to answer, but he makes a dismissive gesture as he ushers me toward the elevator. Never mind. Send him up as soon as he arrives. If he isn't here within the next 3 minutes, I want a fucking helicopter to take us to the hospital. Yes, Lord Greyrose, right away, sir. The elevator doors close just as Lorenzo is scrambling for the phone, a sheen of sweat breaking out on his bald head. Poor guy. I'd tell Keir to go easy on him if I wasn't in so much pain. But right now, it's hard to be angry about his raised voice and rude behavior when he's lashing out on my behalf. And okay, it is a tiny bit sexy that he's so commanding and demanding and in charge right now. But just a tiny bit. I'm still pissed off at him, and that isn't going to change just because he also happens to be the hottest man I've ever seen. His expression softens slightly in the elevator as he gives me a quick up and down look. Does it hurt anywhere else? I shake my head. Just my shoulder. Everything else is numb. I look down at Isla. She's clinging to my leg, but I can hardly feel her there. It's like every nerve ending in my body has migrated to my shoulder, and they're all screaming at me for some relief. So, are you going to tell me what's wrong now? What? I squeeze my eyes shut for a moment to try to make sense of his words. Is he really trying to have this argument now? Here, in the elevator, while I'm hurting so bad I can't even see straight? I told you, it's nothing. Just my shoulder. And I promise I'm getting one of the best doctors in Italy up here right now to look at your shoulder. He pauses while the elevator door opens and we spill out into the foyer of his penthouse. But I also want to know what else is bothering you. I'm not an idiot, Ella. I know you're upset with me. Fine, whatever, I guess we're doing this. No, I sigh. You aren't an idiot. You're probably one of the smartest guys I know. But you aren't right all the time, and you're dismissive. Kieran knows best attitude almost got me killed today. You should have listened to me when I tried to tell you about Natasha. My voice cracks as a wave of pain mixed with frustration and exhaustion hits me. I really do want to go on yelling at him until I used up all the oxygen in the room. But it's going to have to wait. He's going to have to wait for once in his rich, pampered life. Never mind. I just want to be done here. Daddy, leave Ella alone. Isla glares up at him, her tiny hands balled into fists. She's still glued to my hip. I love her for trying to protect me, but I also don't want her to think that's her responsibility. Kier takes a deep breath in through his nose, his lips flattening into a thin line as he reaches for his daughter. Don't you think you should lie down for a while, sweetheart? I can send the doctor in to take a look at you whenever he's finished with Ella. No. Her small arm tightens around my leg. I'm staying with Ella. I reach down to brush a strand of hair away from her face. It's okay, I whisper to her. I shouldn't have yelled. I shouldn't have lost my temper. Your dad is doing his best to take care of things. Those things are true, but I'm only giving him a pass for now because his daughter is still in the room. And because, as justified as my anger might be, the brooding, hurt look on his face also makes me feel a pang of guilt for what I've said. He's the one who brought it up, though, and besides, I can always apologize later once my shoulder isn't throbbing anymore. Once my words have had a chance to sink in through that thick skull of his. After I have some distance from today's traumatic events, that is. I have some serious things to process and work through. Isla pulls at my hand. When I look down at her face, her expression is set and more somber than I've ever seen her. I'm not going anywhere, Isla says again. She stomps her foot for emphasis this time. What if something bad happens? What if you disappear like my mom did? I don't know how to answer that question. My eyebrows fly up and I take a second with my answer. Somehow I know that this is something I can't get wrong. Well, I start. I don't know what happened with your mom, but this situation isn't the same, Isla. I can promise you that. Her mouth balls up into a tight, disapproving frown. Then perhaps you shouldn't speak, Ella. Kier folds his arms across his chest, his expression looking just like his daughter's. Someone has to say something, I say through gritted teeth. Isla asked me a question, Kier. I can't just ignore her, can I? Kier's mouth opens but then closes again with an audible snap. I'll send the doctor in, he mutters, turning on his heel. Seriously? I stare at his retreating figure, so angry I can barely think straight. What is Kier's problem? He can't really think that it's okay to treat me this way after I almost died trying to save Isla. Ella? Isla says. I turn my attention back to Isla. She's in tears again. I lean forward to gather her in my arms, doing what her father ought to be doing. She collapses against me like a limp rag doll. Rocking her gently, I exhale into her hair. I'm not going anywhere. Nothing bad is going to happen to either of us. I'm tempted to ask about her mom, but I'm going to save those questions for Kieran. He's mentioned his ex before, so I know she's still alive. I'm pretty sure she is anyway. So why did Isla say she disappeared? What really happened? Kier has a lot to answer for, and I intend to be the one to get it out of him.
Chapter 3. Kieran. There's a cloud over my penthouse in Glasgow, and it isn't just because of the gloomy Scottish weather. This cloud has been following us all the way from Italy, and it seems to be settling in for a longer stay than I originally would have thought possible. I've shown Ella the kind of life most people can only ever dream of having, and how does she thank me? With a cold shoulder and clipped answers that leave no doubt about her sour mood. She's nearly as salty as Isla, who seems resolute in her belief that Ella requires constant monitoring. Isla has taken to sleeping in Ella's room, curled up against her body. It's as though Isla thinks she can prevent some great evil from befalling Ella merely by maintaining constant contact with her body. 3 days in, I find Isla's behaviour exhausting and heartbreaking all at once. She always liked Ella, but now she's downright obsessed. I can't help but watch her follow Ella around like a devoted dog, and just wonder how in the hell I'm going to make do whenever Ella eventually decides to leave. Because she will grow tired of this situation. I can't force her to stay here forever, can I? And yeah, maybe some of this is my fault. I can admit that much, at least within the privacy of my own thoughts. But she can't seriously think I'd ever want anything bad to happen to her or Isla. Seeing Natasha push them off that ledge very nearly broke something inside me, and I hope I never have to feel that sense of panic and helplessness ever again. Instead of listening to me when I try to explain myself, Ella has been acting like I pushed her myself. I was willing to give her the time and space she needed to work through her feelings back in Rome. She was injured and frightened, and I'm not a complete asshole, no matter what she might think of me right now. Still, I only have so much patience for a shitty attitude, and that's exactly what she's been serving up on a silver platter for the past 1,500 miles. Isla rubs her sleepy eyes and looks around the foyer of the penthouse as I carry her off the elevator. Why are we here? Where else would we be? I set her on her feet, but keep a hand on her shoulder to steady her for a moment. I told you when we stopped for fuel in Paris that we'd be home by the time you woke up again. I thought we were going to the castle. There's already a frown on her face, and her expression is growing stormier by the second. I like it better there. I know you do, sweetheart. I'm determined to keep smiling and make the best of this situation. It would be nice if Ella would step in and help me, but that doesn't seem very likely. But I've had the butler and the chef come down from Ruined Castle, so that'll be nice, right? You can still have all your favourite meals while we're here. The look in her face makes it clear she isn't impressed. I can't blame her for being upset. She's been through all the same crazy shit as the rest of us, but without the benefit of having an adult's ability to cope. She's going to need me and Ella to stay close by now more than ever, and I'm hopeful that bringing some of the staff from the castle will help give her the sense of stability and continuity that I know she craves. Fine, Isla sighs, sounding way too old and weary for a young girl. The only silver lining is that she is still a kid and can still pivot from one topic to the next without thinking too much about it. What is Ella doing? She starts to chase after her nanny, who has wandered off into the living room. Ella, where did you go? Did you want to play a game? Hide and seek? I can't hear Ella's answer, but the tone of her voice tells me everything I need to know. She's putting on a brave face and trying to sound upbeat for my daughter, but she's still just as unhappy as she was before we left Italy. They're both unhappy. Fuck, we're all unhappy. Ella and I will have to talk soon. A real honest talk so we can put all this shit behind us. Later, maybe, when we can be alone and have some privacy. And until then, I guess we'll all be unhappy for a little while longer. Chapter 4. Kieran. I don't know what time it is, but I can feel the morning sun streaming in through my bedroom window even though I'm still half asleep. Cracking an eye open to check the clock on my bedside table doesn't help. It's 7:30, and I should already be out of bed, but I'm seriously considering sleeping in for another hour. Maybe 2. Hell, maybe I'll stay in bed all damn day. As if that's really an option. I toss my bedsheets aside, forcing myself to sit upright and stretch. I've never been able to sit still for very long, and the prospect of actually sleeping the day away in my bedroom might be an appealing theory, but would no doubt drive me crazy within the first half hour. So yes, I'll get out of bed. I'll put on some clothes. I'll even try, again, for what feels like the 100th time, to make peace with Ella so we don't have a repeat of yesterday's simmering tension. Before any of that can happen, though, I need some coffee. I step out of my bedroom a couple minutes later, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans and barely stifling a yawn as I head for the kitchen. The penthouse is quiet, too quiet for my liking. With Isla, Ella and assorted staff coming and going, I'm used to the sound of doors opening and closing, footsteps passing by, phones chirping and TV shows blaring from every room. There aren't any of those distractions right now, though, and it's honestly a little unsettling. I look over toward the balcony and frown. The view of the Clyde Arc and the Glasgow skyline was supposed to be a selling point, but all I can focus on is the grey sky. Gloomy and fucking dreary, just like my mood. A flash of movement from the corner of the balcony catches my eye, and my mind immediately starts racing, wondering if Natasha somehow got extradited and released from jail already. And what? She scaled my building and is out on the balcony waiting to break in? Yes, it's irrational. Yes, my lawyers have assured me that she won't see the outside of a prison cell for a long, long time. No, I don't give a single shit about those reassurances right now. Even if it isn't Natasha out there, it's still someone. And that side of the balcony wraps all the way around, past Isla's bedroom window. Not today, I mutter, grabbing a solid silver candlestick on my way to the door. Do I look ridiculous right now? Probably. Will I hesitate to knock a fucker out with this candlestick and then toss them over the side of my balcony? Not even for a second. Steeling myself for whatever is about to happen, I open the door and raise the candlestick into the air. Hey, What the fuck? Ella? Kier? Her brows furrow as she looks from my face to the candlestick and back again. What are you doing? I set the would-be murder weapon down on the patio table and shake my head. Losing my damn mind, apparently. What are you doing out here? I thought you were someone trying to break in. She cocks her head to the side and tries, and fails, to stifle a smile. I'd have to be a pretty determined thief to scale an entire high-rise so I could break into the penthouse. Now she isn't even trying to hide her smile. Just so you know, I'm not that determined, or that skilled at climbing. The corners of my mouth twitch in spite of my shitty mood and still racing heart. Noted. You should come inside, though. It's chilly and depressing out here. Probably going to start raining any minute. Let me make you some coffee. I move closer to her and reach out to put my hands around her waist, sensing that we might finally be back on good terms again. She frowns, sidestepping me. Fuck. Why is she doing this to me? She's punishing me for something I didn't do. Or maybe something she thinks I did. Hell, I don't even know anymore. What I do know for sure is that my life was a lot simpler when I separated from my wife and could go get my dick wet any damn time I wanted. There weren't any complications. I didn't have to worry about anyone's hurt feelings, and I wouldn't have to pretend to care about her the next morning. The problem now is that I do care. I hate to admit it, even to myself, but it upsets me to know that Ella is unhappy, especially when she's unhappy with me, which seems to be happening more and more lately. Why is that? So we're back to this again. I huff out a short breath, hating that I can't touch her even though she's just inches away from me now. You're just going to give me the cold shoulder forever. Ella cocks her head and eyes me coolly. Why do I need to stay here, Kier? She asks, avoiding my question. I won't pretend that I haven't had some nice times with you, but we're done now, right? Natasha is out of the picture. The sex tape drama is over. What else is left? Plenty. My voice is starting to rise in frustration. We still don't know who's really pulling Wendy Allen's strings, but there's no way in hell she's been acting alone all this time. No way. I pause to take a deep breath and lower my voice. I don't want to argue with her. I really don't. But she seems hell-bent on making things difficult. Can she really not see that I'm trying to look out for her as much as for myself? That I'm not the bad guy here? I can't let you leave until we know more. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. I don't know how else to say it. How many times do I have to prove that I'm trying to protect her, myself, and Isla too?
So you're going to hold me here against my will?
Her eyes narrow, and there's so much anger there, but I can see some pain as well.
I just have to stay here in Scotland with you until you tire of me and decide to send me back home? What if I don't like being your plaything, Keir?
She's saying it like it's a bad thing. I've gone above and beyond to make sure that she has every luxury and accommodation in the world at her fingertips. Is she really so miserable here? I have to keep reminding myself that she's been through a lot the past few days. I need to be patient and understanding and... fuck it. I reach for her and pull her close before I can even think about stopping myself. If I can't get through to her with my words, and that clearly isn't happening, then I have to find another way to show her how I feel. A tiny, surprised sound escapes her throat as I lean in, but she doesn't try to back away when my mouth finds hers. She opens her mouth to me just as my hands skim up the back of her shirt, and I'm not sure which is softer, her plush lips or her silky, smooth skin. Fuck, I need her now. I want you, sweetheart, I grit out, echoing my own thoughts. I need to feel you come apart while my cock sinks deep inside you again and again. Ella gasps, her hips convulsing. I grind against her, my eyes steady on her face. I need her to say that she isn't going to leave. She needs me as much as I need her. Whatever she's about to say is interrupted by the sound of the door opening behind us.
What are you guys doing out here?
A little voice asks. Ella practically leaps out of my arms and puts space between our bodies. I look back over my shoulder without fully turning around while I adjust myself and give Ella a few extra seconds to straighten her clothes.
Hey, sunshine.
Pretty sure I sound guilty as hell.
You're up early. How did you sleep?
Isla rubs her eyes, giving me and Ella a suspicious look. My daughter is too smart for her own good sometimes.
Fine, I guess. Can I have some cereal?
Ella pushes past me and sweeps Isla up into her arms before I can answer.
Of course you can. I'll make some for both of us.
Okay, she nods, smiling. Thank God kids have a special knack for moving on without asking too many questions whenever there's food involved.
Thanks, Ella.
Yeah. I sigh, my hands already missing the feel of Ella's body. Thanks, Ella. We'll talk more later. She gives me a hard look over the top of Isla's head. We will. Before she turns to go back inside, she mouths, We need to talk about Kinsley, too. I blink, hoping I've misread her lips. Pretty sure I didn't, though. My stomach sinks as Ella carries my daughter inside. Just when I think we're getting back to a good place, now she wants to talk about my ex. Fuck my life.
Chapter 5. Ella. Isla has been attached to my hip all day, making it almost impossible to find time to talk about Kinsley with Keir. It doesn't help that he's been avoiding me like the plague ever since I mentioned her name. The more time I spend lost in my thoughts about Keir and his family, the more I start to miss mine. Journaling isn't even helping anymore. I write and write to get my feelings down on paper and out of my head. But I'm still stopping every 5 minutes to look at the tattered, faded picture of my family that I've tucked away in the back of my diary. Don't you love this cartoon, Ella? Isla glances over from her spot next to me on the couch, giving the journal in my hands a pointed look. You've been watching, all right? Yup, I've been caught red-handed. Of course. I use the photo to mark my place, then close my diary and offer my best smile. I used to watch the show when I was a kid. A tiny line appears in her forehead as she looks up at me. They had cartoons when you were a kid? I snort out a laugh, even though I should probably be slightly offended. Try not to look so shocked. I'm not that old. She looks like she might have more to say, but turns back to her show instead. Kids. At least I never have to wonder what she's thinking, unlike her father. And at least she's kind and adorable and super sweet almost all the time, unlike her father. I instantly feel a pang of guilt at that thought. Maybe he isn't that bad. But it's hard not to be irritated with him when I feel like he still hasn't learned from the craziness in Italy. Even after Isla and I almost died. Even after my shoulder, which is currently sporting one of the ugliest bruises I've ever seen, got dislocated and had to be popped back into place by a doctor whose bedside manner was seriously lacking. After all of that, he still doesn't seem to give a damn about what I think or say. It's maddening, and now I'm getting pissed off about it all over again. A female voice from the foyer filters into the room over the sound of the cartoon. It makes little Isla jump into my lap. "It's okay, honey." I try to calm her as the hair on the back of my neck starts to stand up. I'm triggered by the sound, but I'm also triggered by the shadows in the bathroom this morning, so I can't exactly rely on my instincts. I know it's just my own irrational fear, but the memory of being pushed off the side of the Colosseum is still fresh in my mind. Still, the little frightened, trembling little girl in my arms obviously feels the same way. Her demeanor completely changes when a familiar face appears in the entryway, though. "Aunt Saffron!" Isla squeals and jumps from my lap, flinging herself at Kier's sister. Saffron beams at Isla, tossing a curtain of dark, shiny tresses over her shoulder. She's dressed impeccably, in the light pink sheath dress and a dark pair of heels. Matching pearls gleam at her throat and ears. She is clearly on her way to or from somewhere terribly important. "Hi there, Munchkin." Saffron scoops Isla up and spins her around before setting the giggling child back down on her feet. "I've missed you. What have you been up to?" She shoots me a sympathetic look. "Staying out of trouble, I hope." "Mostly," I answer. Isla starts recounting the crazy ups and downs over the past few days. Saffron listens attentively to her for a full 2 minutes before Isla winds down. I interject. "We've all been trying to relax a little now that we're back from Italy." She puts Isla down, but the little girl follows her closely, watching her with wary eyes. For a moment, I wonder if that's what Isla and I have looked like for the past couple of days. Isla has been way more clingy and needy than usual, barely giving me a moment to myself. My mouth twists as I take it in. "Well, you've just got back. I can't imagine you're still unsettled." Saffron shakes her head as she steps into the room with Isla, tugging at the hem of her skirt. "I should have. Well, we can talk about that later." Turning her attention back to her niece, she asks, "Where's your father? I have some plans for the two of you today." "I'll get him." Isla darts off toward Kier's office while her aunt walks over to sit down on the sofa next to me. Saffron waits until we can hear Isla's excited voice chirping from the other room before sighing and giving me another commiserating look. "She's such a sweetheart, but I know she's a handful. I hope you've been able to take at least some time for yourself." I haven't, but I don't want to sound like I'm complaining. I might have some issues with Kier right now, but this isn't the time or place to start spilling my guts to his sister. I'll be okay, but thank you. And honestly, I'm grateful that Isla's been keeping me busy. The more time I spend with her, the less time I have to think about anything else. "That's understandable." She reaches over and gives my arm a gentle pat. "Still, I think you need a little break. Maybe some time with an adult who isn't my brother." Before I can ask her what she means, Isla reappears in the living room with both hands tugging on her father's arm. "See, Dad, I told you she was here." Kier gives his sister a look that's equal parts confused and irritated. "I thought you told me you weren't stopping by until this afternoon." It isn't a question. His tone doesn't leave any doubts as to how he might feel about the interruption. "My interview finished early." Saffron shrugs unapologetically. And how was I supposed to stay away until later when I knew all my favourite people were in town? Are you going to be here for a while? It's like they're talking past each other instead of having an actual back-and-forth conversation. I'm annoyed on Saffron's behalf, but it's also a little reassuring to know that Kier acts this way with someone other than me. I have a lot of work that needs to get caught up on. I hate that for you, she says, still not sounding sorry at all. Saffron stands up and pulls something from her purse. Tickets? I can't read the small pieces of paper from where I'm sitting. But all that work will have to wait even longer because you and your daughter are going to be busy having fun this afternoon. Kier's face falls as Isla's lights up. I don't like the sound of this. I do, Isla shouts, leaving him behind and running over to her aunt. What is it? Tickets to that inflatable amusement park, the one they always show those commercials for on TV. Saffron waved the tickets in the air before handing them to her niece. Have you seen those ads, honey? Yeah, they have a huge slide and ball pit, and it's all balloons. I have wanted to go there for ages. Her voice rises with each word so that she is screaming by the end. I wince, thinking of how badly my arm will hurt the second I so much as brush it with an air-filled balloon. I definitely don't want to go to this place. All inflatable? Saffron affirms. You and your dad will have these VIP passes that'll let you skip the lines and do all sorts of fun things. Isla squeals in delight, and Kier fakes a smile for his daughter while shooting daggers at Saffron. Why do you keep saying it's just gonna be me and Isla? Where will you be? And what about Ella? There's a hint of concern in Isla's voice as she asks the question that's on the tip of my tongue as well. Can she come with us? Saffron ignores Kier and speaks directly to Isla instead. Ella and I are going out for lunch and some shopping. We're going to have some grown-up time, okay? I hold my breath, expecting Isla to call the whole thing off. To my surprise, and Kier's, judging by his shocked expression, Isla simply gives a half shrug like it's no big deal. Okay, but will you be with Ella the whole time? Saffron cocks her head. We will be safe, Isla, I promise. Is that what you're concerned about? Isla shrugs, looking at the ground. Will you both be here when we get back, so I can tell you all about the park? Nothing could keep me away. Saffron tosses Isla a wink and gives her a quick hug before finally looking back over at Kier. Don't give me that look. Ella isn't the only one around here who needs a break. Go, have some fun with your daughter today. Nobody's going to yell at you. Your company isn't going to come crashing down without you there to micromanage things for a few hours. Mimicking her niece, she adds with a shrug. You're the boss. You can do whatever you want. I have to turn my head to keep from laughing as Kier's mouth falls open. I'm absolutely sure he's going to yell at her for this, but no. Saffron must be working some serious magic right now because he just closes his mouth with a snap and huffs out a short breath as he looks down at his daughter. I guess we're going to the amusement park. Yay! I'll go get my backpack. Isla screams. Her energy level just shot through the roof. Part of me feels a little sorry for Kier. She runs off and Kier gives his sister a defeated look. You win this time. Can you at least give me a second before you drag my daughter's nanny out the door? I'll give you all the time you need. Saffron walks back over to sit down next to me again. I think Isla's the only one who will keep you on a tight schedule today. Kier walks out of the room, shaking his head. This time, I really do have to let out a quiet laugh. I don't know how you managed all of that in such a short amount of time, I say, truly incredulous. Years of practice, She chuckles. He knows I'm right, though. He might not admit it, but he knows it's true. You need to blow off some steam, and so does he. Isla does too, for that matter. You're right, I nod. I think we could all use some time to regroup after everything that's happened. Exactly. You'll feel better after some retail therapy. I promise. Keir comes back, carrying a small pink gift bag and a matching envelope. The dainty feminine objects look completely out of place in his big hands, but I'm too curious to ask questions. I only have to wait a few seconds to find out what the mystery gifts are, though. Your friend Kaya sent you this card, he says, offering it to me while still holding on to the bag. And I, picked up a few things here for you too. Here. I'm in shock. Even Saffron is speechless as I take the bag and peek inside. I can see one of my favorite movies and at least half a dozen bags of candy, all different flavors that I haven't ever even seen in the UK before, along with a pretty rose gold pen. For when you write in your diary, he nods to the little book next to me. I just thought you might... I love it. I interrupt. I'm smiling so wide my cheeks are starting to hurt. If Saffron wasn't watching, I'd already be in his arms, giving him a proper thank you. I really appreciate it. All of it. You didn't have to do this, though. Yes, I did. I don't know when he had time to pick these things up, but even if he had them delivered, it's obvious that he put some time and thought into the gifts in the bag. He must have asked Kaya about the candy and movies. The pen, though, that's directly from him. I know it without even asking. And it almost feels like an apology, a sincere one for a change. I don't know what to say. The silence stretches out for a few more seconds before Isla bursts back into the room. I'm ready. She's already changed clothes and has her backpack on. She means business. I guess we're going then. He nods to his sister. Don't get into any trouble. No promises, she shrugs. And then they're gone, leaving me alone and making me instantly miss them both. Damn him. Chapter 6. Ella. Exploring downtown Glasgow with Saffron turns out to be really therapeutic. We start at a coffee shop and stop at a cute little bistro, hitting every single high-end boutique in between. I nibble at my lip as Saffron hands the waiter her brother's black card. Kieran is going to hit the roof when he sees his credit card statement. He'll get over it. Saffron smiles over the top of her martini glass. In fact, I'd be willing to bet he won't even notice. Anyway, it's not like he didn't know we were going shopping. I'm too tired from trying on a dozen different outfits to put up much of an argument. Outfits that are currently sitting in an assortment of shopping bags at our feet. Saffron gives me a considering look as the waiter whisks the card away. I'm sorry about Natasha, she says with a heavy sigh. I should have kept Keir from taking her to Italy. I could have done more. I should have done more. No, it wasn't your fault. I knew she didn't like me, but nobody could have known how crazy she really was. I don't blame you for any of that. I don't want you to blame yourself. I'm just glad it's over now. As much as I don't want to talk about what happened on that trip, it feels good to clear the air and unpack some of that trauma. It's also nice to be able to talk to someone who understands the situation. There's another subject I'd rather get into, though, if we're going to have a serious, honest discussion. And I've had half a martini of my own, which means my inhibitions are just low enough to ask the question that's been on my mind all day. What can you tell me about Keir's ex? Kinsley! Saffron only seems taken aback for a split second before leaning in and lowering her voice. I can tell you, she was never really interested in being a mother or a wife. She is a party girl through and through. Really? Why did he marry her if... Because our parents loved her. Well, they loved the idea of her. She came from the right family. She's pretty and smart, and she has the right kind of sparkling smile. I think Keir even convinced himself that he was in love for a while. She makes a face as if to reinforce the unlikelihood of their connection being love. Wow. I know I should stop asking questions that aren't any of my business, but this sounds like the beginning of a soap opera. And just like with a soap opera, I can't turn away when it's just getting to the juicy part. So, what happened? How did they go from being in love to being like they are now? Kieran was in love, she corrects me. I don't know if Kinsley ever was. She loved the attention. She loved the fairy tale wedding my parents paid for and the 10-page spreads in the lifestyle magazines. But once she got pregnant and the reality set in, Saffron shakes her head and takes another sip. The fairy tale came crashing down around her. The death blow for their marriage was late in her pregnancy when she had to be confined to bed rest at Ruined Castle for a couple of months. I think that's when they really started to hate each other. She paused. Kinsley wanted out. She made that perfectly clear. She wanted to go back to partying and having fun. Being pregnant was just slowing her down. Really? I ask. Yeah. Kinsley hated every minute of it. She counted down the hours until she wasn't burdened anymore. I can't even imagine what it must have been like for Kinsley, if I'm being honest. It should have been the happiest time of her life. Instead, she and Keir ended up hating each other. This story turned from soap opera to tragedy way too quickly. Still, I have to know how it ends. And after Isla was born, Kinsley disappeared. She left Keir all alone with the newborn, and I'm sure you can guess how that went. I can guess, but I can't picture it. Did he stop working during that time? He wouldn't have had a choice, right? He had to slow down for sure. She nods. But she waited until he started running for Prime Minister before she served him with divorce papers. Had to get in the headlines one more time at his expense, all without a thought or care for how it might affect her daughter. I know I'm only getting one side of the story, but Saffron is painting a pretty damning picture of Keir's wife. Ex-wife? So now they're divorced? I asked, just to be sure, because I thought he was still married. They've been separated for years. As far as I know, though, he's still trying to track her down so they can finalise everything. Keir is ready to put her behind him for good, but he only hears from her once or twice a year when she hits him up for some money. That's awful. I purse my lips and shake my head. Wow, I had no idea. She nods and sets her empty glass aside. It's not something Keir talks about, for obvious reasons. It's no wonder he kept Isla tucked away at Ruined Castle all this time. With her mother out doing God knows what, I'm sure he wants to keep Isla out of the public eye as much as possible. That's right. And generally, Kinsley likes to be where the nightlife is happening. Paris, Prague, Ibiza. She pauses for a moment while the waiter returns with the credit card and asks if we need anything else, before leaving us alone again. Only when he's out of earshot does she continue. Everyone, including Isla, will be better off once the divorce is finalized. If that little girl is lucky, she'll never even have to speak to her mother again. I am pretty forgiving, but Kinsley does not deserve a relationship with Isla. My head is spinning from all the revelations Saffron is throwing at me. I still have plenty of questions, but I'm finally starting to get some answers too. I frown and fold my arms across my chest. Isla asks about Kinsley sometimes. I've heard her say she wants to see her mom. Of course she asks. She's a smart girl, and she knows her mother is out there somewhere. But all the adults know better than to hope Kinsley comes back around. Saffron is about to say more, but then she frowns and looks down, producing a sleek cell phone from her purse. She checks the caller ID and then pulls a face. Sorry, I should answer this. I'll be right back. She slips away from the table, looking irritated. I slump back against my chair as I try to process everything I found out. Frankly, I feel bad for everyone involved. Saffron, Isla, Kier, even Kinsley's lousy partying ass. She might be an awful mom, but I don't know what she's been through or why she made such poor choices in life. I am sure there is a reason, though I doubt that knowing it will make Kinsley seem more sympathetic. After all, I've seen Isla in action. There is very little that would make Kinsley's decisions seem more sane. All I know is that I need to keep being gentle with Isla. Also, Saffron's tale makes me realize that I could also stand to be a little more patient with Kier. He might be a stubborn, bull-headed asshole sometimes, but I can show him a tiny bit more grace and understanding. I can try, anyway.
Chapter 7. Kieran. I have to admit I had a nice time with Isla yesterday. An amusement park full of inflatable slides and trampolines and ball pits with screaming kids jumping out around every corner wasn't how I envisioned spending my afternoon. Still, it was worth it to see the way Isla's little face lit up when she got to bounce and play as roughly as she wanted. There were no angry principals or disappointed teachers to be seen. It was a fun afternoon filled with laughter and topped with a generous scoop of mint chocolate chip ice cream on the ride home. I definitely need to set aside more one-on-one time with her, but I won't have time for anything with anyone ever again if I don't hire a new assistant. Trying to stay on top of everything by myself is impossible. God only knows how many meetings I missed yesterday thanks to Saffron coming over early and turning my schedule upside down. Thinking about yesterday's interruption is making me irritable all over again as I walk into the News Corp headquarters. It's also irritating to be walking into the building alone when I should have an assistant by my side taking notes and reading my schedule to me. "Good morning, Lord Greyrose," the receptionist in the main lobby calls out as I walk past. The handful of staffers who'd been loitering around her central desk have already scattered like roaches, but I can see them already sneaking back to chat and gossip as I step into the elevator. This is when I'd have my assistant write down their names so we could send out a round of passive-aggressive emails later to complain about productivity. Fuck, it's like all my favourite perks have been taken away. The elevator doors open up onto the executive floor and I freeze in my tracks as soon as I step off onto the polished marble tiles. The last two people in the world I want to see are standing in front of me, and of course they're both so preoccupied they don't even notice I'm here. My father and my brother are both standing by the large reception desk, facing away from me. My father is peering at his phone, as per usual. Ever since cell phones were invented, my father has been preoccupied with something on one. But his distraction has been a constant in my life. Before cell phones, there were still newspapers and books. Now it's just easier for my father to ignore the people in his life. My brother James leans both elbows on the desk, smirking at the woman working there. "What's your name, darling?" The dark-haired woman tucks her hair behind her ear, looking distinctly uncomfortable. "Beth, sir." "Well, Beth, you should let me take you out. I can get a seat at any table in the whole city, followed by, presumably, you giving me the best fellatio ever." "James," I bark. My brother stands upright, tensing. but he relaxes again when he sees it's me. Finally, he says, the prodigal son returns. Leave the poor young lady alone. I wave my brother away from a grateful-looking secretary. She's just trying to do her job without getting drooled all over by the likes of you. James crosses his arms, his expression petulant. Fuck off, big brother. I turn my attention to my father, who is just now looking up from his phone. Did the two of you have an appointment, or are you just here to harass my staff? Since when do I need an appointment to see my own brother? James's tone is dripping with sarcasm as he pointedly turns back to the secretary. Is he always like this in the morning? How do you put up with it? Our father clears his throat and stands up to give me an indignant look that I know all too well. I'm sure it'll probably come as a surprise to you, son, but this company was around for decades before you took over. This used to be my office, in fact, so try to show some bloody respect. Respect? As they're both standing here disrespecting me and my team? It would be laughable if it wasn't so damned annoying. Besides, I wouldn't want to deprive my father of his favourite game, reminding me that I was handed the reins of the company on a silver platter instead of building the place from the ground up with my bare hands or some such stupid nonsense. Come on. I ushered them through the spacious waiting area and hurried them down the hallway to my corner office. Closing the door after myself, I turned to find my father already making himself comfortable in my chair. My brother sinks into the middle of a leather couch near the window, leaving me the choice of an overstuffed wingback chair or the sleek metal office chair facing the desk. I opt to lean against the desk, giving my brother and father a haughty look. Why are you here? Don't you have somewhere else you can whine about respect? Campaign headquarters, for instance? My father steeples his fingers, leaning back in my expensive office chair and looking insulted. If your grandfather heard you talking to me like this, he would take the company back from you, he growls. I sigh, intentionally checking the time on my watch before rebuking my father. Grandfather told me that you were in charge for about 6 months before he took control away from you again. I shoot him a scornful look. But sure, you can tell me and James all about the good old days, Dad. Tell me how it felt to lose News Corp in less than a year. My father's eyes go wide, his nostrils flaring. Kieran Oliver Greyrose, I swear I'm going to... What? I hiss, cutting him off mid-sentence. What are you going to do to me, A muscle ticks in my father's clenched jaw. He glares at me for several seconds. I let the moment stretch, making it obvious that he doesn't have a comeback. I think you should loosen up, James grouses. For fuck's sake, live a little. As long as you keep your eye on the ball and make the company money, my father adds. That's what's important. You do realise that you both just gave me contradictory advice, right? My father gives me a long look. James just rolls his eyes. Maybe it's because we all know that you'll do whatever you want anyway, James gripes. I don't have the time, or the patience, or the self-restraint to deal with either of the men before me today. But the sooner I can figure out the reason behind their visit, the sooner I can get them out the door. I splay my hands out in a questioning gesture. What do you two want? I'm busy, and I'm not running a dating service, and it isn't your God-given right to fuck everything with a pair of tits. James eyes me, a dark humour sparking in his eyes. Speaking of tits, how's that nanny working out? What's she doing today? Jesus, why is he such an asshole? Is he really trying to get me to punch him? Why are you both here? I stand up, looking at my watch. I haven't even had my usual quad shot of espresso, and my patience is wearing thin. If I had to guess, I'd say you either need money or you want to lecture me about something I've done. Probably both. My father is the first one to speak this time. You should have been more careful in Italy. You should have taken more security. I almost lost my granddaughter because of your stubbornness. Starting right in with the lecture, I guess. My prediction is spot on so far. I rub my temple, where I can feel the very beginnings of a tension headache forming. For once, though, I don't have much of a defence. You're right. I should have taken more security on the trip. My admission seems to take both of them by surprise. What did they expect? That I'd try to make the argument that my daughter was completely safe the entire time? It clearly isn't true. I'm ashamed and angry with myself that I put her and Ella in harm's way. I didn't think you were capable of admitting fault, James announces. It's good to know that even the mighty Keir can be humble after the fact. After all, what does it matter? Considering that your daughter and your little plaything were the ones that took all the risk, I mean. The back of my neck grows hot. I have no comeback for that. I clench my fists, but work to keep my face blank. My brother has managed to be right again, and it's killing me. Well, I'm glad you could admit when you're wrong, Father grumbles, straightening his sport coat. I hope you've learned a lesson from that ordeal. I take a deep breath and slowly exhale without saying another word. Admitting I was wrong the first time was hard enough. It isn't going to happen a second time. Is that all? I ask, when the silence threatens to stretch on for a solid minute. No, James answers this time. My campaign is going to loan you 5 of my security guards until you can beef up your own detail. Now I'm the one who is caught by surprise. You don't have to do that. Won't you still need them on the campaign trail? Yes, and you don't deserve it. But I don't need the headache and distraction of seeing your name in the headlines the next time a member of your beloved staff tries to murder you and Isla. So this is really about you, I nod. Got it. In that case, I don't feel so bad about inconveniencing your campaign. I'll have the security detail returned to you within 2 weeks. I just want to know that my niece is being taken care of. Someone has to care, he snaps, and that's the final straw for me. I'm moving from behind my desk and across the office to grab him by the collar before I can even think about stopping myself. Listen to me, you son of a bitch! I pull him even closer as a spark of fear flashes in his eyes. Yeah, he needs to be afraid. You can stand here and play your little games and talk about me all you want, but if you imply that I'm not taking care of my daughter ever again, I'll knock your fucking teeth down your throat and you can explain that to the press when someone has to carry you out of here. His eyes narrow and he shoves me away, nearly knocking himself off balance at the same time. You think you're going to hit me? He barks out a crisp, hateful laugh. Think again, golden boy. I'm the untouchable one now. I have the press eating out of the palm of my hand. Do you really want them to turn on you and your precious company more than they already have? Don't you have enough scandals swirling around? Or are you really stupid enough to add another one to the pile? My stomach clenches. I know he's right, and it makes me want to throw up. The headlines won't just be about me punching my brother. They'll have a field day at my expense for assaulting the man who will likely be the next Prime Minister. It's not a great look for him, but it would probably mean jail time for me. And that would open me up to all sorts of other liabilities in my divorce proceedings with Kinsley. Basically, I'd be fucked. Go to hell, I say, turning to walk back to my desk and sit down, and get out of my office. Even without looking up, I can feel both of them still glaring at me. Now! Father makes an exasperated noise, and I can see him throwing his arms in the air from my peripheral vision. You should be thanking your brother, Kieran. We came here today to offer you an olive branch, to make sure you and Isla are properly protected. Is this really the way you intend to thank us? I'm not sure what part my father played in any of this. He's acting like he brokered a Middle East peace deal or something. Whatever. I don't care what their rationale is. I just want them to leave. Thank you. I make a dismissive gesture, still without looking up at my father or brother. Now get out. They've insulted me, shamed me, embarrassed me in front of my staff. Pretty sure their work here is done, at least for today. Now they can both fuck off. I pace to the window, every muscle clenched tightly. Looking out over the Glasgow skyline, I'm enraged. Looking out this window usually reminds me of how hard I've worked to get the nicest view in the whole fucking city. That I might have had a great start to life, being titled and all, but that only I struggled and pushed to get to where I am. Right this moment, though, it rings hollow. I have all the money in the world, and yet I still let something terrible happen. That knowledge is a burden that I'll bear for years to come. My brother and father were right about one thing, though. I do need more security. More than I need a new assistant, even. I stalk over to my desk and press the intercom button. Get me on the phone with the Grey Rose Campaign Security Office. The woman on the other end answers quickly. Yes, Lord Greyrose, 1 moment. Looking back at the Glasgow skyline, I try to rein in my impatience.
Chapter 8. Ella. It's just before dawn. I'm half awake, sleepily reminding myself that I'm not in my own bed. I roll onto my side and look over at Kier, who is splayed out across the bed and snoring very lightly. In the gray light from the window, he is so handsome that I almost can't breathe. His eyes are closed, revealing a fringe of long dark lashes. His patrician nose juts proudly out. His high cheekbones and strong jaw are carved as though they were made of marble and hint at a divine origin. Kier's dark hair is matted down just above his temple. I smile and run my fingers over it, my touch gentle. It's funny. I don't think I've ever seen him have a single physical flaw in the waking hours. He's always just so very rigid and perfect at every moment, even when he's dressing to go running. But just now he has bedhead, and for some reason, it's endearing. It's the smallest thing, and yet it makes my heart clench. God, what would happen if Kier was actually open and vulnerable around me? I would probably up and die from elation. Kier shifts in his sleep, rolling onto his side. I know that I need to sneak out of Kier's bed and back to my own room soon. But this is one of the rare occasions when I'm awake before he is, and I can't bear to disturb him yet. I wrinkle my nose. Just another few minutes, then I'll go. Kier wouldn't say exactly what happened yesterday afternoon at the office with his father and brother, but it must have been ugly. He was so angry and frustrated when he came home that he was an absolute bear, his words short and clipped, a black cloud over his head. It took all evening for him to even begin to relax. There was no doubt in my mind that he was still blowing off steam when he pulled me into his bedroom late last night and practically ripped my clothes off. The sex was hot. Of course, it always is with him. But I couldn't fully lose myself in the moment because I kept wondering what they'd done to get under his skin so badly. It was pointless to ask, though. The chances of him opening up and sharing any of his feelings while he was still so angry are pretty close to zero. Actually, scratch that. Kier never shares his feelings unless they're anger, impatience, or desire. It's a pretty limited palette that he paints with. So, I'm letting him sleep now, and hoping his dreams are at least a little more peaceful than his reality has been lately. It's in these quiet moments that I remember why I'm drawn to him. It's not just his looks, not just his muscles. Lord knows it's not his way with words most of the time. But underneath that tough, gruff exterior is a heart of gold, a lover and a father and a caring, protective man who has good intentions, even if they're hard to see and understand sometimes. His phone buzzes on the bedside table, and he's instantly awake. So much for letting him get a little extra sleep. Just leave it. I try to distract him with a kiss as I tug at his bicep. But I can only slow him down for a few seconds before he squints at the phone screen, and the familiar frown that he's been wearing for the past 24 hours reappears on his face. Shit, he mutters, then points to a dish on the bedside table, which holds the remote to the huge flat screen. Can you please turn on the TV? His words are clipped, but still polite enough. It's his quiet, almost strangled tone that makes me wish we could go back to sleep and start the morning over again. I grab the remote and flip the TV on, my heart in my throat. What is it? The words are barely out of my mouth before I see the answer for myself. The channel is already set to the local news station, and it's impossible to miss the headline that's scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Is that... Lady Greyrose out partying again without husband and daughter. Damn it, Kinsley. He mutters as the picture turns to footage of his ex being ushered from a sketchy-looking building to a waiting car. She's thin. Too thin, with dark circles under her eyes, and the men flanking her look like they could have stepped right out of a movie about the Mafia. What the fuck is she thinking? Who are those guys? I ask, even though he's already furiously typing out a text. Where do you think she's going? I don't know, but she's obviously here in Glasgow. Don't be surprised if she shows up at the door asking for money. I feel a rush of conflicting emotions. I want to stay right here next to Keir so I can support and comfort him. But it's clear from his expression as he fires off one text after another that he would probably rather be alone. I'm also not sure how I'll react if and when Kinsley shows up. Will she ask to see Isla? Unlikely, going by what Saffron told me, but who really knows? One thing is certain. I can't deal with any of this while I'm naked in Keir's bed. I need to get dressed, I whisper, before giving his arm a reassuring squeeze. I want to kiss him, want to do something that will help. But I feel like lingering next to him might be making things worse. I do too, he says. He rolls out of bed and tosses his phone aside, taking the option of a quick, comforting kiss out of my hands completely. Will you make sure Isla doesn't see the TV for a while? There's a shitstorm coming. I don't want her to know anything about it. Of course. I nod, bundling myself into a fluffy robe and hurrying for the bedroom door. I'll keep her busy for as long as you need. I have no idea how I'm going to carry out that particular promise, especially since Isla is a smart little girl who usually can't be deterred from doing exactly what she wants. Can't imagine where she learned that. That stubborn tenacity is a personality trait that will probably serve her well in life, as she deals with a bunch of rich, entitled men, but isn't especially helpful for me at the moment. Still, I'm going to keep her away from the TV, even if I have to throw it out the window. The thought of her seeing what I just saw is... no, that's simply not going to happen. It isn't even an option. But why can't we watch cartoons, Ella? It's the question I've been dreading. The question I've been role-playing and rehearsing over and over again in my mind for the past half hour while throwing on some clothes and waiting for Isla to wake up. Unfortunately, I still don't have a good answer. We could play a game, I offer instead. A board game or... No. I blink. She truly is her father's daughter. I bet there are some fun games around here somewhere. A video game, maybe? I can be stubborn and tenacious, too. But I know it's a losing battle. If I can't come up with a better alternative to the TV, I'm going to be in serious trouble. The paparazzi are waiting downstairs, so I can't take Isla anywhere without risking them shouting questions about Kinsley. And this penthouse apartment might be big and luxurious, but it's not exactly full of kid-friendly distractions. Her eyes narrow and she pins me with a hard stare over the top of her cereal bowl. What are you trying to do? The look and tone are such a spot-on impression of her dad that I almost laugh. Except she isn't joking. In fact, her withering gaze is actually starting to make me nervous. What are you hiding? Is it something about my dad? No, I answer truthfully. Mostly truthfully anyway, since Keir is technically indirectly involved. The damning headlines aren't about Keir, though. I'm not hiding anything. I just thought we might do something different today. We were watching cartoons yesterday and the day before that. I like watching cartoons while I eat breakfast. That's how I start my day. Yesterday you said you like watching cartoons, so why can't we watch them today? Oh my God. I love this kid, but seriously, has she been trained in interrogation by the CIA? Surely there's something else we can do. I'm starting to panic. What am I going to say if she walks over to the remote and turns the TV on herself? I might be the nanny and I might technically be in charge, but we usually resolve our differences of opinion with a reasonable, rational discussion that usually comes with a tiny bit of compromise. How can I compromise when her dad said specifically to keep her away from the TV? Is it about my mom? Her question is quiet this time. That's it, isn't it? She's done something bad. The last part isn't a question. I'm sure today isn't the first time Kinsley has acted out in public. But does Isla know more than her dad and aunt realize? Kids, especially this kid, are smarter than most adults are usually willing to admit. Why do you think it's about your mom? I ask, even though I know I should keep my mouth shut. I'm curious, though, and it's not like I'm offering any unsolicited opinions or even any new information. It's just a simple, open-ended question, and I think it's a valid one. Besides, there's no point in pretending anymore if Isla already knows the situation. My dad acts like this after he talks to her. He gets really angry and says we can't go anywhere or do anything fun for a couple of days. A door slams down the hall, emphasizing her point. See? How am I supposed to argue with that? I can't and I won't. Not that I blame Kier for being upset with his ex. I honestly don't know how he's gone this long without having a full-blown meltdown in front of the entire world. There's nothing I can do to change Kinsley's behavior, or Kier's for that matter, but I might be able to help Isla forget about some of the confusion and hurt feelings she's experienced, at least temporarily. I know what we can do, I say, offering her a hand to get down from the kitchen table. Let's have a FaceTime chat with my sister. I haven't talked to her in a while, but she always knows exactly how to cheer me up when I need it. Isla gives me a suspicious look, but still takes my hand and allows me to usher her into the living room. Why do you need to be cheered up? Lord, was I this perceptive when I was her age? Probably not. Pretty sure I wasn't even close. It'll be something different for both of us, I answer. I'm getting better at dodging her persistent questions by the minute, but I honestly don't know what I'm going to do if calling Joy doesn't work to distract Isla. Either way, it's not like my sister can possibly make things worse. I reach for the phone and start the video chat before Isla can ask any other questions. My sister's surprised face appears on the screen a few seconds later. Hey, sis. She rubs her eyes and squints at me. What's wrong? Is everything okay? Oh no, the time difference. It's almost 9 in the morning here, but the sun isn't even close to coming up back home. I hate that I woke her up and hate even more that she's probably worried about me, but the damage is done now. Sorry, I wince. I just, wanted to talk. I forgot we're in different time zones, though. She yawns and shakes her head, then finally flashes her contagious smile. Joy's name perfectly describes the emotion I associate with her the most, and I'm counting on her to deliver some of that joy to Isla right now. This must be Isla, she says, turning her attention to the little girl as if on cue. Did my sister wake you up before you were ready this morning, too? No, but she won't let me watch TV. Well, this is going great so far. We thought it would be more fun to call and talk to you, I say, hoping my sister will take the hint. There's nothing good on TV right now anyway. Except cartoons, Isla points out. Joy can't possibly know my actual reason for calling, but she still handles it like a pro. Which cartoon is your favorite? She asks. And you have the most adorable accent, by the way. I'm sure you hear that all the time. I do? Isla looks up at me. Do I really have an accent? Most people around here would say Joy and I are the ones with the accent. I answer as diplomatically as possible. That's true, Joy agrees. We have different accents in America too, but they're pretty boring when you hear them all the time. Yours sounds sophisticated. I'm not sure Isla actually knows what sophisticated means, but she seems to take it in stride. It only takes a few more seconds of back-and-forth chatter before they're both talking about their favorite cartoons again, like there isn't more than a decade of difference between their ages. I don't care what they talk about, as long as Joy keeps her distracted for as long as possible. And honestly, just watching two of my favorite people in the world interact with each other is unexpectedly fulfilling and distracting for me, too. This is the first time all morning that I don't feel overwhelmed and stressed out by the Kinsley situation. I'm smiling and laughing right along with Joy and Isla, and it's nice. Really nice. It's also a good reminder that I need to call my sister more often. I could use a little more joy in my life.
Chapter 9. Kieran. I find myself staring out the big floor-to-ceiling windows of my office more and more lately. I used to look out there because I enjoyed the view, a view that most people don't get to enjoy. Now I hardly notice the view at all. Instead, I look out these same windows and wonder where I went wrong. I have every comfort, every luxury and material thing a person could possibly want, but I'm not happy. The people around me aren't happy. And while there's plenty of blame to go around, at some point I have to wonder if I might actually be the cause of all that unhappiness. Of course, it doesn't help that every time my life seems to be moving in the right direction, the universe comes along and smacks me down. Taking a trip to Rome? Watch your back, because your assistant will try to kill you. Prevent that sex tape from going public? Turns out there's someone else behind the whole thing. Try to protect your daughter from her deadbeat mother. Surprise, the deadbeat is back in town to drag everyone through the mud again. And on and on and on it goes. When do I get to catch a fucking break? The phone on my desk starts ringing, pulling me from my thoughts. I know it isn't productive to dwell on my problems. Everyone has their own shit to go through, right? My problems could certainly be worse. And I don't have to worry about being homeless or hungry or how I'm going to provide for my daughter. But the problems I have don't seem like they're any easier to fix. They're just different. It takes me a second to realize my phone is still ringing. Jesus, I really need to get my shit together. I answered the phone and immediately hear Deacon Master's unmistakable voice booming on the other end of the line. I'm on the phone, damn it! Tell them I'll be down there for the damned photo shoot in 5 minutes. There's a pause, then, Kia, you there, man? I'm here, I snort, trying not to laugh in spite of my shitty mood. Sounds like I'm not the only one having a rough day. If I had to guess, I'd say Deacon is still over in America, still producing movies and raising hell. Oh, this is just the usual. Everyone wants a piece of me, you know. Gotta keep them on their toes. Even though I haven't talked to him in way too long, I can tell that Deacon hasn't changed a bit. He was my best friend in college, and the best man at my wedding, always able to make me laugh out loud no matter how much stress I'm going through. He made final exams bearable. He got me through the weeks leading up to my wedding ceremony with Kinsley. And while I doubt he has anything up his sleeve to help with the current assortment of crises I'm facing, it's still good to hear his voice. I've missed you, man, I say, as that flood of old memories hits me. Where are you hiding out these days, anyway? Still in sunny Los Angeles. Palm trees, beautiful women, fucking amazing food. The better question is, why aren't you here? That is a good question. I'm free to travel anywhere in the world, but I keep finding myself tethered to Scotland. While definitely a beautiful place in its own right, Glasgow isn't ever going to be described as sunny and warm. Pop stars aren't writing songs about being carefree and partying in Glasgow. But LA? Me? I guess LA has never really been on my radar, I answer. I've been there a few times for business, but I can't say I've ever had a chance to relax and unwind there. Sounds like that might be the problem. When is the last time you've had a chance to relax and unwind? Honestly? Has it been a year? 5 years? 10? He knows me too well. And he isn't wrong. Italy was supposed to be relaxing. Coming home to Glasgow was supposed to be peaceful. I don't have time to relax, I say, because it's the simplest version of the truth I can offer him right now. There isn't really an easy way to unplug and escape from my life. Maybe not, he concedes, but you don't have to totally unplug and escape. Just dial it back a little. You should come out here for a while. I'm releasing another movie soon. Big studio production with a red carpet premiere and everything. The whole 9 yards. We'll get into some trouble, just like the old days. I laugh. I'm too old for that kind of trouble. You are too. Nah, age is just a number. Seriously, though, you should think about visiting. You could be almost anonymous here. Nobody knows your whole family history like they do over in England. And since everyone out here looks like a goddamn supermodel, you'll blend right in. I can't help but laugh again. We've been on the phone for less than 5 minutes, and I already feel better than I have in days. Maybe weeks. Shit, do I really need to fly to LA? Can I bring a few people? Some staff? My daughter? Her nanny? I doubt he had my entire entourage in mind when he extended the invitation, but I can't leave Isla behind right now, and she won't go anywhere without Ella. Yeah, that's my excuse. Ella will be there for Isla, not for me. I can't keep mixing business with pleasure. Not as much as I have been, anyway. That only leads to trouble. Bring whoever you want, Deacon says, and I can just picture him shrugging it off. Since I've known him, he has never cared about the details in life, except for his production company, which he treats like his baby. He has plenty to say when his company is the subject of conversation. I sigh. Maybe I should come over. I could use a distraction. Deacon gives a low chuckle. Just get your ass out here, okay? I'll give it some thought. That's the closest I'll come to a commitment right now. But if I'm being totally honest with myself, I've already made the decision. We're going to America. Chapter 10. Kieran. Even after almost 24 hours of trying to talk myself out of going to California, it's still the only damn thing on my mind. The more reasons I come up with to stay in Glasgow, the more I want to pack my suitcase and get the hell out of here. So far, I've been weighing the pros and cons in my head without mentioning the possibility of a trip out loud to anyone else. That's about to change. I knock quietly on Ella's bedroom door before poking my head inside. Are you awake? She opens her eyes and yawns. I guess I am now. What do you need? Come for a run with me. What? She groans and turns over, then pulls the covers up over her head. No. I know she doesn't enjoy an early morning jog like I do. I normally value the silence that I can only find in these pre-dawn hours more than anything else, but today is different. I want her input, and this is practically the only time we can leave the penthouse without being hounded by photographers. Come on, Ella, I say, stepping inside her bedroom and closing the door behind me so I don't accidentally wake Isla in the room next door. It'll be nice. I promise I'll stick to a slower pace if you come with me. That's the best deal you can offer me? She cracks one eye open again. No thanks. You'll thank me for this later. I tug at the covers until they come off the bed completely. A big mistake, since the nightshirt she's wearing has ridden up around her waist, exposing the deliciously sexy curve of her ass. Now I just want to crawl into bed with her, but I need to stay strong. We can fool around later. Hell, we can fool around on the beach in Los Angeles if I play my cards right. You can go back to bed when we're done. Have you lost your mind? She sounds pissed, but the corners of her mouth are twitching like she wants to smile in spite of herself. Isla will be awake in a little while, and she's going to be upset if neither one of us are here. Besides, she tries to yank the blankets from my grip, but I'm not letting go. You can't make me go for a run. That isn't part of my job description. What is it about Americans and their job descriptions? I might not be able to make you go, I conceded, but I'd like it if you'd join me. For the sake of getting my way, I even add a belated, please. She tries to glare at me, but can't keep a straight face for more than a few seconds. You really must want me to go, she says, as a smile slowly starts to spread on her pretty lips. You hardly ever say please.
I say please all the time. I lie. Anyway, let's go. We're wasting precious minutes here. See, that's the tone I'm used to hearing. With a dramatic sigh, she pushes herself up from the bed and shoos me back out the door. I'll be ready in 5 minutes. 4 minutes. Fine, whatever. Just go. Now it's my turn to smile as she closes the door in my face. I knew she'd give in. I just hope it'll be this easy to talk her into coming along for the LA trip. God knows I can't do it without her. We're about half a mile into our run when I break the news. California? She shakes her head and immediately stops running. Why do you want to go there? I frown. Keep jogging. I don't want to ruin my time. She starts moving again, but still not as fast as I'd like. You didn't answer my question. I answer with a question of my own. Does the reason for the trip really matter? You've never mentioned any business dealings in California before. I suppose you probably own another high-rise out there. Can't she ever just say yes to anything the first time I ask? Does it always have to be a discussion? No other member of my staff would even dream of being so argumentative. Then again, I'm not fucking any of them. I hate to disappoint you, but no. I don't own a high-rise in LA. We'd be going there to visit an old friend of mine. He's producing a movie, and he wants me to attend a premiere. We're slowing down again, but I don't bother trying to prod her to move faster. Getting her to say yes is more important than a fast run. I'd need to bring a date for the red carpet, of course, and the after-party. Her eyes narrow. Are you trying to bribe me with a date? After all this time, do you really think I'm some kind of gold digger? Did I ever say that? Fuck, now I'm starting to get pissed. Jesus, Ella, why does it always have to be a fight with you? Most women would be thrilled to get an invitation like this, but you have to second-guess me at every turn. I'm not allowed to ask any questions. She's raising her voice to match mine. This is the problem, Keir. You accuse me of picking fights with you, but you still can't seem to understand that I'm not one of your little yes men who follows you around and asks how high every time you shout for me to jump. She's so fucking difficult sometimes, and so fucking sexy, always. Her brow furrows. Why are you looking at me like that? Like what? I try to school my features, but it's too late. Now I'm thinking about how good she looked lying in her bed this morning. Or better yet, lying in my bed the night before. And I can't be bothered with this stupid argument. Like I'm some kind of snack, she answers, a hint of a smile on her face as I take a step toward her. You drive me crazy. You know that, right? You drive me crazy too, I say, pulling her into my arms until I can feel every curve of her body pressed against me. Fuck, I keep telling myself not to do this. And we shouldn't. Her breath hitches, but she doesn't try to get away from me, especially not out here in the middle of a park where people can see us. There's nobody around. I don't know if that's true. I don't even care. Give me one good reason why you don't want to go with me to California. I can give you at least 5 reasons off the top of my head. Just one. Here's a reason. She draws in a ragged breath as I lean in to kiss her neck. You're just making excuses to keep me around, and I deserve more than that. Isla needs you, I counter, my hand sliding up under the back of her shirt. You know that's true. And how am I making excuses? I've told you all the reasons why we can't have anything more than this. Yeah, she says, finally pushing away. I'm too young, and you don't want to get burned again. I get it. Your family wouldn't approve. The public wouldn't approve. I'd get tired of you after a few months. Does that cover all the reasons you've given me so far? I'm not sure if we're fighting again or if she's just teasing me. Maybe a little of both. Most of them, I shrug. And if you didn't have such a sexy ass, I would have fired you for your bad attitude a long time ago. Her mouth falls open, and now I'm almost certain we're fighting again. But no. Instead of yelling, she pushes me with both hands, nearly knocking me onto my ass. I grab her and pull her close again, my hand skimming down to her perfect bottom and squeezing. Hard. Let me take you right here, I grumble, tugging at the hem of her stretchy running pants. Right now. In the park? She gasps as I grind myself against her. We can't. We'll be arrested. It'll be worth it. I pull her off the path and past a row of hedges into a small clearing, then shrug out of my shirt so she knows I'm serious.
Nobody will see us here. The sun won't even be up for another half-hour.
Are you really that horny?
She doesn't stop me as I pull her shirt up over her head, leaving her in a sports bra and running pants.
Oh my God, Kier, are we really doing this?
I nod. We're doing it. I don't know why I need her so badly right now. Maybe because she just reminded me of all the reasons why I can't have her. Whatever. All I know for sure is that I want her and she wants me. Isn't that enough for now?
Chapter 11. Ella. I can't stop touching Kier for even 1 second as he pulls me deeper into the park. I'm desperate to kiss him, to feel his weight against my body, to feel stretched out and used by him. It's so stupid, but I'm turned on and horny specifically for this one man. Running my hands over his neck and shoulders, stealing kisses from his lips, clinging to his ribs and abs as he walks me backward. As my ass hits something firm but rough, Kier pushes me against a big oak tree, and I feel him closer, desperate to open my mouth under his and feel his tongue against mine. He backs off, pulling his dark t-shirt up over his head. My eyes widen at his well-built chest and muscular arms. Even though I've seen him naked time and time again, I will never tire of staring at him or running my hands over his muscular body. Kier makes me feel like I'm not fully in control of my faculties, and I love that about him. The rush that I get from being with him is just so damned exhilarating. Damn, Ella, he murmurs. I need to have you right here, right this fucking second. He pushes me back a step and tugs me down, kissing my shoulder as he pulls me to the ground. I lean on my elbows, watching him strip his shoes and running shorts off, leaving him in nothing but a pair of tight black boxer briefs. How are you even real? You're too sexy to live outside my imagination, I complain. Kier looks at me, one corner of his mouth kicking up. The dark tips of his hair have scattered over his temple, and he shoves them back ruthlessly. Fuck, you know just what to say to get my cock hard. A smile graces my lips. My gaze trails up and down his body, ravenous for his touch. Come show me, I say. Tossing my hair, I bite my lush lower lip. He grins, flashing me that dimple again in his cheek. His eyes glint. Let me tell you exactly what I'm about to do to you. I'm going to make you strip for me. Then I'm going to tease you and eat your pussy. And then I'm going to fuck you so hard that you won't walk straight for a week. My mouth goes dry. I squirm under his gaze. Is that a promise? He reaches down and cups my breast. Get naked right now. My fingers shake as I sit up, pulling my t-shirt and stretching my jogging bra up and over my head. I cast them aside and face Kier, thrusting my elbows back. He growls appreciatively. My tits are bare, my chest tightening and lifting under his inspection. Touch your breast. Play with your nipple. The command is given in his raspiest tone. It makes me press my thighs together because I can feel my excitement building, feel my pussy growing ripe. I arch my back as I run my fingers over my own nipple, sucking in a breath at the sensation. My nipple puckers, and I imagine his fingers and his lips on my breast. Kier drinks me in, his white teeth sinking into the pink flesh of his lower lip. His ice-blue eyes rake over me, making my nipples hard enough to cut diamonds. The shorts have to go. He reaches down and adjusts his cock in his boxer briefs. Then he grates out another command. Take off your panties too while you're at it. I want you bare. I want to see everything. God, how I love hearing his commands. My lips twitch. What if I don't want to do it the way you say? I think you do, though. He smirks and kneels before me. I think you love following my orders. I laugh. You're insane. Maybe. Kier leans down to brush a kiss over my bare breast. It sends a jolt right through my entire body, and I throw my head back. Oh, God, I whisper. The breath leaves my lungs as his arms cage me in. That feels so good, Kier. He considers me for a second, then reaches up and pushes my hair away from one side of my neck. The backs of his fingers touching my neck. The same electricity slides down my spine again. His voice is so low that I barely hear him this time. Oh, sweetheart, I'm going to ruin you. I'm going to be the very end of you. My heartbeat pounds wildly in my own ears. I lift my head. So do it. His eyes gleam with something like enjoyment. He runs a single finger down my neck, over my collarbone, tracing a line between my bare breasts. I suck in a breath. His touch trails down my ribs, across my navel, and ends at the top of my panties. I squeeze my thighs together, feeling myself grow wet, feeling the slide of my body growing ready for him. Kier glances at me. You're such a good girl, Ella, and good girls get fucked. He smiles as he literally rips my panties off of my body. He kisses me on the hip, on the top of my thigh. I can't hold back the sultry moan that rises in my throat. His fingers walk up to find my nipple and tweak it hard. Gasping loudly, I arch into his touch. I am barely in control of my body at this point. Let me hear you, he murmurs. I want to know exactly how much you love everything I'm doing. Kier splays a big hand underneath my belly button, covering my pubic mound. He presses down firmly as he showers little bites and swift nibbles to my thighs, working his way closer and closer to my shaved pussy. He pushes my knees up and opens my legs wide. I shiver and moan, feeling more exposed than ever. I watch as he runs the tip of one thick finger up the seam of my pussy, just barely touching. Another groan is ripped from my lips. Kier, I whine. I bury my fingers in his hair and push his head down toward my aching pursuit, a wordless demand. He looks up at me, smirking just a little in the way that he does. He places the lightest of butterfly kisses over my pussy, making me writhe. Kier, please, I beg. He gives me a considering look, then shakes his head. I don't think so. I'm not going to make you come just yet. What about my pleasure? Instead, he pushes himself up onto his knees and grasps his cock through his boxer briefs. My lungs constrict as I watch him, looking down on me, naked and spread out. Eyeing me, he bites his lip. I think you need to taste me, sweetheart. I want to feel the tip of my cock in your fucking throat. My body tightens with need. His lips form a naughty smile. Let's see how well you suck my cock, princess. My cheeks color. He squeezes my thigh, and I look at the bulge in his shorts, licking my lips. I like a challenge. I get to my knees, reaching for him, but he sneers at me. No, Hans. I think you're ready for something more challenging than that. He grabs me, positioning me so that I'm on my back and he's above me. his knees spreading wide. He brings my hands up to rest on his thighs. You can use your hands to squeeze me here if you need a break. Nodding, I watch as Keir steps away to pull his boxers off, and then returns to kneel over me once more. His cock bounces up, jutting straight out. Holy shit, I breathe, my eyes widening. I knew he was well endowed, but he looks like a giant from this point of view. His cock is long, thick, and perfectly pink. It makes my mouth water. Keir grins, grasping his cock and wiggling his eyebrows. Then he steps forward. Open your mouth and cover your teeth with your lips for me, darling. Let me feel your hot little mouth around my cock. My heart pounds in my ears. Keir thrusts a little, making me ache all over. I want him to bury his cock between my legs, but I also want to make his eyes roll up in his skull. Both are equally exciting to me at the moment. Licking my lips, I open my mouth. He steps closer and nudges the tip of his cock between my lips. I taste his cock, sweet and sharp against my tongue. He groans, closing his eyes for a brief moment. That's fucking sexy. The sound of his rumbled curses makes my breasts tighten. I relax a little, resting my hand on his inner thigh. Then he starts very slowly working his length in and out of my lips. More rumbles of pleasure leave his lips. Not groans or moans, but almost. I moan too, hoping he will feel the vibrations as I take him deeper. Keir stops and peers down at me after a few seconds. Good? I nod, my mouth still full of his cock. He grips his cock and starts pumping in and out of my mouth. His eyes squeeze shut. I grab him and pull him closer, attempting to work my tongue against his cock. His reaction is immediate. His whole body seizes up. There is an intense look of concentration on his face. Fuck, Ella. I slide my hand down to cup his balls. His eyes actually roll back in his head as he starts to move again, jerking in and out of my lips roughly. Fuck, he breathes. Oh, fuck. That mouth of yours is too perfect. He stops suddenly, pulling out of my mouth. Before I can even react, he's covering the tip of his cock with his hand, cursing and clenching his eyes shut. He comes, shooting jets of milky white semen into his hand. The look of pleasure on his face, so intense and ecstatic it nearly borders on pain, makes me quiver. Damn. When he's done, Keir opens his eyes again. That was too damn fast. I wanted to make it last longer. You and your mouth just felt too hot. I lick the corner of my mouth. My pleasure. He gives me a rueful glance and runs his hands up my thighs. Now, it's your turn. He husks. Stay still. It's time that I turn the tables on you. Feeling a little weird about it, I shiver as I remain in place. Keir moves around, kneeling before me. He grabs my knees and spreading them wide. Looking back behind me, I frown. At any moment, someone could burst through the bushes and practically trip over our two naked bodies. I feel a little awkward being exposed like that, but he isn't too worried about my emotions just now. Cup your breasts, he commands, ducking his head low. I expect him to start flicking his tongue over my clit, but of course he doesn't. He is always surprising, always keeping me on my toes. Instead, he starts kissing the inside of my thigh. His hands touch my inner thighs, sliding up as he trails his kisses toward my pussy. I moan softly, bucking just a little. He looks up at me, catching my eye. His dark brow descends, and he looks utterly sincere when he utters the next words. Fuck, sweetheart. Do you even realize how beautiful you are to me? Then he lowers his head again, and he licks along my seam, causing my eyes to flutter closed. My brow wrinkles as he teases me, using 2 fingers to part my lower lips. When he finally seals his lips over my clit, sucking on it gently, a wave of pleasure washes through my whole body, rippling out from my pussy. I grab my breasts, shaping my nipples with hard pulls. He alternates between licking and sucking my clit. Keir is going to drive me mad. He pulls unintelligible sounds of need from my lips, making my hips thrust against that magical mouth of his. When he's good and ready, he tests my entrance with the tips of 2 thick fingers, working them in and out. My pussy is beyond wet and ready for him, but there is still some resistance as he slides his fingers home. I groan, ready to explode. Fuck, right there, I whisper. That's so good, Keir. I feel him pause, wetting a finger from his free hand. Then he starts licking my clit again, while he pushes that fingertip against the tight balloon knot of my ass. My eyes widen, but it doesn't feel bad. Actually, with my clit being stimulated and Keir working his fingers slowly in and out of my pussy, it feels naughty, but good. I whimper, uncertain. When he actually penetrates my ass with 1 finger, my eyes roll up in my head. Oh, God, I choke out. Don't stop, Keir. God, don't stop. For a second, it's quiet, aside from the sound of blood rushing in my head and my heart beating like a drum. I stop trying to breathe and thinking about anything at all. I only exist for the pleasure that Keir is giving me, right now, right here. I come suddenly, the orgasm ripping through me, clenching and spasming. One moment, I'm at the top of a cliff looking down into the looming crevasse. The next, I am in free fall, plummeting toward the bottom, praying that there will be a body of water to save me from certain death. I'm pretty sure I scream. At some point, Keir withdraws, licking at his mouth. When I can focus my eyes and breathe again, I look at him wide-eyed. He smiles. Fuck, darling. Watching you come apart will never get old. I hear a stranger's voice in the distance and startle. Keir mutters and casts an angry look toward the sound. Fuck. We are in public, aren't we? Yes. I wrinkle my nose and get up. Grabbing my shorts, I jam my legs into them. Keir stops me, kissing me for a long moment and running his hand over my lower back. Then he picks up my bra, t-shirt, and panties, handing them to me. We get dressed quickly, silence reigning. I watch Keir's face, trying to read any feelings he's having. But if he feels any particular way, he doesn't share it with me. He just pulls his t-shirt over his head and ties his shoes before hurrying me out of the bushes and eventually out of the park.
Chapter 12. Kieran. I walk into the living room and do a double take when I see Ella sitting alone on the couch. It's the middle of the day and my daughter isn't attached to your hip. How did you manage to sneak away? She smiles and presses a finger to her lips. She's taking a nap, but I told her I'd be right out here waiting when she wakes up. I cross the room and sit down next to her, caressing her soft cheek and letting my fingertips trail down the deep neckline of her silky top. Jesus, she's so damn sexy without even trying. Then I guess we'll have to be quick and quiet. Right here. She laughs, but doesn't try to stop me. Someone is going to walk in, either Isla or... I interrupt her with a kiss. Isla isn't waking up any time soon. That kid sleeps like a rock, and nobody else matters. Not that I want to be caught by anyone else either. It's just that I don't really care enough to stop. A noise from the foyer catches my attention. It's a noise I know well, the sound of the elevator door opening, and it's followed by another sound I know equally well, stilettos on marble tile. There's only one woman who would let herself into my apartment unannounced in the middle of the day. Damn it, I groan, adjusting myself as I move away from Ella. It's like they heard us talking about being interrupted. She's looking at me with wide eyes as she hurriedly smooths a hand over her clothes. Who? What's going on? I answer just as I hear my name being called from the foyer. My mother's here. Kieran! She appears in the living room and immediately casts a disapproving look in Ella's direction. I hope we aren't interrupting. My dad is looking in over her shoulder, and behind him. Fuck, the hits just keep coming, don't they? You brought Kinsley here? I can't even believe I have to ask this question right now. Why, Mother? Now I'm the one on the receiving end of that disapproving look. She's the mother of my granddaughter, and she's still technically your wife. She has a right to be here, Kieran. No, I can't do this right now. I can't deal with both of my parents and my ex all standing in my foyer like the ghosts of Christmas fuckery. You need to leave. I nod in Kinsley's direction without addressing her directly. She can't stay here. I'm still dealing with the bullshit she pulled earlier in the week. Kinsley's face turns stormy as she steps around my father to look me in the eye. How was I supposed to know the paparazzi would be waiting for me the other day? Maybe I could go unrecognised a little easier if you weren't having me followed by detectives all the time. Yeah, I have zero patience for her. Zero patience for any of this. I'm not even trying to hold back anymore. To hell with being polite. I just want her out of here. You might go unrecognised if you stayed home for a change instead of hitting every club in Glasgow with a bunch of attention whores and drug addicts. She glares at me, but doesn't say anything else. Probably because she's already tired of hearing the truth. That's just a guess, though. Kinsley has a well-documented habit of turning and running when things get tough. Pretty sure there's only one reason why she's here at all. How much money do you need? I look at her expectantly. Tell me an amount so I can write a check and you can leave. She looks to my mother, who gives a not-so-subtle shake of her head. We aren't here for that, Kieran. We're here because Kinsley wants to reconcile. Isn't that right, dear? Kinsley casts her eyes down to the floor. Wow. I wonder how many times they had to rehearse this moment on the way over here. I was so caught off guard at first that I couldn't tell exactly what was going on. Now it's become more obvious. I don't know what your goal is, Mother, I say, but if Kinsley won't take a check from me, that means she's getting money from someone else, probably you. Father clears his throat. That's none of your concern. The hell it isn't. I can't help but raise my voice, even though I really don't want Isla to wake up right now. Ella must be thinking the same thing, because she takes a step closer to the hallway, placing herself as a physical barrier between my daughter's room and all the craziness out here. You all show up at my door unannounced and try to feed me all this ridiculous bullshit about Kinsley wanting to be a family, about how she doesn't need any money and can't be blamed for the company she keeps. I'm sorry, but the way she lives her life is my concern, because I have to shield my daughter from her mother's desperate cries for attention. They all three stiffen, but Mother is, as always, the only one who seems ready and willing to push ahead, regardless of the damage she might be causing. We came here to offer an olive branch. We want to buy some school clothes for Isla, so she'll have something to wear for her upcoming term. Are you really so cynical that you would turn down whatever small chance there might be for reconciliation here? Don't you want to have a happy family again, son? It takes every ounce of my self-control not to laugh in her face. It isn't cynicism, Mother. I am doing what's best for my family by keeping my daughter safe and happy. We've already taken care of her back-to-school shopping, so rest assured she'll have plenty of new clothes. I try to stop there, but I just can't. She's crossed a line. All three of them have crossed a line today. And if you're so concerned about having some kind of idealised nuclear family, you should encourage Kinsley to finalise our divorce so you can marry her yourself. Maybe between the two of you, you can finally figure out how to be a loving mother. Too far? Yeah, probably too far. Do I regret it? Not even a little. Mother's mouth drops open in a look of outrage that might actually be real this time. She jabs a finger in Ella's direction. She put you up to this, didn't she? What? I have to look back over my shoulder just to be sure she's actually talking about Ella. She hasn't put me up to anything. Yes, she has, she barks out a loud, bitter laugh. Your little American whore has come in and poisoned your mind against us. There's no telling what kind of lies she's been feeding my granddaughter. I should file a restraining order. I would never dream of getting physical with my own mother, but I can't stop my fists from clenching. You've gone too far. You need to leave. I turn to look back at Ella again. I'm sorry. They're leaving now. You shouldn't have to put up with this. No. She dashes at her cheeks as tears well up in her eyes. I shouldn't. Comfort your whore while you disrespect your own parents and your legal wife? Mother scoffs. At least your father always had the decency to keep his indiscretions private. You can't even be bothered to do that. Ella runs out, and I don't even know what to say. Down the hallway, her bedroom door slams and sets my teeth on edge. I feel like I've slipped through to some kind of alternate reality where I've completely lost my grip on, well, everything. What is happening right now? Do I seriously need to call security to have my own parents thrown out? It seems like that might be my only alternative. Rage is bubbling up inside me as I turn back to face the three of them. What is your problem? Why did you really come here today? To insult me? To insult Ella? If that's what you wanted to do, then congratulations. Mission accomplished. But I'm telling you that you don't know what goes on in my household. You don't know what my relationship with Ella is or isn't. Father shifts from foot to foot, and Kinsley takes a step back toward the elevator. Mother, of course, is still standing her ground. Oh, please. You might think I'm a horrible mother, but I can still tell when my son is starry-eyed over some girl. You're acting just like you did when you first met Kinsley. All your common sense is the first thing to go right out the window. Her words would be laughable if they weren't so rage-inducing. Still, there's one part that rings true. She's meddling in my life now, just like she did when I started dating Kinsley. Of course, she isn't going to take responsibility for her part in all this, but I'm still going to remind her. If you hadn't stuck your nose into that relationship, I would never have married Kinsley in the first place, and we could all be happier right now. I point to the elevator. Leave, Mother. The three of you are not welcome here. She opens her mouth to speak, no doubt to argue some more, but it's another voice that grabs all our attention instead. A tiny, confused voice. Grandma? Grandpa? Why is everyone yelling? Oh, fuck. I turn and try to scoop Isla up before she can fully process the scene in front of her, but she dodges me and peers up at Kinsley with a look of recognition that I hoped I would never have to see on her little face. Let's go back to bed, sweetheart, I start to say, but Mother is talking over me. Don't worry, honey. Your real mum is here to see you. She's going to come back so you can be a family again. Isn't that wonderful? Even Kinsley is getting in on the action now, echoing my mother's ridiculous words. Isn't it wonderful, Isla? Don't you want to see me? Isla looks from them to me and back again. She nods her head slowly, like she might be in trouble for admitting that she wants to see her mum. It's the last straw for me. Get out. I turn on my parents and my ex and start herding them toward the elevator. Get out right now, or I swear to God I'll call the police. Do the three of you really want to have that confrontation downstairs in the lobby? My threat seems to finally get through to them. You can't keep us away forever, Mother snaps, as she follows my father and Kinsley onto the elevator. You can't keep your daughter from seeing us, her grandparents and her mother. That's against the law, Kieran. Just go. Shut your mouth and go. Kinsley has to get the last word, shouting that I'm being cruel as the elevator door mercifully closes. Fucking hell. I feel like I've just lived through my worst nightmare. I can't even imagine how upset and confused Isla must be right now. I'm sorry, are the first words out of my mouth when I turn around to comfort her, but she's already running back to her room, her tiny sobs echoing through the hallway. Was my mother right? Everything I do is to protect Isla and keep her happy, but am I the one hurting her by keeping them out of her life? Am I the asshole? My gut tells me I'm doing what's right, what's best for my little girl. But why does it feel so shitty?
Chapter 13. Ella. It feels so good to be back in New York City. It's very last minute and also a really rushed visit. I'm literally here for today and tonight, then on Kier's private plane again, hurrying back to Scotland. Still, it is a delightful excuse to hang out with my best friend while Kier does some kind of business deal. Hanging out with Kaya again instead of Kier is what I didn't know I needed. I've hardly spoken to him in the week that's passed, since the big blow-up with his family, and I still don't know what to make of it all. Stepping out of my bedroom and into the luxurious hotel's extravagant living area, I ground myself in the here and now. I'm not going to let any of the bullshit that's going on ruin the limited amount of time I have with Kaya. In fact, I'm already starting to feel better the moment she steps inside my hotel suite. She throws her arms around me for a big hug that's slightly off-center due to her very pregnant belly being wedged between us. "Girl, I've missed you so much," she says, holding me there for a few more seconds before taking a step back and looking around. "Holy shit! This is your hotel room?" Her mouth drops open as she peeks around the corner into the sitting room and dining room beyond that. "Oh my God, this is ridiculous. Is this all for you?" Crazy, isn't it? I have to laugh because my reaction to seeing this suite for the first time should have been, exactly the same. But I've been so wrapped up in my own misery and self-pity that I hardly noticed my ultra-luxurious surroundings. Kier will be here in a couple of days for some kind of function with his brother, but yeah, it's just me for now. She turns to me and wiggles her eyebrows suggestively. "So, the two of you are going to be shacking up here like a couple of little lovebirds? How romantic." "No?" I grimace before I can think to stop myself. "It's not like that. Not exactly, anyway. Sounds like we'll have a lot to talk about." She wanders into the sitting room, then calls out, "Will you get in trouble if we order room service billed to the room? He's not the kind of boss who makes you account for every penny on the hotel bill, is he?" This time, I have to laugh. Kier is the complete opposite. He's not irresponsible with his money by any means, but he's never batted an eye at paying for anything and everything I might want or need. "No, he's not that kind of boss." She roots around for a room service menu and then sits down at the oval-shaped mahogany dining table. "So he won't mind if I order steak with a skewer of shrimp? I can put it on my card if it's an issue." The laugh that escapes my mouth has come directly from my belly. It isn't even lunchtime yet. Lord, she hasn't changed at all. But yeah, order whatever you want. And order a club sandwich for me too, please. Before you start judging, just remember I'm eating for two. I'm having the weirdest cravings, let me tell you. Yesterday it was blueberries and ranch dressing. She pins me with an exaggerated glare before grinning again. "So really, steak and shrimp?" I hold my hands up in a mock surrender as I sit down next to her. "Whatever you and the baby need. I'm not judging." Then, with a wink, I add, "or paying." Kaya raises her left hand, showing off her huge wedding ring. As if I'm worried about a little room service. I didn't marry Callum for his money, but he's richer than God. I know, and I haven't even been jealous of your new love and your rich husband at all, ever. When you were getting married, I definitely didn't devote several pages in my journal to writing about how I'm going to be alone forever. I stick my tongue out at her. She cracks up, doing a little victory dance. My life does seem to be going well. You're crazy if you think you're going to be alone forever, though. You're young, you're fucking beautiful, and besides, there's Kier. I pull a face. He is definitely a force of nature, that's for sure. I wait as she picks up the phone and rattles off what seems like half the menu before thanking the front desk clerk and hanging up again. He said it might take about 45 minutes. I guess even the VIP guests don't get rush service. The VIP guest hasn't arrived yet. I'm just the nanny, remember? The nanny with a suite that's bigger than both our old apartments combined. Seriously, you realize this suite qualifies as a whole-ass mansion in Manhattan, right? It's nice, I admit. Kier lives in a way that I couldn't have even imagined before I met him. He's taken me places and shown me things I probably wouldn't have ever experienced on my own. So I do feel fortunate and blessed and all those things. But I want more. Both her eyebrows shoot up to her hairline. Now that's just greedy. But be sure to throw your old bestie a bone every now and then when you're the lady of the manor. I snort. As if. You and your rich hubby and your perfect baby will be just fine. Kaya nods. You are perfectly correct. I sigh. Living like this is nice, beyond nice. Not worrying about how I'm going to pay bills or what might happen if I get sick and can't work for a few days. It feels really good to have that kind of stress lifted off my shoulders. But I'm not trying to get my hands on Kier's money. I wasn't ever looking for a sugar daddy before, and I'm not looking for one now. She nods, pulling up the chair next to her so she can prop up her feet. Girl, my ankles are so swollen. They just sort of blend in with my calves now. She heaves a contented sigh once her feet are up, then rests a hand on her belly. They conveniently leave out all these details when they talk about the joys of pregnancy. Anyway, you were saying you don't want a sugar daddy, right? So what do you want? That's the $1,000,000 question, isn't it? The same question I've been asking myself for days, weeks, ever since I first met Kier, if I'm being honest. And honestly, I'm still not sure if I have an answer. Not one that would make sense to anyone else. Kaya is my best friend, though. She knows me better than most other people, sometimes better than I know myself. She might be the only person in the world who can actually make sense of my mixed emotions. I want the fairy tale. It's the simplest answer I can give. I want someone who will sweep me off my feet and tell me everything is going to be okay. I want someone who will love me unconditionally, someone I can count on to be by my side and have my back no matter what. So, a golden retriever. I'm not sure whether I should laugh or cry. I think this pregnancy is making you a little too unfiltered. Kaya reaches over and gives my hand a squeeze. You know, I'm joking. Mostly. I do know that. Still, maybe I've been too hard on Kier. I really don't have any perspective anymore. It's hard to see the forest for the trees when you're lost in the middle of it all. Seriously, though, am I asking for too much? Would I be better off to keep things totally professional with Kier and just, I don't know, literally get a dog for the loyalty and companionship I also want? She shrugs. I can't answer that for you. I can barely make those kinds of decisions for myself and my baby. I don't think you're asking for too much, though. I just think you need to be realistic about your expectations. I don't know Kier like you do, so I can't tell you where he's at in his life and whether his relationship goals match up with yours. He might not ever be the guy you want him to be, but then again, he might be the perfect guy for you if you give him a chance and meet him halfway on some things. Her answer isn't really that different from what I've been telling myself, but it's helpful to hear the words out loud from someone else's point of view. I'm still not really sure what to do moving forward, though. I can't keep going on like this with him, I say. I know that much. We fight, then we make up and have amazing sex. I adore his daughter more than I would have thought possible. And underneath his tough asshole exterior, he's actually really kind and considerate. He has a heart of gold, even though he does a pretty good job of hiding it most of the time. Plus, he has more money than God, Kaya adds. So, what's the catch? Sometimes he's an asshole. I hate to break it to you, but that sort of describes most of humanity. I felt exactly that way when I was sneaking around, dating Callum in secret. I know it's not just that, though. I suck in a breath. This is the most open and honest I've been about my feelings for Kier with anyone, ever. I'm saying most of this stuff out loud for the first time, and I'm trying to navigate my own emotions as I go. It's hard, but it's also helpful that Kaya is here to prod me and make me deal with the facts, even when they're uncomfortable. What else? He snores, drinks too much, watches golf on TV all day. Stop making me laugh, I say, cracking up in spite of myself. He doesn't do any of those things. But his parents hate me. His ex, oh yeah, he's still technically married, came by with them last week and caused a huge scene, calling me names and made Isla cry. It was a whole ordeal. Good Lord. Her eyes are wide as she leans in. Keep going. Tell me what happened. You can't just stop at the good part. I roll my eyes. I promise it was a lot less entertaining in the moment. But he kicked them out, of course. I mean, what was he going to do? It's not like he can punch his mom or his ex for saying crazy things. Right, she nods. But it sounds like you're still upset about it. Not that I blame you. Those people sound horrible. It's no wonder Kier puts up this front of being an asshole. He's probably had to spend his whole life guarding his heart. I sit back in my chair, floored by that revelation. Damn, I've never thought about it like that before. Of course he's had to guard his heart. That's probably the only reason he hasn't turned out to be a monster, like the rest of them. Suddenly, it's like so many pieces of the puzzle have snapped into place. I'm not sure if it changes the way I feel about Kier or the situation in general, but it all makes more sense to me now. His pent-up anger and frustration, the walls he's built to keep the rest of the world out, his issues with his parents, all of it. Here's the deal, she says. It's not like you ever had a shortage of guys asking you out when you lived here. Kier must offer something those guys didn't. And I know it's not just the money because you're not that materialistic. Right? I nod. I can't argue with any of that. Good. So the question is whether you can find a way to deal with all the other shit and all the baggage he brings to the table. If his parents hate you forever, is that a deal breaker? Can you spend the rest of your life in this cycle of bickering, making up, and having crazy amazing sex? Because if not, you should do yourself a favor and get out while it's still relatively easy. I don't even want to go into all the reasons why it wouldn't be that easy to call it quits now. But I can still see her point. I have to decide where my line in the sand is going to be. How much can I put up with? Can I put up with all the craziness and negativity, the fame itself? Do I even want to try? I can't answer that right now, I confess, shaking my head. All I know for sure is that I'm not ready to walk away yet. There isn't a better answer, even within the privacy of my own thoughts. But I do feel better now that some of my feelings are out in the open, and my best friend has at least confirmed I'm not going crazy or being too unrealistic. So, that's a start. And the rest? I guess I'll have to figure it out some other time. For now, I'm just going to enjoy Kaya's company and push everything else to the back of my mind. God knows the reality of my situation will come rushing back soon enough.
Chapter 14. Kieran. It's our last night in New York before we fly back to Glasgow, and while I'm tempted to spend the next few hours naked in bed with Ella, there's something more important. Yes, more important than hot sex with a beautiful woman that I want to do first. She's looking at me from the corner of her eye across the back seat of the SUV, and damn, she looks so fucking good in that little black dress. Have I told you how beautiful you look tonight? I ask, echoing my own thoughts. A light shade of pink creeps up from her low-cut neckline. Thank you, but I really wish you'd tell me where we're going. She glances out the window at the New York City streets as we glide past, then back over to me. Will you at least give me a hint? One tiny little hint? This is the 4th time she's asked for one tiny little hint, and my answer has been the same every time, though I can't help but smile a little as I shake my head. Nope, I can't give you any hints without giving the secret away, but I will say that we're almost there. She might be acting irritated, but I can tell she's growing more and more excited by the idea of some mysterious surprise with each passing second. And if I'm being honest, I'm growing more excited as I anticipate the look on her pretty face when we finally reach our destination. Another honest truth. I'm just glad to be out of the doghouse with her. Not that I totally deserved all the anger and frustration she's been sending my direction over the past week since that confrontation with my parents. But I'll admit, at least within the privacy of my own thoughts, that I bear some of the responsibility for what went down that day. I shouldn't have let my parents stay as long as they did. They never would have had a chance to say those disgusting things about Ella if I hadn't frozen like a deer in headlights. Hell, I never should have let Kinsley in at all. It was a setup from the very beginning, and I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Oh my God, Kier! Ella's face lights up when the SUV stops in front of the Lincoln Center complex. Did you know there was an exhibit here? Damn, I can't get enough of her smile. It's more addictive than any drug. You mentioned it a few days ago, I shrug, trying to act like I haven't been planning this evening for the past 48 hours. You said there would be pictures of you from when you were in the ballet here, and Her smile grows wider. You want to see pictures of me? I didn't think you were even paying attention when I was talking about this exhibit. The driver walks around to open her door, and I follow her out of the vehicle. Surprise! I offer my arm as we walk up the steps together. I'm not a self-absorbed asshole 100% of the time. I never said you were. She shoots me a look from the corner of her eye, then offers a half shrug of her own. Just 95% of the time. I sweep her up the stairs and into the grand building. I can't help but laugh. Fair enough. I nod toward the first photo display. Seriously, though, I was curious to see this other side of you. Seems like a completely different world from what you do now. Yeah. She studies the photos for several long seconds without saying anything else, then adds, It is a completely different world. I was a different person then. We slowly walk around the exhibit, then stop in front of a life-size black and white photo of a ballerina mid-jump. Her shoulders are back and her chin is jutting out proudly. Her feet are off the floor and her toes are pointed straight down. It takes me a few seconds to realize it's a picture of Ella. When I look over at her, I can see that her eyes are bright with emotion. You look amazing here, I say, meaning it. Do you remember the moment this picture was taken?
She shakes her head without taking her eyes off the photo. No, but I remember that feeling. The feeling of nailing it, of being the best one out there, the center of attention. Finally, she looks up at me, a tiny line appearing between her eyebrows. How am I supposed to compete with that picture, with that version of myself? It isn't a competition. You're still the same person. No, I'm not. I was at my peak there. I was in the best shape of my life. I weighed practically nothing. I lived on salad and chicken broth. I was miserable when I wasn't dancing, but I look at that picture and I know I'd give anything to go back to that time. I pull her into my arms and hold her there without saying anything else for a while. At least a couple of minutes pass while I just silently comfort her. You're beautiful now, I say quietly, once I'm sure she isn't going to start crying. I never met that girl in the picture, so I can't tell you for sure whether she would have been able to make me laugh like you do, or whether she could drive me crazy like you do. I lean in and whisper, or whether I'd spend every minute of every day wanting her like I want you. Do you mean that? Okay, I was wrong. Her voice is shaky and there's still a pretty good chance she might cry. You can honestly say you like me better like I am now? I like you because of who you are. You walk into a room and I have to stop what I'm doing so I can turn and look. I nod toward the picture. Like I said, I don't know her. But I know you. I know how amazing you are. I know you're just as beautiful on the inside as you are on the outside. We aren't usually this open and honest with each other, especially not while we're out in public. But I needed to say those things, and I think she needed to hear them. Thank you for that, she says as we walk away from her picture. And thank you for tonight. I know it might not seem like it, but I'm really glad we came here. I knew it would be difficult to see this exhibit, but I would have regretted missing it. You don't have to thank me. I want to stop her, to pull her into my arms again and kiss her pretty lips. Not right now, though. Not until we're alone. It's not every day that I get a chance to spend some time alone with the prettiest girl in Manhattan, or Glasgow, for that matter. She snorts. Now I know you're lying, but I appreciate the ego boost. This time I do stop her, taking both her hands in mine, even though I still can't get as close as I'd like. You might not believe me, but I wouldn't lie about something like that. You're beautiful, Ella, and I'm going to keep saying it. She gives me a funny look that I can't quite read. It's times like these when I wonder how you could possibly still be single. I frown, ready to brush off her comment as sarcasm. Wait, you're being serious? Yeah, of course. This side of you, this honest, vulnerable, sensitive side, is sexy. That hard-ass international power player side is sexy too, so don't misunderstand what I'm trying to say. It's just kind of crazy to me that you have all this going for you and yet you're still single. I shrug. I could say the same about you, I guess. And yeah, I'm single now, but I hope I won't be forever. I'd like to get married again someday. Her eyes grow wide and her mouth opens and closes a couple of times before she can form any actual words. Seriously? You really do want to get married again? Her shock shouldn't surprise me. This is the first time I'm admitting out loud, even to myself, that I might want something like that again. Eventually, yeah. Hopefully. Isla is growing up so fast, and she's going to move out and be on her own one of these days. I don't want to spend the rest of my life wandering the halls of Ruined Castle like some kind of ghost. She smiles and takes my arm as we start walking through the exhibit again. No, I can't quite picture that. So would you say you're ready to settle down with someone now? Or are you just talking about some hypothetical time in the future? Why do I feel like this is a trick question? I think we've probably done enough soul-baring for one night, don't you? If you say so. She stops and cranes her neck to see past the small group of people ahead of us. Is that your brother over there? You can probably see better than I can. It only takes me a second to see him. He's moving through the crowd, shaking hands and making polite small talk. James is always a politician, first and foremost. He's always campaigning. Always making connections, even among people who probably don't give two shits about British politics. They have money, though, and influence. James can sniff out these rich old socialites like a bloodhound. Shit.
I glance back over my shoulder, judging the distance to the door. It's too late to get away from him now without causing a scene. Brace yourself, he's probably been drinking. James's eyes narrow as he gets closer, and I can see his gaze flick from me to Ella and back again. Damn it, I really don't want to deal with him tonight. Well, 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 he snickers, nodding in Ella's direction before stopping to shake my hand. The prodigal son has made an appearance with his little flavour of the month. Quelle surprise. Speaking French doesn't make you sound smarter, I sigh. Fucking your nanny doesn't make you more of a man, he shoots back, making Ella gasp and shocking the hell out of me. Oh, come on, you're not actually trying to fool anyone at this point, are you? Look around. How many people do you see who are on a date with members of their staff, If we were anywhere else, I'd punch him. He knows it too. Bastard. I turn to place my body between James and Ella. I might not be able to completely shield her from his stupidity, but at least I can put some physical distance between the two of them. I'm sorry, I whisper to her. I'll handle this. Keeping her tucked against my side, I turn back to him. You're drunk. Go away before I embarrass you in front of all these rich old ladies. You're embarrassing yourself, brother. You and your little slut. Nope. I let go of Ella's hand and grab him by the arm. We're not doing this tonight, I hiss, marching him toward the door. Say another word and I'll break your fucking arm. People are starting to stare, and I hate that this little son of a bitch has tried to ruin my night out with Ella, but I can't keep turning the other cheek forever. It's one thing for him to insult me. I'm used to that. I can handle it. But if he thinks he's going to get in my face and say shitty things about Ella, nah, that's not going to happen. Where do you think you're taking me? He sputters. Are you really going to throw me out of here like you own the place? Come on. I don't say another word, and I don't stop until I've shoved him inside the SUV that's waiting for us at the curb. Turning to the driver, I make it clear that I'm the one in charge. Get him back to his hotel. Don't take him anywhere else. Physically put him in his room if you have to. The SUV pulls away, leaving me standing there at the curb by myself as Ella catches up to me. I'm sorry, I say to her. Fuck, why does it feel like I'm always apologising for my family lately? That wasn't supposed to happen. She offers a wry smile. It was an exciting end to the evening, that's for sure. Too exciting, I'm afraid. I shake my head. I don't want him to completely ruin our night, though. Do you want to go back inside? No, that's okay. Can we just go back to the hotel? Please? She's putting on a brave face, but I know his words affected her. Fucking asshole. Absolutely. I force a smile of my own as I take her hand again. I'm sure we can have a good time there, too. It felt like a sure bet a little while ago, at least. Now I'll probably spend the rest of the evening apologising for my brother's shitty behaviour. Quelle surprise.
Chapter 15. Ella. It's so strange to be waking up in Glasgow again after spending time in New York City. The flight was only about 9 hours, but the two places might as well be on different planets. Nobody in Glasgow expects me to be the person I was in New York. I'm just the nanny here. I spend my days and nights in a mansion, up in the clouds, taking care of my rich boss's daughter. Here in Scotland, nobody knows about my past. If people are judging me here, they do it quietly, behind my back. Well, for the most part. Ella! Isla calls from the next door in her room. Come play. I can hear you moving the rain, so I know you aren't sleeping. I'm just getting dressed, sweetheart, I answer. I'll be there in just a sec. It's not exactly a lie. I've been slowly getting dressed, and I have every intention of going in to check on Isla in a few minutes, just as soon as I figure out how to deal with the latest message from my dad. Tears start welling up in my eyes as I sit down on the edge of my bed to reread the text. With everything else going on, it's been easy enough to push his demands to the back of my mind these past couple of weeks. I was fooling myself to think he'd just go away, though. My phone rings in my hand, making me fumble and nearly drop it as I swipe to answer with a trembling finger. "Did you get my message?" are the first words I hear. No pleasantries, no concern for how I've been doing or what I'm up to now. Yeah. I feel a familiar ball of anxiety forming in the pit of my stomach. "I got all your messages, Dad." "Then why haven't you returned my calls? Better yet, why don't I have the evidence you promised me?" "I'm still working on it." I cringe, already knowing he isn't going to believe me. "It's not as easy as you make it sound to come up with solid evidence." "He doesn't text you? He doesn't call you, email? I don't believe for a second that your boss hasn't given you something you can use against him." I hate that he's making me do this. But what choice do I have? He's weaponizing my love for my sister, using me so he can get to Kier. And all for what? Money? It's sick, not to mention illegal. And while it seemed like a no-brainer when Dad told me Joy was dying, now I'm not so sure. "I talked to Joy last week," I say, my eyes welling up with frustrated tears. "She sounded good. She looked good. Are you sure she's sick, Dad?" I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, trying to give him a way out of this crazy, awful scheme. Instead of turning back, he doubles down. "Are you stupid? Of course I'm sure. I don't give a shit what you think you saw or heard when you talked to your sister. She's sick. She has cancer. She's dying, Ella. Are you really so fucking selfish that you won't even try to help her? She could be getting the treatment she needs right now if you'd just do what you're supposed to, what you promised you'd do." There's no holding back the tears now. I don't even try to stop them from spilling down my cheeks. "I'm sorry," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. I'll try. I'll see what I can do." "You're gonna have to do more than try," he snaps. "Your sister needs you. She's counting on you. Things are going to get a lot worse for her and for you if you don't come through with the evidence I need. Do you understand?" I nod, even though he can't see me. "Yes, I understand." The line goes dead, and I stare at the darkened screen of my phone for several seconds before I even try to get myself back together. Why is this happening? Why is he being so cruel? Is Joy even as sick as he says? I have so many questions and no easy answers. For a moment, I think about talking to my mom instead. I feel like she could provide the easiest, quickest solution. But I already know what she will say. "Your father knows best. He always does what is best for all of us." It's a cop-out for sure. But I can see her earnest expression, feel the gentle squeeze of her hand on mine. I know her precise reaction because I ran into it over and over again as a child, anytime I ran to her with a complaint about my father. A shudder ripples through me, and I grimace. My mom will not be any help. What am I supposed to do? I feel like my dad is taking advantage of me, and it's the worst feeling in the world. Betraying Kier's trust doesn't even feel like an option. But what choice do I have? If there's a way to help my sister, shouldn't I jump at the opportunity? "Ella?" Isla's little voice startles me, making me drop my phone for real this time as I dash at my damp cheeks. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Nothing, honey." I lie, praying she didn't overhear the end of my conversation with my dad. I was just, There were too many thoughts swirling in my head at once to come up with a good excuse. "Do you still want to play? I'm dressed and ready now." "Maybe later," she says. She climbs onto the bed and sits down next to me. Her little legs are dangling off the side, but the look on her face is serious and mature beyond her years. "Tell me what's wrong." God, where to begin? I obviously can't tell her what I'm going through with my family, but I also know she's going to keep asking until I give her an answer she finds acceptable. She's definitely her father's daughter in that regard. I promise I'm okay. I fake a smile, then sigh. The look on her face is making it perfectly clear that I'll have to elaborate a little more. It's just that sometimes adults can be really mean to each other. People get angry and say things that hurt other people's feelings, sometimes without realizing how cruel their words are. Did my grandma say something mean to you? Her question is like a knife stabbing right through my heart. She's too young to fully understand the situation, but she's obviously seen and heard more than Kier and I have realized. It wasn't your grandma, I say, draping an arm around her and pulling her in for a tight hug. Your grandma loves you. Your dad does too. They both want you to be happy. I don't know what else to say. I've probably said too much already, but the last thing I want is for my personal feelings about her grandparents to color her opinion of them. What about my mum? God, the hard questions just keep coming. What about her, honey? Feigning ignorance might be the only way out of this awkward conversation. I don't know your mom, but I'm sure she wants you to be happy too. I think I'd be happy if she was here. She looks up at me with those two smart, knowing eyes. I don't think she'll let me have a nanny if she moves in. And now I'm speechless again for the second time in as many minutes. You're a smart kid, and I care a lot about you. But we can't worry about things that we don't have any control over. That'll only make us miserable. What if it happens, though? I don't want you to go away. The problem with childlike logic is it's hard to refute, especially when I find myself worrying about the same things sometimes. I don't have a great answer for either of us, if I'm being honest, but I do still want to ease her mind if I can. Look over there. I point to the window. See how cloudy it is outside? Yeah, it looks like it's going to rain. That's right, and it probably will. I'd rather it was sunny and warm outside, but there's nothing I can do to stop it from raining or to make the sun come out, right? I guess not. So if we have to go out in the rain, we prepare for it. We grab an umbrella and wear a coat. But we never sit and worry about the rain, do we? We take whatever Mother Nature throws at us and we get through it the best we can. The weather is going to do its thing whether we worry about it or not, whether we even notice it or not. She cocks her head to the side, studying the gloomy sky through the window. I've never thought about it like that before. I think I'm still going to worry about some things, though. I smile and give her another hug. That's okay, too. You can always come talk to me if you're worried about something. If it's something I can help with, I'll do everything I can to make it better. She mirrors my smile as she slides down off the bed and looks up into my eyes again. Do you promise? Cross my heart. Okay. Thanks, Ella. Let's play now. She runs off, knowing I'll be right behind her. The realization hits me that I'm one of the very few adults in her life she can fully trust. There's me, her dad, Saffron, and that's it, really. It's no wonder the kid has so much anxiety about people drifting in and out of her life. That's all she's ever known. That realization is going to make things a lot harder when I eventually have to leave, too.
Chapter 16. Kieran. The head of the European News Division is wrapping up a presentation to the News Corp Board, and I've been watching the clock for the past 23 minutes, counting down each second until the meeting is officially over. I'm tempted to stand up and walk out of the room right now, but I don't feel like dealing with the shitstorm that would cause among the other board members. Stifling a sigh, I look away from the clock and try to seem engaged as someone at the other end of the table asks some inane question that nobody cares about. Or maybe I'm the only one who doesn't care. Not giving a shit has been my default mood since we got back from New York. No matter how hard I try to clear my head and focus on the real important work I have to do, my thoughts keep circling back to Ella and the conversation we had that night at the ballet exhibit. I've never admitted to anyone that I might want to settle down and remarry one of these days. I make it a point to keep my feelings locked away, right next to my hopes and dreams. Makes it harder for people to hurt me that way. But when I'm with Ella, those walls start coming down before I even have a chance to realize what's happening. She makes me smile. She makes me laugh, even when I'm in a shitty mood, which, for the record, is most of the time these days. Hell, she even makes me want to do ridiculous, sappy shit, like holding hands in public or kissing in the middle of a crowded room for no apparent reason whatsoever. What is it about her that brings out the best in me? I glance over at James 2 seats down from me. He's barely keeping his eyes open, but that's nothing new. If he was just 1 seat closer, I'd kick him in the shin. I'm still pissed off about how his drunken antics ruined my plans with Ella, but it's not like I can do anything about it now. Yelling at him doesn't work. Kicking his ass only ever worked for a few days at a time, and that was back when we were kids. These days he seemed more determined than ever to goad me into throwing the first punch. In fact, I think my anger fuels his bad behaviour in some weird, twisted way. Everyone at the table starts to stand up, and James's eyes pop open as if on cue. Typical. He leans in with a smirk as the other executives mumble their goodbyes and shuffle toward the door. Is it just me, or did that meeting drag on for fucking ever? I'm surprised you noticed. I shoot him a sideways glance as I collect the stack of reports that's been sitting untouched on the conference table in front of me. You slept through most of it as far as I could tell. He stretched his arms and cracked his neck, his smile growing wider. And now I've just caught my second wind. Come down to the pub with me. No. Come on, Kia. He stands up and nods at the reports in my hand. Not like you're actually going to do anything with those today. Drop them off at your desk and let's get the hell out of here. Maybe you missed the part where I said no? Jesus, he's annoying. And he's even worse when he drinks. Unlike you, I have work to do and people depending on me to get it done. I glance down at my watch, even though I've been looking at the clock on the wall for so long today that the time is practically imprinted on my brain. Besides, it's the middle of the afternoon. It's whiskey o'clock somewhere, he shrugs, then starts following me as I walk out of the conference room. You know I'm just going to keep asking until you give in, and you know you've always sucked at ignoring me. That isn't something to be proud of. It just means you're more obnoxious than most people. My insults don't even slow him down. They never have. James was born to be a politician. He's never met a stranger, and he has skin as thick as a fucking rhino. If someone doesn't like him, he just assumes they haven't spent enough time around him. He's wrong, of course. I think the opposite is true. James shines the brightest in large crowds with the briefest possible interactions. It's only after people get to know him that most realise what a fucking wanker he is. Still not giving up? He slips into my office right behind me before I can shut the door in his face. Come on, Keir. There's a ton of press waiting for me downstairs. You can leave right before I do and distract them. They'd rather talk to you anyway. I toss the stack of reports onto my desk and grimace. That's debatable. It's also not the best incentive. Why would I want to go down there and throw myself to the wolves just so you can sneak out to the pub and get drunk? Because that's what brothers do for each other? Try again. I grunt. But since you brought it up, when was the last time you threw the press off my scent for no good reason? He's literally pouting now. Our next Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so maybe we don't do that sort of thing for each other very often. I really do need your help this time, though. There it is. Finally, a kernel of truth in the middle of all the bullshit. He doesn't want me to keep him company over a few pints. He wants my help. I pin him with a hard glare. What did you do? It's nothing, really. He makes a dismissive gesture, the same one he always makes when he's lying. There's just a report coming out about some of my travel expenses and maybe a few staff expenditures. It's stupid, but it's probably going to cause a splash if I can't get the press something juicier to cover. Travel expenses and staff expenditures. Is that code for strip clubs and hush money? He just shrugs without confirming or denying anything, which means I'm right, of course. Jesus, James, what do you expect me to do about it? What kind of distraction do you have in mind? I'm over here trying my hardest to keep my name out of the press. His face lights up, and I belatedly realise I've already bought into this ridiculous plan. That's the best part. You don't have to do anything at all. Just walk out there, take a few extra seconds getting into your car, maybe answer a question or two, flip him the bird, whatever. And off you go to meet me at the pub while I sneak out behind you. This is a dumb plan, I mutter, already cursing my inability to put my foot down when it comes to my family. We're walking out of my office together, and I'm 100% certain I'm making a mistake. And don't blame me if they don't fall for it. James claps me on the shoulder as we step onto the elevator. It'll be fine. If the worst happens and they corner me, I'll just start talking shit. Throw out a couple of sound bites, maybe insult that pop singer who got her tits out on stage a few days ago, you know, the usual stuff. Jesus. I shake my head and try to brace myself for the onslaught that'll be waiting for us when those elevator doors open again. Surprisingly, it goes almost exactly how James said it would. The press surround me as I step out of the elevator, leaving him to fend off just a handful of photographers as he slips around the side of the building. I give a few one-word answers to their questions and throw in a couple of steely glares for good measure, basically the same way I'd respond any other day. And then, that's it. No extra drama. No embarrassing spectacle. James goes one way and I go the other, and by the time we meet up again a few blocks away, the press and paparazzi are long gone. I have to hand it to you, I say as we settle onto our stools at the end of the bar. That couldn't have gone better if you'd planned it. He laughs and grabs a handful of pretzels from the small bowl sitting in front of him, especially considering I did plan for some of them to be there. I'm not sure whether I should punch him or congratulate him. You're a sociopath. Seriously, James, what the fuck do you mean? You called the press yourself and told them to wait for you? I told them to wait, he shrugs. I didn't specify whether it was for me or you. I guess they just assumed it was for you. Again, I'm nearly speechless. I should get up and leave right now, but I'm sticking around and asking more questions out of sheer morbid curiosity. Why? And I hate myself for even asking. But why did you call them if you had no intention of actually talking to them? Did you just get some kind of sick thrill out of seeing me squirm in front of the press? He munches on the pretzels and gives me an annoyed look. Believe it or not, dear brother, but it isn't always about you. I called the press because I wanted to be seen leaving the board meeting. It's good for me to look like I'm in charge, being decisive, making power plays, you know. But then someone gave me a heads up about this report and how they were probably going to ask a bunch of uncomfortable questions, and I needed a diversion. He nods toward me. You played your part very well, and I appreciate it. I really should strangle him, but it's such a typical James maneuver that I'm honestly not shocked. Surprised that I didn't catch on a little faster, maybe, but not totally shocked. Glad I could be of service, I mutter, pushing back from the bar. I need to piss. I'll be right back. Try not to get into any trouble while I'm gone. No promises. Does he always have to get the last fucking word? Every single time? He really does fit the mould of what I expect a Prime Minister to be. He's tenacious and serious when he wants to be, charismatic and approachable to the masses, but also rich enough to project an air of confidence most people just don't possess. He also has no qualms about lying, cheating, or stealing to get his way. I have more reasons than anyone to hate him, but even I find myself dancing along whenever he pulls my strings. I finish in the restroom and walk back out to the front of the bar, but stop in the corridor when I see some familiar faces near the front door. Fuck, the paparazzi didn't waste any time finding us today. My first thought is to warn James, but I don't see him when I look over to the end of the bar. It isn't until I scan the room again that I spot him standing in the middle of the pub, holding court with at least a dozen photographers and reporters standing around him. What's he doing? I thought he didn't want to answer a bunch of uncomfortable questions. And then I hear my name. First one reporter, then another asks him something about me. Me? I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for him. No. He's shaking his head and putting his hands up to silence some of the shouted questions. My brother can't be held responsible for his actions right now. I'm sure you all know he's going through a difficult time in his marriage. Yes, we're all trying to be as supportive as we can, but we worry about him, especially since he tends to find himself in the company of some unsavory young ladies. I can actually feel the blood draining from my face. That son of a bitch set me up. Did he plan all of this too? Or was it just a happy accident that the press showed up as soon as I left the room? No doubt they're all waiting to snap my candid, angry expression when I come storming back in. Jesus, he really might be a sociopath. And I'm just a prop to help keep his name in the news. Fuck this, I mutter, turning back around and walking as fast as I can toward the rear of the building. There's an emergency exit back here, and it doesn't matter where it leads to. I just need to get away from my brother and his sick games. Quickly. I fish my phone out of my pocket and fire off 2 texts. The first one is to my driver, telling him to pick me up in what I hope will be an alley behind the pub. The second is to the head of security of News Corp. My brother James is no longer permitted to step foot on News Corp property. Effective immediately.
Chapter 17. Ella. It's cloudy in Paris, and not just outside. I look out of the stunning floor-to-ceiling window with its exquisite views of the Eiffel Tower and the surrounding park. The other side of this particular penthouse has a stunning view of downtown Paris. It's truly awesome and grand, making me feel small and poor. This is Paris as only a few people ever get to experience it. And because of Kier, I am one of those few people. I would feel lucky if I weren't so damn distracted by Kier's mood. Kier has been storming around the hotel suite all morning, making angry calls that have something to do with his brother, while I pretend to sleep. I don't even know why we're here exactly. Just that he wanted to get out of Scotland for a while and had some business to take care of in France. I tiptoe out of bed to the truly magnificent kitchen. Pouring 2 cups of coffee, I carry one over to him as a peace offering when he hangs up the phone. "Your sister called?" I take a sip of my own cup as I sit down next to him. Isla was so excited to spend a couple weeks with her. She was telling me all about their plans for the day. He nods. "I miss Isla already, but I couldn't spend another night in Glasgow, not after what James did." He must have done something pretty bad this time. I'm trying not to pry, but I can't help my curiosity. What did his brother do to justify Kier hopping on the first flight out of the country? "If you want to talk about it, or—" "I don't," he snaps, then sighs. "I'm sorry. My brother is the last person I want to talk about right now, and I don't want to take my shitty mood out on you. So, let's talk about something else. Anything else." I can't argue with that, can I? "Let's talk about our plans for the day then," I suggest instead. This trip has been so hush-hush that I'm not even sure why I'm here at all. His brow furrows. "You're here because I'm here. Would you have rather gone to Saffron's apartment with Isla?" I have to smile. That is sort of what a nanny does, Kier. "We both know you're not a nanny." The corners of his mouth twitch, and I'm pretty proud of myself for almost pulling a grin out of him while he's still in such a bad mood. That's definitely a win as far as I'm concerned. "Believe it or not, we're going to do something you might actually enjoy today." "We are? I thought you said we were coming here because you have meetings and stuff." "I do have meetings. We're meeting King Stalin and Queen Margot for lunch on the Seine." I wait a second, expecting him to laugh because he has to be joking, right? Right? But he isn't laughing. Oh my God, he isn't joking. King Stalin and Queen Margot? On the Seine? He nods. It's a river cruise. Margot insists it's going to be fun. Margot? Queen Margot? My brain is still trying to make sense of all the words he's just thrown at me. He talks about having lunch with royalty like it's the most casual thing in the world. I couldn't have been more shocked if he'd said we were going to have lunch with Lady Gaga on the moon. Just as the shock starts to fade, panic takes its place. What are we going to do? What am I going to wear? We have to eat in front of royalty? I take a breath and swallow hard, then reach up to feel my forehead with the back of my hand. Is it really warm in here all of a sudden? Keir laughs. The first laugh I've heard out of his mouth since before yesterday's drama with James, and stands up, giving me a hand out of my seat and scooping me into his arms before I have a chance to say anything else. If you're warm, we can go finish our coffee on the balcony. He pauses, giving me a slow, deep kiss that soothes my nerves in a way that no words could have done. Otherwise, we can stay inside and relieve some of that stress in more creative ways. I like that option. I nod as his hand skims up the nightshirt I'm wearing to caress my bare back. But do we have time? We can't keep the king and queen waiting. We'll make time. Perfect. I'll stress out about lunch later. Stepping onto the boat is like stepping into a fairy tale. The walls and ceiling of the dining area are all glass, giving unobstructed views of the river and the city beyond on both sides. It's bright and airy and magical in the midday sun. But I can hardly concentrate on the beautiful view because I'm seriously starstruck meeting the royal couple. They could be a wedding cake topper. Him so dark and handsome, her the perfect bubbly blonde. She's so pregnant that she's about to pop, and absolutely radiant. At the moment, King Stalin and Keir are huddled at one end of the table, talking business while Queen Margot is happily chatting my ear off like we're long-lost friends. It's the most wonderfully surreal moment of my life. And I have to actually pinch my arm underneath the table to be sure it all isn't some kind of bizarre, fantastic fever dream. Would you like more champagne, Ella? The Queen motions to someone waiting nearby before I have a chance to answer. If I can't drink, she pauses to cradle her very pregnant belly. Then I insist all my friends drink as much as possible. All her friends? Did the Queen just refer to me as her friend? I giggle like a schoolgirl as I'm handed a new full glass of champagne. You'll have to forgive me, Your Majesty. Margot. She interrupts with a regal gesture. At least while it's just the four of us here. We need a break from all that stuffy formality every once in a while. She tosses me a conspiratorial wink and nods in Keir's direction. You understand how it goes, I'm sure. I'm not exactly sure what she means, but I nod and smile and sip my champagne anyway, because I'm certainly not going to question my new best friend, the Queen of freaking Denmark. So, what were you saying? She gives me a warm smile. I should forgive you for what? For being so tongue-tied, I confess. This is all so new to me. Keir and I, Lord Greyrose, I mean, travel a lot, but not anything like this. I feel tongue-tied and clumsy sitting next to someone so effortlessly elegant, and I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I'd probably start crying or hyperventilating or something if she wasn't so nice and friendly. Even still, it's hard to feel completely at ease when I'm sitting at the table with actual royalty. You and I have more in common than you might think. she says in that same hushed, bubbly tone that makes me feel like we're two friends having a sleepover. Do you know I'm from New York, too? Before she said that, I would have doubted very seriously that she and I might have had anything at all in common. But now that she mentions it, I can hear the slight remnant of a New York accent. I didn't know. I shake my head. I never would have guessed. I sure did. I grew up in Brooklyn, and that was before it started to become trendy. I even keep a strand of my hair dyed pink, as an homage to those carefree days. She lifts up a layer of curls in the back of her head and shows me the bright pink strand of hair underneath. Stellan doesn't understand, but it's my way of keeping in touch with that part of myself. It's only a tiny rebellion, but it means something to me. Now I'm really surprised, but I also feel a kinship with her that I couldn't have if she'd been from anywhere else in the world. Do you ever miss it? I ask before realizing it may be a faux pas to ask about personal things like that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean sometimes. Her ever-present smile doesn't slip for a second. I miss the anonymity more than anything. I used to be able to walk everywhere, do my grocery shopping, and pick up my dry cleaning without anyone looking twice at me. It's been a while since I could do anything like that. I can imagine. I nod, even though I can't really imagine living a life like that at all. Kieran doesn't seem to mind when he gets recognized out in public, but it always seems so intrusive. I won't tell anyone if you call him Kier. She wiggles a brow. I think it's romantic that you two are trying to keep your relationship under wraps. There's no way I can respond without giving too much away, so I just take another sip of my champagne and push some vegetables around on my plate with a fork. To your point, though, the Queen continues, seemingly undaunted by my awkward silence. It does feel a little intrusive at first, but you get used to it pretty quickly. It also makes you appreciate the quiet, private moments like this more than ever before. She purses her lips and glances at Kier. So, how long have you been together? I'm guessing you're a pretty new couple. The change of topic is so quick, I nearly choke on my salad. She's relentless, but in the nicest possible way. Thankfully, the guys finally seem to be paying attention. I look over to Kier for some help, but it's the king who comes to my rescue. Now, dearest, we shouldn't pry. You know how private Kier likes to keep his love life. This might be the first time I've ever seen Kier blush. I'm definitely going to tease him about that later when we're alone again. For now, I'm just happy to spread some of this awkwardness around. The Queen is lovely, but I can't keep dodging her questions without seeming rude. Okay. She sighs, sneaking me a secretive smile. I'll stop for now. I just enjoy seeing people who are in love. It's one of life's simplest, greatest pleasures. Kier, I want to hear about your trip to Kenya last year. Margot and I have to go to Ghana later this year to try and make amends. Tell me about your experience. Was the flight long? Kier looks thoughtful. He stretches out his arms along the banquette seat, looking out over the Seine. I imagine that you have a lot of history to make up for. I went under the flag of Scotland as opposed to England. It was tricky because just a few years earlier, I would have been forced to go under the English flag. As you can imagine, the reception was Much more genial, I think in part because Scotland was also colonised by England. Margot nods. I want to go to Ghana. I push for a large endowment of scholarships to be issued to anybody in Ghana that wants them. Our government was not thrilled by the prospect. That's one way to say it, Stalin intones. Another way is to say that Margot got death threats for about a year after she proposed it. Margot gives him a flat look. Yes, but everyone is now in agreement, right? Stellan leans back, jerking his head toward the royal guard that is huddled at a table near the front of the boat. We had to double the number of security officers. We are going through a bit of a growth spurt ourselves, Keir sighs. Ella seems to be taking it worse than Isla. She doesn't realize how intrusive they are on her private moments. I laugh, a little outraged. It's different when you're raised with security. If you're an adult, you know what you're losing. It's bound to be a little awkward. Keir flicks a wrist. You seem to be adjusting. I saw you come back from the shopping yesterday. You were carrying 2 bags, and the poor guards each had 2 overflowing armfuls of purchases. Feeling my face grow red, I stick my tongue out at him. They offered to carry the bags. Margot rolls her eyes. I've been married to Stellan for 3.5 years, and he still has the same gripes. Like he cares about what I buy. Keir, surely you don't begrudge Ella buying herself a few things on your charge account. Not really. Keir scrunches up his face, sliding his eyes to me. To my relief, there is amusement in his eyes. Especially when I peeked in your shopping bag. There was some seriously shocking laundry in there. And I, for one, can't wait until you model it for me. Keir! I cry, my eyes going wide. I can't believe you. This is the very definition of mixed company. He grins and Stellan chuckles. If you feel like telling Margot where you got the lingerie, I think we would be very appreciative. He pauses, tilting his head. Maybe we could use it after the baby comes. Margot blushes. You guys are the worst. Do me a favor and change the subject. Stellan elbows Keir and they both laugh. Margot shakes her head and I get up, pulling Margot along with me, to look out the large picture window as a lovely view of nighttime in Paris sails by. The king distracts Keir with a new story, making him laugh really hard. I ask Margot about her kid, and she starts talking about her older child and how much she's enjoyed her pregnancy this time around. I'm starting to relax now that all the relationship speculation seems to be over, and I can't help but notice how happy Keir seems to be. Yes, we're having lunch with royalty, but they're also Keir's friends, his people. Aside from that brief moment when he started blushing, which was also adorable, by the way, I've never seen him look happier or more at ease outside the privacy of his penthouse. He's charming, he's friendly, and if he was like this all the time, God, there's no doubt in my mind I would have fallen hard for him a long time ago.
Chapter 18. Kieran. Spending time with Stellan and Margot has turned out to be exactly what I needed. My family problems in Scotland feel like they're a whole world away, while Ella and I get whisked from one grand Parisian function to another with the royal couple. Yes, we draw more attention than I'd prefer, but for once it seems the press and the public don't give a damn about seeing me. They suck up all the oxygen in the room no matter where they are, and I fucking love it. Aside from posing for a few photos here and there with the king and queen, Ella and I have been left to enjoy the sights and act like a couple of common tourists. I haven't felt so carefree in years. Case in point. The four of us are walking into a museum where the Queen is scheduled to open an exhibit, and I don't feel anxious or wary of the press at all, because they aren't here for me. We need to travel with these two more often, I whisper into Ella's ear. We step into the large central rotunda where Margot and Stellan will pose for pictures and give a couple of brief speeches. We're just part of the entourage. Nobody's paying any attention to us. Are you sure about that? Ella nibbles at her lip as she looks around the room at the dozens of cameras pointed in our direction. I feel like there's a huge spotlight on us wherever we go. I'm surprised by her hesitation. I guess I've never really noticed how she reacts when the press and paparazzi are around, but it's clear she isn't a huge fan of all the attention. I reach over and give her hand a reassuring squeeze as the crowd starts to politely applaud the King and Queen. The spotlight is mostly on them today, I say. Would you feel more comfortable standing off to the side a little? She shakes her head, but I can tell she's lying. It's fine, really, it is. You know me. I'd be happy to never have my picture taken by a stranger ever again. I feel a surge of protectiveness as she takes a step back, and I make a mental note to do a better job of putting her at ease, or at least making her feel as comfortable as possible in the future when we're out in public together. For now, I try my best to subtly shield her with my body while the press snap photos. Overhearing part of a conversation with the Queen at lunch reminded me that Margot's background is similar to Ella's in a lot of ways, and Margot had to step into a much larger international role when she married Stellan. Hopefully she shared some wisdom and insight with Ella about how to handle that kind of massive lifestyle change. Except, why am I even thinking about that? After publicly telling anyone and everyone who will listen that Ella is just my nanny, am I really starting to think about a possible future with her? Yeah, I guess I am. Not that I was ever really fooling myself, or anyone else for that matter, into thinking our relationship was purely professional or even platonic, but it's still a pretty big leap between nanny and girlfriend. Or wife. The King and Queen finish speaking and walk over to where Ella and I are standing off to the side, pulling me from my thoughts as a million flashbulbs go off around us. Already over? I offer my best smile for the cameras while still trying to give Ella as much cover as possible. That didn't take long at all. Stellan grunts, even though he's also smiling widely, then says through his teeth, "Oh, we're just getting started, my friend." Margot snickers and looks up at him adoringly before turning her attention back to me and Ella. I have to lead a tour through the exhibit. Would you like to join me, Ella? That protective feeling rears its head again, and I start to politely decline for her before the Queen adds, "You wouldn't have to say or do anything, of course. You could even hang back behind the photographers. I just thought you might enjoy the exhibit, and it'll keep you from having to suffer through dealing with these two and their endless business talk." Ella casts a quick glance in my direction, but she's hiding her nerves well as she smiles graciously and nods to Margot. That does sound nice, thank you. I was actually hoping to get a look at the exhibit before we left. You're sure it won't be a big deal if I stick to the back of the group? Not a big deal at all, Margot winks, gesturing for Ella to follow. Watch this. I'll keep them all distracted. The Queen sweeps through the rotunda and raises her voice to start the tour, leaving the press no choice but to scramble after her. Ella simply laughs and looks back over her shoulder at me one last time before following along behind the crowd. The sunlight filtering in through the stained glass of the rotunda makes her look like an angel, and I can't take my eyes off her until Stellan gives me a not-so-subtle jab to the ribs. How long have you been in love with her? Those words hit me like a dash of cold water to the face. What? No, not in love. It's just that His laugh echoes through the rotunda as he claps me on the back. It's okay, Kier. You don't have to answer. I just think it's funny how you think you're being so clever and secretive when your feelings for her are pretty obvious. Almost as obvious as her feelings for you. If it was anyone else, I'd argue with his assessment. I'd tell him he's mistaken or crazy, or possibly reading too much into the situation. But he isn't crazy, and he isn't entirely wrong. Besides, Stellan has known me for too long. He'll keep calling me out for my bullshit if I try to keep making excuses. Love is a pretty strong word, is the best defense I can muster. Love isn't practical. Love doesn't solve all the problems that a couple like me and Ella would face, if we were a couple, which, for the record, we're not. There. That's the closest to the truth I can get without going too deeply into details that aren't anyone else's business. His face turns serious again as he nods. Yes, I can understand that. Probably better than most people. I'm sure you remembered the uproar among the press and the courtiers, not to mention the aristocracy, when I announced my engagement to Margot. They loved her and hated her, all at the same time. They spread lies and rumours while they begged and pleaded to get her smiling face on the covers of their newspapers and magazines. Exactly, Stellan grimaces, no doubt recalling those stressful early days in their relationship. You would face something similar with Ella, but on a slightly smaller scale. Slightly smaller, I agree, then clear my throat. That isn't something she or I will need to worry about, though. It just isn't going to happen, Stellan. He takes a deep breath and shakes his head. For a moment, I wonder if he's going to keep pressing the issue. Instead, he simply says, just remember to enjoy your time with her while it lasts. If you're smart, you'll figure out a way to keep her around permanently. He turns to wander off in the direction of Margot's tour, leaving me to follow a step behind and think about what he said. Ideally, Ella and I could keep going forever, just like we are now. No complications, no messy declarations of love. No interference from my family or the press. Well, minimal interference at least. But I'm not so naive to think we can keep the status quo going forever. And I'm not sure I'm smart enough to figure out an alternative.
Chapter 19. Ella. In the middle of the night, I sneak down to the kitchen for a glass of water. My bare feet make no sound as I round the corner into the kitchen. But I slow, seeing a little glow of light. Kier is in front of the fridge, pouring himself a glass of water from the refrigerator door. He senses my presence and turns around, his mouth lifting at the corner. "What are you doing out of bed?" he asks, his voice a sultry whisper. "And wearing so little, I might add." I look down at what I'm wearing. His t-shirt with no panties or bra is the sum total of my garments. I flush, biting my lip. "I was thirsty," I rasp. "Oh yeah." Kier gives me a devilish smirk, raising the glass of water in his hand. "For water? Or are you thirsty for something else?" My cheeks glow red. I tuck a strand of my hair behind my ear. I came for water, but now I'm curious as to what that something else might be. Kier puts the glass down and prowls around the kitchen counter. He stops me at the kitchen island, turns me around, and lifts me onto the smooth marble counter. Bending his head just a little, he kisses me hard, then leaves a stinging bite on my throat. I suck in an audible breath. "Ah, I need you, sweetheart, and I want to be as rough as I feel." He pauses to look at me, his eyes scanning my face to gauge my reaction. "I want you to tell me you want it." "Rough?" A shiver runs down my spine. We've never really done that before. What if I don't like it? Kier drops a burning kiss to my lips. "Do you trust me, Ella?" When I nod, he slides his hand through my hair and grips it hard, pulling my head back a fraction of an inch. My breath leaves me in a sudden exhalation. He whispers against my lips, "You only have to say stop, sweetheart." I feel like struggling against his big, strong hands. So I do, making eye contact with him, pushing at his chest. Kier groans a little, pulling at my t-shirt. "We need to go somewhere with a bed, so I can fuck you in it. I need you, sweetheart. I need all of you, right fucking now. All your moans and groans, all your little noises, all your fucking screaming my name as you come." My face heats. "Kier." He's already moving me backward through the penthouse suite, kissing me and groping me. I love every minute of it, too, getting wet just knowing that he needs me. He heads back into the bedroom, throwing me on the bed. "Get fucking naked, darling. I need you, Ella. I want you right now, right here." It only takes a second for me to ditch my shirt. When I'm naked before his gaze, he looks at my mouth, my tits, the apex of my thighs. He moves back to look at me, and I see the fire raging in his eyes. A fire I feel, too. A fire that could consume us both for all I care. His gaze drops to my lips, and I lean forward, lips parting. He moves to kiss me, his lips firm and demanding. God, the way Kier kisses me. Like he owns the right, like he's never going to let anybody else even have a chance. He possesses me rather than kiss me, stokes a fire in my soles rather than merely touch me. And I love the feeling he makes me feel. Kier angles my head back up and puts his lips to mine, inhaling the soft moan pulled from my mouth. This is no peck on the lips. His tongue invades my mouth, sweeping and exploring. My tongue dances with his as I sigh and sink into it. Curling my hand around the back of his head, I reach out boldly with my free hand and grasp his hip. He allows it for a second, then breaks off the kiss and pushes me back onto the bed. "Stay there," he orders me. He pulls his t-shirt off over his head. His torso ripples as he does, and I admire his light dusting of dark chest hair. He's also got a trail of hair that leads down from his belly button and disappears into his waistband. His arms flex as he brings his hand down to the front of his boxer briefs, cupping his bulge. My mouth starts to water. "Kier." It comes out as a whine. He moves onto the bed, kneeling at the end. He considers me for a moment, like he's trying to decide what to do with me. "Come here." I shiver as I move closer, feeling like I'm under a microscope. He narrows his eyes and runs a single fingertip across my collarbone, down under the remaining strap of my slip. He draws the strap off my shoulder and then rolls the top of the slip down until my pink nipples are exposed to the air. "I've tasted your pussy dozens of times," he says absently, his eyes fixed on my nipples. "But I am always thirsty for more. There is no comparison to the way you actually taste, sweetheart. There's nothing on earth like it." His words set me on fire and make my pussy damp. I hiss, running my hands down the top of my thighs. "I want you, Kier." He leans down, cupping one breast and pulling the nipple into his mouth. I immediately groan at the sensation of his hot, wet mouth on my flesh. He rolls it around with his tongue, then bites it very carefully, almost like he's testing me. I gasp softly, pushing up towards his mouth. He smirks, looking up at me. "I like that sound. Let's see if I can get you to make it some more. I want you to ride me." Then he elbows me aside, lying down. I look at him a little quizzically, but in the next second, he lifts me onto his body so that I'm straddling him. "Kier!" I protest, flushing. I try to wiggle and Kier chuckles. "I'm not going to let you go, so you might as well just give in." His hands land on the top of my thighs and anchor me in place. He angles me so that he's planted face first between my breasts, and my bare ass is in the air. I'm a little shocked at how easily he picked me up, but he clearly has other things on his mind. He licks the skin between my breasts with his tongue, then pulls one nipple into his mouth. I moan as he bites it and sucks it, alternating pain and pleasure from me. His hands wander down to my hips, his fingers kneading the bare flesh he finds there. He runs his hand over my ass, groaning as his hips thrust upward. He releases my breast with a wet pop, looking up at me. Fuck, Ella, you're so fucking hot. Do you even have the slightest idea what you do to me? No, I blush, slowly shaking my head. Will you show me? Kier growls in response, rubbing his nose along my collarbone. He pushes my hips down until my pussy is pressed directly against his cock, pressed flat against his body. He pulses against me, but he isn't in any hurry to penetrate me. We both groan as he bucks up against me, my pussy rubbing all along the ridge of his cock. My mouth flies open, my whole body aches, my pussy clenching with need. I throw my head back, my hips twitching. I want him. Bad. He runs his hand through my hair, fisting it, and uses his hand on my hip to guide me just where he wants me. I gasp silently as he lifts his hips and bears down on me, the thick head of his cock almost touching my clit. He starts kissing and licking my neck, using my hair as a tool to move my head to his liking. He sucks the spot where my neck meets my shoulder, bucking his hips up, and my eyes roll back into my head. Ah! I cry. Kier... He's not satisfied with that, though. He releases me, pushing me off of his lap. I'm left breathing hard. I'm taken aback for a moment by the image of Kier, completely naked. I've seen it before, but it's every bit as stunning to see him nude this time as it was the last. He's all muscle, his cock juts proud out, and right now, he's looking at me like he's going to consume me. Fuck, sweetheart. He grits out, his eyes taking in every inch of my exposed flesh. I love the way you call out my name when you're just on the cusp. My face is on fire all of a sudden, but I don't care. I'm just interested in Kier's cock filling my pussy over and over again until I explode. I toss my head and issue a challenge. Make me call your name, I beg. Make me come harder than I've ever come before. Now we're fucking talking. He climbs onto the bed, dragging me down to lie beneath him, and he starts kissing my neck again. I wrap my arms and legs around him, pulling him closer. I can feel his cock against my thigh, long and hot and throbbing. He sucks at my neck, my breasts, and then he moves lower. I don't know if I can even handle his mouth on my clit, but he passionately kisses my thighs and my knees. His scruff tickles in the best way. I open my legs wide for him, spreading my thighs. He makes a growling sound as he kisses my clit, and my whole body is suddenly alive with electric sensation. Oh my God, I cry out, my hands burying in his hair. Already I'm bucking my hips against his mouth, desperate for more. He closed his mouth around my clit and sucks on it in long pulls, each one sending ripples of sensation up my spine. My toes curl as he brings his hand up to my pussy and introduces one thick finger. He ever so slowly pushes his finger inside as he circles my clit with his tongue. I come suddenly, clenching and crying out. His tongue slows, helping me ride out my orgasm. Soon, though, he climbs up my body, kissing me hard. I taste the faint flavor of my own juices on his tongue and shudder. He pulls back a little, grasping his cock and positioning himself just so. The blunt tip of his cock presses against my pussy, and I still for just a second. I'm busy looking at his cock, trying to understand how the hell it ever fits inside me. He pushes inside the barest inch. I cry out from pleasure and pain all at once. Keir glances down at me, biting his lip. "You're so tight, Ella. Your pussy was made for my cock. I am the one who gets to stretch you out with my huge cock, not anyone else." He thrusts again, his face contorting. "Oh, you feel that, sweetheart?" "Yes," I whisper, my fingernails scoring his back. "You're the only man who has ever made me come." "Goddamn right." I wrap my legs around his hips, pulling at him a little, urging him onward. He grimaces and puts his hands on my hips, easing my impatient movements. He closes his eyes and pushes himself inside, inch by slow inch. I feel like he's stretching me out, little by little, filling me up and touching every single part of me. It's always uncomfortable at first, even though I'm wet. I know that he'll have me howling by the time we're done, though. When Keir is finally inside me to the hilt, he opens his eyes, staring down at me with the most intense gaze I've ever experienced. I reach up to pull his mouth down to mine, tenderly kissing him. He kisses me back, starting to move his body, withdrawing his cock and then thrusting back in. "Ah, that's so good," he mutters, raising himself up so that he can see our bodies joined together. "Fuck, Ella. God, you're so damned beautiful. So fucking sexy." He grabs my wrists and pulls them above my head, working his thick cock in and out. I dig my heels into his upper back as he starts kissing and biting my neck again. I start to forget the discomfort, focusing instead on the pleasure of his lips on my skin, the wonderful weight of his body against mine. I moan as he releases my hands in order to palm my breasts. It feels natural to wrap my arms around him, to lightly rake my fingernails down his back. Keir suddenly withdraws from me, flipping me over. I make a disgruntled sound and he slaps me on the ass. "Don't be like that." I can hear the smirk in his voice. "Just trust me. Don't I always make you feel good, darling?" I flush, nodding, so overstimulated that I can't speak. He guides me to my hands and knees, pointing his cock at my entrance before he plunges back inside. "Ah!" I cry out, feeling my innermost muscles clench. "Fuck, Ella. Your pussy feels so good." He grits out. He takes my hand and guides it down to my clit, rubbing it in gentle circles. "Rub your clit, sweetheart. Think about my fingers on your body while you make yourself come." His words send a shudder of pleasure down my spine. He lets go of my hand and grabs my hips, thrusting his cock into me again and again, as hard as he can. I cry out as I start to touch myself, the sound strangled and uncertain. "You're so good, sweetheart. Such a good girl. Your hot little pussy's going to milk every drop of seed from my balls." I try to pay attention to his dirty talk, but it's hard. Rubbing my clit is producing ripples of sensation low in my body, and Keir ramming his huge cock in and out of my pussy, making sure I feel every last inch of it, is making me feel overstuffed in the best way. The way he is fucking me now is rougher, coarser than before, but for some reason, I like it more. A lot more. I close my eyes, rubbing my clit, and feeling the brutal way he handles me, ramming into me over and over again. An invisible spring tightens deep inside me with every thrust, feeding my craving. My fingers help me along, but it's really Kier's cock that makes little shudders of pleasure swell and burst across my body. He's touching some spot deep inside me, a spot that I seem to be able to angle my body just so to encourage him to hit over and over again. I lean forward, coaxing him, my fingers strumming my clit. "Yes," I moan desperately. "Yes, right there. And then I'm calling out his name, screaming it as I go over the edge, falling into a deep ocean of pleasure. He stiffens and growls, filling me with 3 single brutal thrusts. I can feel him pulsing inside my pussy. Kier slows, but doesn't withdraw from my body right away. He wraps his arms around me, kissing my temple as our rushed breaths mingle. "That was fucking intense," he whispers. I turn my lips to his, no words left. He finally pulls his cock out and lays down beside me, pulling me into a tight embrace. No words pass between us, but none are needed.
Chapter 20. Kieran. I'm sitting at the dining room table and trying not to listen in on Kinsley's conversation with Isla in the other room. No, that's a lie. I'm hanging on every fucking word. In fact, I'm tempted to move to the other end of the table just so I can hear better. So far, Isla is doing most of the talking, leaving Kinsley to mumble a few monosyllabic, uninterested words here and there. It's hard for me to believe that this visit could be beneficial for my daughter in any possible way, but I can't stand the thought of breaking her heart by telling her what a deadbeat her mother really is. God knows she'll discover the truth soon enough on her own. "Did you want to come play for a while in my room, Mama?" Isla chirps, and I can't help but grind my teeth at the thought of the two of them venturing to the other side of the penthouse, where I can't keep an eye and both ears focused on them. I don't have to worry for too long, though. Kinsley mumbles something, and I can hear the disappointment in Isla's voice when she says, "Oh, okay, that's fine. We can stay out here and, watch TV. Do you like this show? One of my favourite cartoons is on a different channel. I can go ask Ella which one if—" "No," Kinsley snaps, making my daughter shut her mouth so quickly that I swear I can hear her teeth clacking against each other. "We don't need to ask her anything. You're spending time with me now." "Okay, Mama." Isla sounds like she's on the verge of tears, and I'm halfway out of my chair before I can even think about stopping myself. Should I interfere? Kinsley promised she'd be on her best behaviour if I'd let her come over and spend some one-on-one time with Isla. This isn't what I had in mind, and I know for sure it isn't the fun-filled visit Isla has been dreaming of for so long. Still, I don't want to be an asshole about it. Not in front of our daughter, anyway. But I'm also not going to sit here and listen to Kinsley make her feel bad for no damn reason. No. Nope. Fuck that shit. I walk over to the doorway that leads from the dining room to the living room and pause a beat to school my features out of the scowl I've been wearing for the past several minutes. "How's everything going out here?" I give Kinsley a pointed look. "Having fun?" Her eyes narrow as she huffs out a short breath. "We're fine, Kieran. You don't need to come in and check on us." She turns to Isla without even attempting to soften her tone. "Go on, tell him you're having fun." Jesus. What is wrong with this woman? How in the hell did I ever convince myself I was in love with her? Giving birth to Isla was the only worthwhile thing she's done in her entire life. I'll be eternally grateful for that gift, but it sure as hell doesn't give her a free pass to make our lives as miserable as hers. Isla's bottom lip is trembling as she looks from her mother to me. "We're okay. I was just saying how we could maybe watch cartoons, but Mama doesn't want to right now." I give Kinsley a moment to say something, anything, that might smooth things over with Isla, but no, she can't be bothered. She's more interested in looking at her phone screen than anything we might have to say. Which is fine. Also totally predictable. I hope she's texting my mother and telling her what a horrible idea this was. I hope she never turns up on my doorstep ever again after today, but that's probably asking too much. It's getting late, I say, even though it's the middle of the afternoon. Kinsley, didn't you say you had somewhere else to be soon? An appointment or something? She looks up from her phone and shoots daggers at me. It's a look I know all too well. We both know she doesn't really have anywhere else to be or anything else going on, and for a moment I wonder if she might call my bluff. I walk over to place a protective hand on Isla's shoulder, making it as clear as I possibly can that this visit is over. Fortunately, Kinsley takes the hint.
Fine. You know what? I don't have to put up with this. I'm leaving.
Almost as an afterthought, she turns to Isla.
Mummy has to go now. Be good.
She walks out the door without another word, without even another glance in our direction. It's so hard not to chase her down and berate her for being such an awful person, but my daughter needs me right now. Her needs will always outweigh anything I have to do with her mother. The tears are flowing freely down Isla's cheeks when I look down at her this time.
Why is she angry with me? Did I do something wrong?
My heart breaks into a million tiny pieces as I scoop her up into my arms and hold her tight. No, sweetheart, you haven't done anything wrong. I promise she isn't upset with you. I try not to hold on to anger and hatred, not for anyone, ever. I still get mad, of course. I still yell and pound my fists and slam doors when the mood overtakes me. But actual hatred? Only a handful of people have earned a spot on that list. Natasha earned a spot the day she tried to kill Isla and Ella. Kinsley earned her spot today.
Where's Ella?
Isla sniffles.
Did she leave? Mama said I shouldn't talk to her.
One more reason why Kinsley has no business being left alone with my daughter. Ella has spent more time and shown more love to Isla than Kinsley is even capable of. And Kinsley knows it. That's why she feels so threatened. And that's why I'm keeping Ella around as long as I possibly can. That's my most compelling excuse anyway. She's here. I hold Isla for another few seconds before setting her down on her feet again. Shall we go find her? I'll bet we won't have to look too hard.
Yeah,
she sniffles, taking my hand and leading me toward the hallway.
Let's go find her.
I honestly don't know where she is, but there are only so many rooms in the penthouse, and I'm almost certain that she didn't sneak out the front door while Kinsley was here. Isla stops in the middle of the hallway and cocks her head to the side.
Do you hear that music? Is it coming from the gym?
I listen for a moment, then nod. I think you're right. She must be working out in there. Isla drops my hand and shakes her head as she darts down the corridor.
Ella doesn't like to work out. She's told me that before.
She's told me the same thing on the handful of occasions I've coerced her into going for a run with me. But maybe Ella wanted to burn off some pent-up frustration from having Kinsley up here in her personal space. Or maybe that's just me projecting. A good long workout would probably do me some good right now, too.
Ella!
Isla calls out as she throws open the door to our personal gym.
What are you doing in here? Why are you playing that boring music? You need fast music for a workout.
I can hear Ella's sweet laughter even before I make it to the doorway.
This is classical music, she explains, and I'm just stretching for now, not really working out.
I step into the doorway and freeze. Ella wears a brown leotard and white tights, her hair swept up in a bun with a protective red silk handkerchief tied tightly around her head. She moves with an ease and a confidence that I've never really seen her have before. She looks really young suddenly. My heart hammers against my ribs and I watch from a distance, feeling a bit lecherous. Isla has no such reservations. She tilts her head and eyes Ella.
Why are you stretching, though? Can I stretch with you?
Ella pats the floor beside her.
Of course, I'd love that.
Ella hasn't noticed that I'm standing in the doorway yet, so I watch quietly as she walks Isla through a few easy stretches. The way she interacts with Isla is like night and day compared to Kinsley, and I can't help but smile seeing the two of them together. My girls. They're my whole world right now, really. The other thing catching my attention is how fucking good Ella's ass looks in those tights. Damn. This isn't really the time or place to be thinking about things like that, but damn.
Do you want to come stretch with us?
Isla's little voice pulls me from my not child-friendly thoughts.
Ella is showing me how to be a ballerina.
Ella looks over, blushing slightly as she seems to notice me for the first time.
You're welcome to join us, Keir.
There's a mischievous gleam in her eyes as she adds,
If you think you can keep up with a couple of girls. I snorted. I already know I don't stand a chance. Ballet stretching was the very last thing I could have imagined myself doing today, but the only thing waiting for me in the other room is a stack of mind-numbing reports that I need to look through. Those reports can keep fucking waiting. Okay. I rub my hands together as I walk over to stand next to the two of them. Show me how it's done. I mostly just watch as Ella continues helping Isla with some so-called beginner positions that nearly make me faceplant into the mirrored wall when I try to join in. Maybe you've missed your calling all these years, Ella teases, tossing me a wink. You just need to limber up a little. Maybe you can give me some pointers later. I shake my head and laugh as she reaches to cover Isla's ears. Hey, I didn't say anything bad. I can't help what you might be thinking. What are you thinking about, Ella? Isla looks back and forth between the two of us. I didn't hear him say a naughty word. Ella sighs, dropping her hands back to her side as she walks over to turn up the music. He didn't say a naughty word, but he doesn't get to say anything else at all until we're finished. Isla looks over and offers me a sympathetic shrug before turning her attention back to the impromptu ballet lesson. This is fun. Do you really think I could be a ballerina like you? You can be anything you want to be, honey, Ella answers. A ballerina or an astronaut or a prime minister. It just takes hard work and dedication. A prime minister like Uncle James? I frown. Not like Uncle James. You'd have some integrity. It's probably for the best that she's too young to know what I'm talking about. Also probably for the best that Ella knows exactly what I'm talking about, so she quickly changes the subject. Should we demonstrate for your dad what you've learned so far? She asks, a wide, radiant smile spreading across her face at Isla's obvious enthusiasm. Yeah, watch this, Dad. I clap and cheer and act like it's the first time I've ever seen each position, even though I've been standing here watching the entire lesson. Isla is genuinely happy, and her sweet laughter bounces off the mirrored walls as they finish the demonstration. You're a natural, I say, walking over to give her a hug before opening my arms even wider to include Ella. You both looked absolutely perfect. It's the truth. They both looked perfect because they both are perfect. I've known that Ella was great with Isla for a while, but until today, until right this second, really, I've never stopped to think about how big a part of our lives she's become. Maybe I should stop spending so much energy denying my attraction to her. Maybe, instead, I follow Stellan's advice and put that energy into enjoying my time with Ella while it lasts. If my marriage with Kinsley has taught me anything at all, it's that happiness is fragile and fleeting, and none of us can predict what tomorrow might bring.
Chapter 21. Ella. The California sun is blinding as I step off Kier's private jet, but the heat feels so good against my skin that I can't complain. We don't get much of this back in Glasgow. Saffron shades her eyes as she stumbles down the stairs behind me. I haven't decided whether I love it or hate it. Kier leaves the plane last, giving his sister a nudge once we reach the tarmac. You have to admit it's a nice change of pace. Can't say I'd want to live here, though. I smile to myself after their grumbling. After spending so many weeks around Kier and his relatives in Scotland, I've learned that a little good-natured complaining is basically a family tradition. It's when they don't have anything at all to say that I start to worry. I think it's great, I say as we pile into the waiting SUV. I'm really looking forward to laying out by the pool and getting a tan while we're here. Saffron and Kier both wrinkle their noses in a look that's nearly identical. Sounds insufferably boring, Kier grumbles. I exchange a knowing glance with Saffron, and she starts to snicker. Isla said the same thing to me, almost word for word, the last time she stayed over at my house. Kier glares at her, which makes it impossible for me to hold in my laughter. Welcome to my world. I hear it at least once a day from one of them. Now he's glaring at me, too. If his sister wasn't here, I'd climb into his lap and kiss that grumpy look away. For now, I have to settle for a quick peck on his cheek while Saffron turns to look out the window. At least one of us is in a good mood, Keir says, the corners of his mouth turning up into what could almost be considered a smile. I guess we'll have to play nice since we're on your home turf now, huh? Well, I'm more of an East Coast girl, I shrug. But I hope we all have a good time while we're here. I'm really looking forward to meeting your friend. I don't know much about Deacon Masters, but I'm hopeful that he'll have the same effect King Stellan and Queen Margot had on Keir while we were in Paris. Seeing him kick back and relax with his friends was really nice, especially with all the stress he's been under lately. Keir threads his fingers through mine, then gives my hand a gentle squeeze. Deacon seems to think we'll love it here. Palm trees, sunshine, and fresh air is what he promised. He brings my hand up to his lips and plants a kiss across my knuckles. I'm sure I'll start to enjoy it more once we get to the hotel, hopefully. Saffron turns back from the window to look over at us. Her gaze flicks down to our entwined hands as a small smile plays across her lips. It'll be fun. Even if it isn't, it's not like we have to stay very long. She jerks her thumb back toward the window. The jury is still out on the fresh air, though. All I can see from here is a lot of smog. The smog isn't noticeable once we make it into the hotel, thankfully. The air is warm and a heck of a lot fresher than a lot of places in Manhattan. The hotel manager meets us at the curb and escorts the three of us right through to a private elevator where someone else follows behind with our luggage. Traveling with Keir has given me a glimpse into fancy suites and luxurious penthouses all over the world. But our hotel in Beverly Hills radiates the kind of old Hollywood glitz and glamour that can't be found anywhere else on the planet. I love it, even before we make it to the suite on the top floor that has a view of downtown Los Angeles on one side and the mountains on the other. This is exactly what I was hoping it would be. My jaw is starting to ache from smiling so much as I walk to the center of the room and turn around in a full circle, just taking it all in. There's just breathtaking, overwhelming beauty everywhere I look. He grins and takes me into his arms, slowly spinning around with me one more time before stopping and kissing me. I'm enjoying the breathtaking, overwhelming beauty right now. Goodness, he knows how to melt a girl's heart and a girl's panties. If that's your way of getting me into bed, I whisper, smoothing my hands across his broad chest and wishing we had enough time to strip down right here, right now. I have to tell you, it's working. I'll have to remember that when I have you all to myself later tonight. If Deacon wasn't already on his way over, I'd... A knock on the door interrupts what was probably going to be a dirty, sexy promise. Speak of the devil. Keir flashes a wry smile and gives me one more quick kiss before pulling back from our embrace to go answer the door. Deacon Masters is tan and toned and has a blindingly white $1 million smile that makes him look like he stepped right out of one of those old classic movie posters we passed in the lobby. Even Saffron looks starstruck as she comes out of her room to meet him. Damn, man. He pulls Keir into a quick hug, then moves to greet me with a peck on the cheek. I would have invited you months ago if I knew you were bringing these beautiful women with you. Just try to keep your hands to yourself, Keir says, shooting him a sideways glance. You've met my sister, Saffron. Of course, how could I forget? He says. He flashes a smile at Saffron. You're still studying at the University of Glasgow? Her cheeks grow pink. I am, trying to decide between being a lawyer or an artist. I'll just bet, he snorts. Let me tell you what you should do. You should just graduate with whatever concentration you feel good about, get top marks, then go to business school. I'm telling you, With an MBA and your famous last name, you can go literally anywhere and do whatever you want. She pushes out her cheek with her tongue, her gaze sliding to me. Thanks, I guess. Keir clears his throat. This is Ella, my, nanny. Ella, so nice to meet you, darling, he purrs. I don't miss the fact that he looks at me like I'm the most delicious steak and he's a starving man. Keir doesn't miss it either, and his gaze narrows dangerously. As I shake hands with Deacon, his frank gaze makes my cheeks warm. You, too, I find myself murmuring. He winks and then releases me. Deacon starts walking over to greet Saffron, but slows and turns to give me a curious look. Is Isla here too? She's back in Scotland with her grandparents, I answer, hoping I'm not speaking out of turn. But the nanny is here in LA, Deacon quirks a brow. Interesting. Keir doesn't look amused, and I'm not sure what to say. What can I say? I'm here in Beverly Hills, and Isla is on the other side of the world. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what's going on between me and my so-called boss. Luckily, Deacon doesn't press the issue. He's too busy kissing Saffron's hand and whispering something that instantly makes her blush a shade of red that I didn't think was possible for someone as outgoing and outspoken as she is. Keir comes over to stand next to me while Deacon and Saffron keep talking. Don't worry. He leans in close so that I'm the only one who can hear. He was just busting my balls about that nanny stuff. He knew I wasn't coming here alone. He doesn't seem to be too worried about us anyway. I smirk. I'm watching Saffron blush and giggle and playfully smack Deacon's arm as he laughs and gives her one more quick kiss on the cheek. With a sigh, Deacon finally turns back to us. I shall let you get unpacked. I'm sending up my stylist with a rack of designer gowns that'll look good on the red carpet. He gives Keir a knowing look. You won't let me convince you to try something stylish tonight, will you? A tuxedo is stylish, he answers. It's the very definition of timeless classic style. So that's a no, because there's this crushed red velvet jacket that... Keir just shakes his head. That's a no. I tried. Deacon shrugs as he starts toward the door. Anyway, the stylist will be here later. Be ready for the red carpet at 8. Premiere starts at 9. After party at midnight. You'll probably want to eat something before then. Thanks for the heads up. Keir follows him to the door and holds it open. We'll try not to drink too much on an empty stomach. Did you tell these girls about the time we partied for 3 days in Greenwich Village and... I shut him down instantly. Goodbye, Deacon. See you at the premiere. Be sure to ask him about Greenwich Village. He calls back to me and Saffron as he walks out the door. Keir closes the door behind his friend and exhales loudly as he turns back to face us. Ignore him. He's ridiculous. Saffron snorts. Yeah, not a chance. You're going to tell us about Greenwich Village before we leave here tonight. Keir looks equal parts annoyed and embarrassed. Don't get any ideas. All I'll have to do is make a phone call, and we'll be back on a plane to Scotland in half an hour. I can't help but laugh. It's not often I get to see someone get under Keir's skin in a fun, playful way. I've seen Saffron do it before, and now Deacon, too. The two of them together might just be more than he can handle, and I'm loving every minute of it. Chapter 22. Ella. Deacon didn't just send his stylist. He sent an entire glam squad. Hair, nails, makeup, and another person whose only job seems to be running back and forth, fetching shots of espresso and glasses of champagne for everyone. Stunning, the stylist says as I do a little twirl in front of the full-length mirror. Absolutely stunning. The makeup artist reaches out to give me one more pat of powder, then nods approvingly. Honey, you are glowing. People are going to think you're one of the stars of the movie. All thanks to you, I say, opening my hands to encompass everyone in the room. All of you. I can honestly say I've never looked this glamorous or felt this beautiful before. Thank you so much. The lady, who has been working on my hair for the past 2 hours, reaches in to give me an air hug without actually touching my designer gown. Seeing you like this is what we live for. If you aren't featured on all the fashion vlogs by tomorrow morning, I'm going to be shocked. My stomach clenches. That's something I haven't even considered. Do you really think so? Are people going to be critiquing me online? Everyone on the glam squad tries to reassure me at once. No, not critiquing. They're going to love everything about you, darling. You look like $1,000,000. The only critique they might have is to wonder how someone so pretty hasn't already made their red carpet debut. Okay, I know they're exaggerating now, but the flurry of compliments does help to settle my nerves a little. I do look really nice, thanks to all their hard work. I just wonder what Kier will think. He's never seen me like this before. Heck, I've never seen myself like this before. I don't have to wonder for long. Kier peeks inside the room just as everyone else is packing up to leave. I watch in the mirror as his eyes roam up and down, taking in every detail. I know I shouldn't care so much about what anyone thinks of me, but I can't help the fluttery feeling in my stomach when I turn around to face him and he finally starts to smile. You look gorgeous, he murmurs, crossing the room in 3 long strides to stand in front of me. I want to kiss you, but I don't want to mess anything up. I laugh. It's a lot, isn't it? The hair, the nails, the makeup. Is it too much? You might look out of place at the grocery store, he shrugs, but you'll fit right in on the red carpet. He pauses and shakes his head. No, scratch that. You'll be the most beautiful woman on the red carpet, hands down, and I'll be the luckiest bastard there with you next to me. The glam squad heaves a collective happy sigh as they sweep out of the room, and that fluttery feeling is growing more intense by the second as I stare into Kier's deep, dark eyes. I'll be the lucky one, I say, meaning it. Thank you for this trip, for including me, for everything you've done, honestly. I already know I'm going to remember tonight for the rest of my life. That makes 2 of us. He grins, leaning in to plant a whisper of a kiss on my lips. And I'm the one who should be thanking you for agreeing to come with me. I meant it when I said I feel like the luckiest bastard in the world tonight. You make me feel that way, Ella. Only you. Oh my goodness. I could literally float away from all the butterflies in my stomach right now. He offers me his arm as we turn toward the door. Shall we go show Hollywood what they've been missing? A happy, carefree feeling bubbles up inside me as he escorts me out of the room. I can't believe this is my life right now. No matter what else happens tonight, I'm going to hold on to this feeling for as long as I can. Because right now, right this second, this is what perfection feels like. This is the fairy tale.
Chapter 23. Kieran. We're just pulling up in front of the theatre when Ella asks the question I've been dreading all evening. You'll be walking down the red carpet with me, right? I silently curse myself for not being clear about this earlier. I'd like nothing more than to walk with you, I say, truly meaning it, even though I know it's coming out like a line of bullshit. You know I can't, though.
It's one thing for us to show up in the same photograph with other people around for boring official events, but walking together down the red carpet, posing for the paparazzi hand in hand, arm in arm. I close my eyes for a moment and can already picture the salacious headlines. The American tabloids will have a field day, and then the ones back home will be twice as bad. Her eyes start to well up as she nods and turns to look out the tinted limousine window. That's fine. I understand. Maybe she does understand, but the tone of her voice is telling me she's anything but fine with my decision. I'm sorry, I offer, not knowing what else to say. I know what it is, she interrupts, finally turning back to face me just as we come to a stop in front of the red carpet. It's part of the agreement, right? Just part of our arrangement. I get it. She shakes her head. I'm not even mad. I don't know. I thought things were different out here. I guess I just wanted them to be different. The limo door opens and there's no time for me to reply. Probably for the best, since I know there's nothing I can say right now to make things right. I have to hand it to her, though. Yes, she's pissed, but she turns on that beautiful smile as soon as she steps out onto that red carpet. I watch from the car as she slowly makes her way to the theatre entrance. She's smiling and giving shy, uncertain waves, and the photographers are eating it up. Over here, this way, they're shouting. What's your name? Who are you with? They love her, just like I knew they would. And of course they do. Who wouldn't? She's fucking gorgeous and looks like an A-list star even though nobody recognizes her. I wait until she's halfway down the carpet and a handful of other couples have started walking after her before I step out of the car. Needless to say, the greeting I get from the paparazzi is a little more subdued. Fine, it's a lot more subdued. That's good, though. That's how it should be. I want Ella to be treated like a star tonight, especially if that means I can fly under the radar for once in my life. Deacon was right when he said I'd blend in out here because everyone looks like a damn supermodel. I might be walking a red carpet, but I'm just another guy in a tux as far as most of these people are concerned. Now I just need to get in there and figure out how to salvage what's left of this evening. My intentions weren't bad, but I still fucked up, and I need to make things right. Chapter 24. Kieran. Deacon's movie is good. Better than I expected, if I'm being honest. If I'm also being honest, I've missed about half of it so far because I've been so focused on the beautiful woman sitting next to me.
Every good journey deserves a moment of rest. Please enjoy this carefully selected music to soothe your spirit. And remember, this audiobook is completely free for you.
When we met up with Saffron inside the theatre, she said there was still tons of buzz about the glamorous, mysterious former ballet dancer from New York. Surprisingly, the press still hasn't seemed to connect the dots back to me. I guess Ella gave a couple of quick red carpet interviews, but she clearly only told them enough to leave them wanting more. A move that obviously paid off in spades. I glance over at her for the 100th time since the movie started. She's staring straight ahead, and I can't tell if it's because she's really that absorbed in what's happening up on the screen, or if she's just doing a frustratingly good job of ignoring me. Probably a little of both. I still need to apologise, but when? How? Where? This isn't the time or place, but the next decent opportunity might realistically be hours from now. No, fuck that. I'm not going to wait that long. I can't. I lean in close to her and whisper, "Can I speak to you for a second out in the lobby?" She looks like she's going to turn me down, but I'm not taking no for an answer. Not for this. "Come on," I continue, taking her hand in mine and scooting to the edge of my seat. "Just for a minute. Please." She sighs, but doesn't say no. That's a partial win, at least. Just for a minute. I lead her out to the mostly deserted theatre lobby and don't waste any time. If I only have a minute, I need to make every second count. "I'm sorry about earlier," I say, pulling her into my arms. "It was shitty timing, and a shitty thing to say, and... fuck, I didn't want to ruin your night. You look beautiful, and I want you to be happy. I want..." My words must be getting through to her because her expression softens and her eyes crinkle at the corners, and it's impossible to hold on to my train of thought. It's impossible to do anything that doesn't involve kissing her sweet lips. Right now. She melts against me, and a soft whimper escapes her mouth as my tongue entwines with hers. My body instantly responds, and I wish we were back in our hotel room right now. I want nothing more than to rip that expensive dress off her so I can kiss every inch of her beautiful body. "Keir." She breaks away from our kiss and inhales a quick breath. "Should we? I mean, what if people see us out here?" "I don't care," I shrug, surprising myself at least as much as I'm probably surprising her. "You don't? Because you sure seemed to care a couple of hours ago." It's a fair point, and I should be choosing my words carefully, but I'm caught up in the moment, and I just don't care about trying to control every fucking facet of my public image right now. I did care, I admit. I should care. I've been raised to be hyper-aware of my surroundings and anything I'm doing that looks bad or might be taken the wrong way. But Deacon told me before we came here that nobody gives a damn about all that out here. And you know, he was right. She still looks confused, and maybe a little skeptical as she tries to follow my stream of consciousness explanation. "How do you know he was right? If you tell me you have some kind of paparazzi sixth sense, I'm going to walk right back into that movie theater by myself and pretend like that hot, amazing kiss didn't just happen." I can't help but smile a little. No sixth sense, though it would certainly be helpful sometimes. "But you and I proved his theory tonight on the red carpet. Nobody knew who you were, but they were captivated. Captivated, Ella. It was like you cast a spell over them, and I think they were genuinely disappointed when you went inside and they couldn't keep taking photos of you." That light pink colour that I can't get enough of is creeping up into her cheeks as she makes a dismissive gesture. "That's sweet of you to say, but I don't think it was quite as magical as you're making it sound. I did get followed in by a handful of talent scouts who wanted to take my name and number, though. See? I mean, those guys are a fucking joke, but still, that's what I'm talking about. You got all this well-deserved attention, and then when I stepped out onto the red carpet?" I shrug. "Nothing. Crickets. Nobody gave two shits, and it was the best feeling in the world." "I'm glad you had that epiphany," she nods, a tiny crease forming between her perfectly manicured brows. "But you don't think I should follow up with those talent scouts?" Shit. This is what happens when I don't think before I speak. "I didn't say that," I begin. I don't want to make things worse, but I also don't want to dwell on this particular topic when it's not even the thing I'm supposed to be apologising for. All I meant was that those guys are like, "Look, you're beautiful, you're amazing. It's nothing to do with you, but those guys are all the same. They're just hoping to find the next it girl to exploit." I pause and take a breath, hoping I'm making sense and not digging a deeper hole for myself. "Anyway, aren't you always telling Isla to live in the moment and not worry about the future? All I want is for both of us to live right here, right now, in this moment,
I get that, she nods, and I don't disagree. But I can't keep pretending to be your nanny forever, Keir. Whether I want to or not, I have to think about the future. I want to argue, but I can't. Not only is this not the place or time, but the movie is over, and the crowd is starting to filter out of the theatre, and I can see Saffron and Deacon walking out together. Well, no. Saffron is walking out, and Deacon is right behind her. I've seen that exact same look on my sister's face so many times before that I immediately know something is wrong. Saffron is about to go nuclear, I mutter out loud. I don't know what he did to set her off, but I'd be willing to bet she's about 5 seconds from socking him in the jaw. Whatever happened, at least I'm off the hook for now. Ella turns, and we both watch as my sister and Deacon bicker back and forth. We're not the only ones watching, and I can tell Deacon is starting to get a little nervous about causing a scene. I take Ella's hand again and nod toward them. I need to step in before this gets ugly. Probably a good idea. Looks like it might already be getting out of hand. Saffron sees me first as I try to wave them over. No, she mouths, shaking her head. She turns on her heel toward the door. Deacon puts his hands up in mock surrender. How was I supposed to know you and your sister share the same short temper? I groan. Jesus, I probably don't even want to know what you did to piss her off. Probably not, he smirks. Not here, anyway. But there's a nice little bar right around the corner where I can tell you all about it. I look over to Ella. Can I buy you a drink as a peace offering? I think you owe me at least 2 drinks. She raises a brow. And at least 1 more apology. That's a deal I'm happy to make. Perfect. Let's get the hell out of here.
Chapter 25, Ella. When we get back to our penthouse suite, Keir is all over me the second the elevator doors close. He pushes me against the wall of the elevator, pulling my hands behind my back, kissing the back of my neck. Keir, I admonish him. No one is watching. He growls. It's just you and me now, sweetheart. He reaches around to slip his hand between my thighs, rucking my dress up roughly until he touches the tiny silken triangle of my black lingerie. Keir, I hiss. Shh. His fingers trace the seam of my pussy and circle my clit once. Fight against me. Tell me you don't want to. Go on. I dare you. Keir kisses me then, hard and punishing, stealing the very breath from my lungs. My whole body stiffens against him at first. I pound a fist against his chest as he bends me back, his tongue sweeping my mouth, his fingers finding their way into my hair. My heart pounds. As much as I am loath to admit it, this is what I knew would happen. Worse, I wanted him to kiss me, to fuck me, to make me cry his name as I came. He pushes me back toward the bed, half carrying me, the onslaught of his kisses never giving up an inch. With every passing second, I feel my resolve against Keir weakening. Every brush of his lips on mine, every stroke of his fingers up and down my body. There's something different in him. I've felt him changing, slowly, a more vulnerable side of him emerging from the darkness. But it requires anger to bring it out of him. His tongue plunders my mouth, and I find myself meeting it eagerly with my own. I can feel his desire to dominate, to possess me, and it doesn't scare me like it used to. I welcome it. Keir, I sigh against his lips. What has gotten into you? Nothing. I'm just taking care of my good girl the only way I know how. He takes my lower lip between his teeth and tugs, swift and hard. Keir, I say, a warning edge to my voice. Ella, sweetheart, don't make me punish you, little girl. His growl sends shivers through my body, and my nails dig into his chest. Slowly, my eyes lift to meet his penetrating gaze, and what I find there makes me pause. The familiar arrogance has lifted slightly, and a hint of vulnerability is there. I want what you want, Keir. My hands trail to the buttons on his shirt, and slowly I slip them open, one by one. He hisses and sucks in a long breath. Fuck, darling. His grip is firm on my hips, but when I open his shirt, a slight tremble rolls through him. I need you, Ella. Your soft skin, your quiet moans, the way you make me feel. You're a fucking drug, and I'm fucking addicted to you. Why do I feel this way? I want you to, I admit, my voice soft. Sometimes I think you've enchanted me. Leaning forward, I press my lips to his neck, just over the spot where I can see his pulse beating strongly beneath his warm skin. I don't know how long this softer, gentler Keir will stick around, just as I'm not sure I want him to. There's something deliciously appealing about the darker, dirtier side that he presents to the world. Keir, I start. A strangled moan escapes him seconds before he rips my hand away from him. He frog marches me out of the elevator, bursting through the front door of the penthouse suite. He drops to his knees in the living room, staring up at me with a truly terrifying expression. Keir moves on his knees in front of me, yanking my dress up and pulling it off in such a haste that it gets tangled around my wrists. Fucking be still, he commands with a fierce glare. Keir yanks on a chair leg and brings it closer. Then he kneels down and pushes my ass to the edge of the chair. He forces my legs open, and I cry out, but he silences me. Shh. Haven't I always made you feel good, sweetheart? Don't you trust me? I close my mouth, my eyes wide and gulp. Yes. I'm going to make sure we both come, darling. In the next second, his softly spoken words are belied by his brutal grip on my hips. He rips my panties down my legs, forces my knees wide open, and puts his mouth on my slit. Fuck! I cry, unable to do anything but watch. Keir is a man possessed, seeming to know just what he wants. What he wants is me. He moans as he tastes my dripping pussy, lapping up every drop that is escaping me. He takes no mercy on me, driving his tongue into me, holding my legs open with his large hands. Oh, my God, yes. I breathe, my fingers reaching to tangle in his hair, but he stops me with one hand on my wrist. Don't, he warns, not moving his mouth from my pussy. Keir dives back in, his fingers joining his mouth. Somehow, he manages to slide 3 of his thick fingers into my slick pussy, stretching me almost to the point of pain. But my discomfort quickly morphs to pure ecstasy as he sucks my clit into his mouth. Oh, God! I pant. I plunge my fingers into the thickness of his dark hair, pressing his head closer. Fuck, yes. Fuck. I throw my head back, thrusting my hips in time with Keir's naughty fingers. Feeling shameless and wanton, I cry out. He sucks harder, his tongue greedily licking. In the deepest part of my being, I feel the orgasm building. But it isn't until he slides his free hand around to form a V around my clit that the combination of sensations has me chanting his name like a prayer. The entire time I cascade over the edge into my release, he doesn't let up, not stopping his assault until I'm a shaking mess, slumped back on the chair. Only then does he slide his fingers out, and when he captures my hazy gaze, he licks his fingers one by one. Come. He stands up and lifts me into his arms in one move. It's an oddly intimate position, cradled against his chest. He stretches me out on the bed, propping myself up on my elbows. I watch Kier as he stands at the foot of the bed and agonizingly slowly removes his shirt, then his pants, then his underwear, until he's naked in front of me. Jesus, you're so damn sexy. The breath is nearly knocked from my lungs. The man is truly a work of art. And unbidden, a rush of warmth floods between my legs. I ache for him, all of him. He fists his cock and looks me in the eyes. Are you ready for me to stretch your pussy out with my big fat cock and make you come screaming my name? God, he has such a filthy fucking mouth. Yes, I whisper, not taking my eyes off him. Get on your knees. I scramble to do as he bids me. He moves around to position himself before me, his cock jumping as I take him in my hands. The tangle of his fingers in my hair stings as he guides my head to where I know he wants me. Yet I resist when he pulls my head toward him. I want to push him to see his reaction. My reward comes in the form of a deep growl. His hand tilts my chin up. What are you playing at, darling? Do you want me to find something to tie your hands with? I can't deny the thrill that runs through me, but no, I decide I don't. For all that I'm teasing him, taunting him, I'm enjoying this gentler Kier. I drop my gaze and my lips down to his cock, rubbing my thumb up the length, swirling the tip that's already leaking. With one last glance to his eyes, still fixated on me, I take him in my mouth. His rumble of satisfaction spurs me to go deeper until he hits the back of my throat. Fuck, sweetheart, he gasps. He's clearly trying to keep himself in check. That's it, darling. Just like that. When I gag and try to pull back, he holds me there. Blinking away tears, I choke. Only then does he give me the barest inch. Looking up at Kier, I take it. I remind myself that he's in control, and I need to allow him to do exactly what he wants to me. I need to trust him. Just as I feel my eyes start to water, he releases me slightly, only far enough so that I can slide my lips up and down him, alternating strong sucks with lighter licks. I'm primed to his responses. I know I've got him close to the edge when I feel his fingers tighten in my hair as I draw his tip between my teeth, grazing it lightly. I do it again, then suck him in deeply once more until I'm choking as he hits the back of my throat. Another graze of my teeth, another suck. I continue until he abruptly jerks me off of him and lifts me up on my knees and kisses me. I'll not be coming in your mouth, Ella. Not tonight. I've got plans for you. Kier lifts me onto the bed and tosses me down with no warning. He pushes me back, lifting my legs and holding them tightly together with his arms wound around my calves. Then he dives into my pussy without any warning. I cry out his name, instantly feeling my walls clench around him. You're mine. He snarls the words with such fury that I would probably be shocked if he hadn't just slid himself so far inside of me that my jaw drops open. Do you hear me, sweetheart? Only mine. Each word is punctuated by a thrust of his hips. I can't stop to think about what he means as I get caught up in the overwhelming wave of sensation. Look at me, Ella. Don't you agree? I need you to fully understand what I'm saying. I obey instantly, my eyes flying open to find his. You're mine, he says, deceptively soft. His voice doesn't match the intensity of his hips pumping into me or the piercing fire in his eyes that scorches me from the inside out. I want to brand my name into your skin. He pulls out of me, and I cry out at the sudden loss of him. But then Kier flips me over, forcing my hips in the air and slamming back into me with a roar. His hands land on my ass with a crack. Kier! My hands are grappling at the sheets, desperate to find something to anchor myself against the onslaught of him. Every slide of his cock is rubbing my already sensitized nerve endings. Another climax is hurtling towards me, but this time I won't be alone in my release. He's swelling inside of me, his movements becoming jerky and erratic. Suddenly, his hands wrap around the front of my neck, tugging gently but commandingly to lift me up. Say it, Ella. Say you're mine. Call my name when I make you come, darling. His fingers press the front of my throat, not exactly threatening, but explicit and demanding all the same. I'm yours, I gasp. All yours, Kier. Only yours. I can barely think, let alone mumble out the words he's expecting. He slams into me once, twice. Then, with a final roar, I feel him pull out. I cry out, my body needing to feel just a little more. In the next second, he jets hot streams of cum onto my inner thighs. He presses his hand against my clit, and my body responds instantly. My pussy spasms as the waves of my own climax hit me. I feel Kier sag against my back, only for a moment, as if showing even that small amount of weakness is too much for him. He brushes his lips against my shoulder. Then I feel the nip of his teeth. We crumble as one, falling into a daze, pressed together.
Chapter 26. Kieran. The day is almost over when the head of security for News Corp calls up to my office with a message I don't want to hear. Kinsley is here. I can't say her name out loud without frowning. There's a short but growing list of people who aren't allowed to enter the News Corp building. Kinsley's name is at the very top of that list. I blow out a short, frustrated breath. I don't want to talk to her. I don't even want to see her outside on the street when I come down there. Get rid of her. That should be the end of it. I give the orders, he follows the orders. But because my soon-to-be ex-wife is one of the worst humans on the planet, she's somehow found a way to use my own employees to inconvenience me. Lord Greyros, I'm sorry, but she's refusing to leave without talking to you. She says it's something you'll definitely want to hear. He doesn't sound convinced. I'm not either. I'm tempted to have her arrested. Hell, I'm tempted to have her shot. If I could get away with either of those things without the press finding out, I'd seriously consider it. When I don't respond right away, he asks, do you want me to call the police? We could have her hauled into the station for trespassing. They won't keep her very long, but she'll be gone by the time you come down, sir. Again, it's very tempting. Almost too tempting, just knowing how badly it'll piss her off. But no. No matter how satisfying it might be to temporarily get rid of her, I know she'll just keep coming back until I give her the attention she craves. Send her up, I sigh. Wait, no. Escort her up here, and stay outside my office door in case I need to have her thrown right back out. I hang up the phone and pound my fist against my desk, hating that it's so easy for her to get under my skin. She knows exactly which buttons to push in order to ruin my entire day. Lately, she's been pushing those buttons non-fucking-stop. When she walks into my office a few minutes later, my first impulse is to start yelling. I have to fight that impulse, though, at least until she signs the divorce paperwork. What do you need, Kinsley? I want to keep this meeting as short and concise as possible. I'm not going to bother with any formalities or niceties. I'm not going to ask how she's doing, because I simply don't care. Whatever it is, I hope it's worth the time you've already wasted. She flashes a smug smile and sits down in the chair across from my desk, even though I haven't offered her a seat. I just came by to notify you that I'll be seeking full custody of our daughter. I start to laugh, but there's something about her demeanour that makes me stop and narrow my eyes instead. She's too confident, too cocky. What's going on? I know you don't seriously want full custody of Isla, so why don't you tell me what it is you're really after?
£50 million.
Excuse me? I lean in over my desk and stare at her for several long seconds as I try to figure out whether she's joking or if she really thinks that she's going to extort me for £100 million. That isn't going to happen. Not 50 million, not even close. I'll give you 1 million right now to sign the divorce paperwork, leave, and never come back. Even that is more than I should give her, but I'm feeling generous. I'm also ready to have her out of my life forever.
A measly 1 million?
The laugh that comes out of her mouth is harsh and biting.
How stupid do you think I am? Let me be as clear as I possibly can, Kieran. I've kept my mouth shut for years, but I will ruin you in the press. I'll drag you and your family's name through the mud until the court has no choice but to award me full custody. If you really want me to sign that paperwork and go away forever,
she shrugs,
you know my price. Otherwise, you can expect to see your name popping up in the papers quite a bit more frequently.
She's delusional. Absolutely crazy. But she knows she has me stuck between a rock and a hard place. I don't want to give her any money, especially not as much as she's demanding, but I refuse to give up custody of Isla. I should be yelling at her. I should be telling her exactly what I think about the life she leads and the endless string of shitty choices she makes, but I'm too shocked, too numb to muster that kind of anger. I'm sure it'll come later, though. Do you really think you can just sit here and blackmail me in my own office? I ask instead. That I'll simply pull out my checkbook and send you on your way with some extortionate amount of money? She stands up and gives me another one of those infuriating shrugs.
I don't expect you to do that today, but I think you'll realise it's a pretty fair offer in the end. I have faith that you'll come around eventually. Isla will have to see everything that's printed about you at some point. Do you really want her reading about all your affairs? All your dirty business deals? Don't forget that I have the receipts.
Get out. I can't take this anymore. I can't stand to look at her face for another second. Get out and don't try to come back. You won't be allowed on the premises.
Careful, Kier,
she calls out as she walks to the door.
You don't want me to start fighting dirty.
I don't think you know how to fight any other way. She's gone before I can finish that sentence. Probably for the best, since I can finally start to feel the pent-up rage coursing through my veins. I'm so angry that my hands are starting to shake. Who does she think she is? Who does she think she's dealing with? She's going to blackmail me? I'll take her down with me. Even if I do, that still doesn't solve the bigger problem. What will happen to Isla? I feel like I'm on the verge of a breakdown by the time I make it up to the penthouse. I'm not physically shaken anymore, thank God, but I'm still so angry that I can hardly see straight. I need to start planning for Kinsley's inevitable media blitz. I need to beat her to the punch and get out ahead of whatever lies, or truths, she tries to tell about me. But all of that will require a solid team behind me, and I don't even have a fucking assistant right now. The apartment is quiet as I step off the elevator into the foyer. Too quiet. And the shitty thing about using an elevator to get home is that I can't even slam the door behind me. Instead, I sling my briefcase down onto the sofa and stomp off toward my bedroom so I can change clothes. Maybe I'll take a run. Maybe a swim. Hell, maybe Ella will be up for a fuck. Anything that will be a productive, constructive outlet for my stress and anger. Otherwise, I might just go insane.
Kier,
Ella's voice stops me just as I make it to my bedroom door.
Do you have a second to talk?
Damn it. Even before I turn around to usher her into my room, I can tell by the sound of her voice that sex is off the table. Her worried, hesitant expression is all the confirmation I need. Sure. I wave her inside, then close the door behind her. What's up?
What's wrong?
She asks instead.
You look like you've had a rough day.
I have to laugh. If I don't, my head will explode. That's putting it mildly. I don't want to talk about that right now, though. What do you need? Too direct? Probably. Do I care right now? Not even a little.
Okay, well...
She pauses to clear her throat, and I notice right away that she's looking around the room instead of making eye contact with me.
The thing is, do you remember that money you promised me for my sister? It's just that... Jesus Christ, Ella. This is what you wanted to talk about right now. This is the urgent thing that can't wait until I've even walked through the door to take my fucking shoes off. Money! She blinks and takes a step back. The look in her face is a little shocked, and I feel a tiny pang of guilt for my overreaction. Not enough that I feel like I should apologise, but I could have probably handled my reply a little better. Will there be a better time? Her voice is rising with each word. Not that I can totally blame her. Do I need to make an appointment so I can beg for the money that you promised me? Or do you want to go ahead and hassle me for it some more right now? Maybe make me feel even worse than I already do? Fuck. Fuck my whole life. No. I shake my head, speaking through clenched teeth as I walk past her and open my bedroom door again. Not going to hassle you at all. I step out into the hallway and retrace my steps from a few minutes ago until I'm back in the living room where I can pull my checkbook out of my briefcase. I'll give you all the money you want. That's what everyone wants, isn't it? All my fucking money. She's looking at me like I've lost my mind. Maybe I have. Kier, what's wrong with you right now? Why are you acting like this? I'm sorry if it's a bad time, but... I huff out a short breath as I fill out the check and shove it into her hand. You have what you want now, so just go. Go cash it before I change my mind. I've said too much. I can see the hurt in her eyes before she turns away. I reach out again, but she isn't looking anymore, and her name dies in my throat before I can call out an apology. Instead, I watch her walk out of the room, and I slump down onto the couch, completely numb.
Chapter 27. Ella. It hasn't been a full 24 hours since Kier handed me that check, but it feels like it's been an eternity. He didn't speak to me for the rest of the night, but he looked miserable, at least as miserable as I felt. The sun is just coming up and I've hardly slept at all. I keep replaying that mostly one-sided conversation over and over again in my head, but I still can't figure out why he was so upset in the first place. Something set him off, something deeper than simply asking for the check he'd already promised me. I don't know what happened while he was at work yesterday, but there's only one way to find out. I just hope he's cooled off enough by now that he'll be willing to have a reasonable, rational conversation. Reasonable and rational aren't exactly his finest qualities, though, if I'm being honest. Rolling out of bed and hating how stiff my joints are from a restless night of no sleep, I pull on the stretchy running pants he likes, a sports bra and tennis shoes, and throw my hair up into a ponytail. I take a look at myself in the mirror and shake my head. I'm a hot mess, but this is as good as it's going to get for now. I leave my room and walk down the hallway to Kier's door, then softly knock. Kier? Are you awake? He opens the door and peers down at me with tired eyes. Just getting ready to go for a run. What are you doing up so early? That's exactly what I was hoping to hear. I smile in spite of the lingering tension that's palpable in the air between us. Do you mind if I join you? I'll try not to slow you down too much. He hesitates for a full 5 seconds, then takes a deep breath and finally nods. Let's go. We can talk when we get downstairs. It's obvious he's still upset, but this is a promising start. To be honest, I would have taken anything short of a door slamming in my face as a promising start. So this is really a few notches above that. We ride the elevator down to the lobby in silence. It isn't until we're out on the sidewalk and starting to jog that he looks over and speaks again. I should probably apologize for yesterday. Not the best apology I've ever heard, but not bad by Kier's standards. Thanks, I nod, unsure whether that was the actual apology or if he was just acknowledging that he should apologize. I'm guessing something happened at work? Yeah, it was a shitty day, especially at the end. We're picking up speed and I'm already out of breath and wishing that I'd stayed in bed a little longer. Still, It's not often that he's willing to talk like this, to apologize even, and to give me his undivided attention at the same time. So I'm going to take full advantage of this run. Do you want to talk about what happened?
No.
Okay, so much for that willingness to talk. Do you want to talk about why you're so hot and cold with me, then? It's a question I probably shouldn't be asking right now, given his dark mood. But damn it, it's also a question that's been on my mind for a while, and I think I deserve an answer. Judging by the way he's pressing his lips together in a thin line, I'm guessing he thinks differently.
I don't know what you're talking about,
he says, his accent making each word sound even more clipped than normal.
I feel I've been pretty straightforward with you the entire time.
Do you? A bitter laugh tries to escape my throat, but it sounds more like I'm panting for air as I struggle to keep up with him. Because it feels like we make progress and take one step forward together, just to take 2 steps back the very next day. And it keeps happening. And it happened in New York. It happened in L.A. I have to stop running because I can't keep yelling at him and keep exercising at the same time. It happened yesterday, Kier. He stops a few feet in front of me and shoots an annoyed look back over his shoulder in my direction.
Are we really going to have this conversation right now, out here in public?
I open my arms, gesturing to the street on one side of us and the park coming up on the other. Look around, Kier. We're basically the only 2 people in Glasgow who are foolish enough to be outside right now. So yes, I do want to have this conversation right now, right here.
Fine. Here's the truth. I like you, Ella. Sometimes I think I might like you a little too much. But then I remember all the reasons why you and I can't ever work as a couple. Aside from the fact that you are too young, which is still an important factor, by the way, I need to know that my partner, my girlfriend, my wife, is going to put Isla and me first in her life. Not just until something better comes along or some talent scout in Hollywood starts sniffing around.
I take a step back, feeling like I've just been punched in the stomach. I can't believe he's throwing that talent scout thing in my face right now. Is he really going to hold that against me? You know how I feel about Isla, I say, keeping my voice low so he doesn't hear it start to tremble. For you to suggest that I don't put her first in my life when I spend every day with her isn't just ignorant, it's hurtful. He opens his mouth, but I stop him, jabbing a finger in his chest as I start to raise my voice again in spite of my best efforts. And even if I did put you first in my life, can you promise you'll give me the stability and safety and security I need? Not just money, Kier, but real stability, emotional stability. Because that sure as hell doesn't seem to be something you place a lot of value on.
You talk about emotional stability when you're one of the most unpredictable, emotion-driven people I've ever met.
He shoves a hand back through his hair and shakes his head.
I swear to God, Ella, I wish you could hear yourself right now. I don't want to call you a hypocrite, but damn, you guilt-tripped me into writing a check yesterday, then wake up this morning to tell me you're after more than just my money.
Every word out of his mouth is making me angrier and angrier. Who does he think he is? Does he really think I'm going to stand here and let him call me a hypocrite? And a gold digger on top of everything else? Fuck you, Kier, I say, hating that I can feel a wave of angry, frustrated tears welling up in my eyes. I don't want him to see me cry. I don't want him to think that he has that kind of power over me. If I'm a hypocrite, then you're an asshole who only thinks about himself and his own selfish needs.
I'm done.
He holds his hands up as he backs away from me.
This conversation is over. You're way out of line, and I'm going to leave now before I say something I might regret.
I'm out of line? I shout after him as he jogs away. You're out of line, Kier. Tears are streaming down my face, but I don't care. I don't care who sees me or hears me. Go on and run away. Run away instead of fixing this. Whatever this is between us. Go on and go to hell. He doesn't turn back, but I'm not sure whether it's because he's out of earshot or because he just doesn't care. I'm not sure it even matters anymore.
Chapter 28. Kieran. I can't get Ella out of my head. I've been angry with her since our fight this morning, but I'm not ready to bury the hatchet yet. I'm pretty sure the feeling is mutual. We both said some shitty, hurtful things that I doubt either of us will forget for a while. Even though I'm sure this fight will blow over eventually, probably ending with apologies and some hot make-up sex, right now it feels different from the arguments we've had before. The words were a little more reckless. The cuts went a little deeper. Now I have to prepare for another tedious board meeting when all I want to do is take off and get as far away from this building and this city as possible. There's a knock at the conference room door, and my brother's voice makes me grimace before I even have a chance to look up and see him smirking from the doorway. "Thought I might find you here," he says. "You've done a pretty good job of avoiding me, but I convinced security to let me back into the building for the board meeting." "Sounds like I need to replace my head of security," I mutter. "What do you want, James?" "We need to talk." Fuck, why is everyone so hell-bent on talking to me lately? I don't have anything to say to you. I look back down at the papers in front of me. I thought I made that pretty clear when I banned you from the premises. He walks over and sits in his usual chair a couple of seats down from mine. I can feel him looking at me, even though I'm still doing my best to ignore him. "You know I have a hard time taking a hint," he says. "How long do you plan on giving me the cold shoulder, Kier? You can't keep this up forever, you know." "Pretty sure I can, actually. In fact, forever sounds like the perfect amount of time to me." I finally glance back up at him. "Since you're here, I won't cause a scene by having you thrown out just before the meeting. But don't mistake this act of kindness for weakness. Don't keep trying my patience, James. I don't know how I can be more blunt. I don't want him here. I don't want to talk. How many more times do I have to say those words before they sink in?" "You're the one trying my patience, brother." His voice is lower now, and his sarcastic, cocky mask is starting to slip. This is the real James. He might be able to hide the worst parts of himself from the press, but this certainly isn't the first time I've seen his ugly, ruthless side. I doubt it'll be the last. You do well to remember that you aren't the only one around here with power and leverage. So now he's threatening me. I wonder what kind of dirt he thinks he has on me. More importantly, I wonder what his end goal is. "What the hell do you want?" I ask again, because I seriously have zero patience for his bullshit. Fuck his parlour games and his Machiavellian intrigue. I doubt you came here to exercise your fiduciary duty as a member of the board. He eases back in his seat, a wry smile playing across his lips. So arrogant and self-righteous. You've always been a bit of a prick, but I think it's actually getting worse as you get older. Maybe it's the bitterness that's starting to come through. If he's trying to push me over the edge into a homicidal rage, he's succeeding. His stupid jabs and childish insults are nothing new, but there's a limit to how much I can put up with. A hard limit that he's quickly approaching. "I've changed my mind," I sigh, reaching for the intercom button. "I don't mind causing a scene after all. If it wasn't for this meeting that's about to start, I'd throw you out of here myself. So, do you want to leave on your own, or will you give me the satisfaction of calling security?" He shrugs. "Doesn't really matter. Call whoever you want. But it'll be a shame if you throw me out before I have a chance to tell you why I'm here." Jesus, I seriously want to strangle him. It might even be justifiable in court at this point. "Do you plan on telling me before we both die of old age? I've already asked why you're here. Pretty sure those were the first words out of my mouth." "I want News Corp to do a better job of backing my campaign." He tosses out the request so nonchalantly that it takes a moment for my brain to catch up. "People already assume we're biased in favour of your campaign. There's not a lot more we can do without coming right out and saying it, and you know very well all the reasons why we can't do that. James might be a lot of things, Sneaky, manipulative, exploitative, and mean are just some of his better qualities, but he isn't an idiot. He has a shrewd mind for business and for politics, so there has to be something more to his request, something he isn't telling me. I don't have to wait too long for the other shoe to drop. There's more you can do, he insists. Don't pretend to have morals and virtues and journalistic integrity now. It just doesn't suit you. Not after everything else you've done over the years. I could keep arguing, but what's the point? Instead, I fold my hands in front of me and wait. He knows the rest of the board members will start filtering in here any minute, so time is on my side. I'm still not totally convinced he has something important to say, but he'll have to make it fast if he does. He leans in a little closer and whispers, "I've seen the tape." My heart stops beating for a second, literally stops in my chest. What tape? I can feel the blood draining from my face. You'd better choose your next words very carefully, James. What tape are you talking about? I already know the answer, of course, but I want to hear him say the words. Does he really have the balls to sit here and blackmail me on my own turf? In my own boardroom? The sex tape you made with your little hoe? Yeah. Turns out he really does have the balls to say those words out loud. Fucking bastard. I feel sick to my stomach. I can't believe I'm being blackmailed by my own brother. Actually, no, I can believe it. It's a skill he must have picked up from my parents somewhere along the way. You're disgusting, I grind out through clenched teeth. You're going to regret fucking with me. Maybe. He's back to his characteristically flippant tone of voice. But you'll regret it more, and I'll make sure you regret it first. Why? I ask, not that it makes a difference. Why are you doing this? The door opens and half a dozen board members start to file in quietly as James looks at me with a smug, triumphant smirk that makes me want to punch him in the mouth. Because I can.
Chapter 29. Ella. Isla and I are just finishing the short, kid-friendly ballet routine I've been teaching her when she fixes me with a look that's way too serious and intense for someone her age. "Can I ask you a question, Ella?" Of course. I squat down so that I'm eye level with her. "What's up, kiddo?" She glances over toward the door as if she's making sure we're alone. Do you remember when we talked about things I can't control?" I remember it very well. I still think about that conversation a lot, probably more than I should. It was a good reminder to myself that I should take every day as it comes and not get too invested in the future that might not even happen. But it was also the moment I had learned about the weight of all these adult problems that Isla has been carrying around on her shoulders. That weight has been put there by every grown-up in her life, from her dad to her grandparents, her uncle, her mom, and even me. And while I think we all try to convince ourselves we're shielding her from the worst, complicated parts of our lives, well, most of us are trying to shield her anyway, the truth is that she's a heck of a lot more perceptive than any of us are willing to admit. "Have those things been bothering you again?" I ask. "Things that you can't control?" "Sometimes." She looks down at the floor for a moment. When she meets my gaze again, there are bright tears welling up in her eyes. "How do you stop thinking about things when they're always on your mind?" There's no good answer, but she's counting on me to come up with something that might help. I'm just going to be as honest as I can while I try to teach her some ways to cope. "Let's go sit down for a minute." I nod to the chairs in the corner of the room. "We can have some girl talk and rehydrate." She seems to perk up a little at the idea of having girl talk with me. As we sit down, she's still watching and waiting with that wide-eyed wonder that only a child possesses, hanging on my every move I make and every word I say while she waits for me to pass along some wisdom that I'm honestly not sure I have. Fake it until you make it, though, right? "So back when I was your age, or maybe a little older," I began, Things were kind of rough at home. We didn't have a lot of money, and it was just not a fun time. I'm obviously not going to give her all the details. Even if I did, they wouldn't be exactly the same struggles she's facing. Still, I hope she'll be able to see some parallels. Did you worry about things? Grown-up things like money and stuff? She doesn't know it yet, but her big, perceptive brain is going to be the best asset she has in life. It's also probably going to be the source of a lifetime of anxiety. God, I wish I could just scoop her up and protect her from all the rotten things in the world. Not to mention some of the rotten people in her extended family. Yeah, I admit. I did worry about that stuff, even though I also knew there wasn't anything I could really do to fix it. Sometimes it's hard to turn our brains off when we start thinking about those things, isn't it? She gives me a solemn nod that lets me know I'm hitting the nail right on the head. It's really hard to turn my brain off. I don't even know how. Well, it might not be possible to turn our brains off completely. They're always going to be thinking about something, even while we sleep. But let me ask you a question. Were you worrying about all those grown-up things while we were practicing our routine? Was I? She cocks her head to the side and squints her eyes. I can almost see the wheels spinning in her head as she thinks back to a few minutes ago. Huh, I guess I wasn't. Do you remember what you were thinking about? Well... Her face scrunches up for a few more seconds, then she nods. I was thinking about the dance moves you taught me, and I was counting in my head to the music. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mostly I was trying to do everything right. I smile. Lord, I love this kid. See, you distracted your brain by concentrating on something else, something fun. She sits up straight in her chair as a light bulb goes off. Yeah, I guess I did. So when I'm thinking about my mom and dad, I can just do something fun instead. I don't answer right away, and it takes a second for her to realize what she's just admitted. You won't tell on me, will you? I don't want my dad to get angry. Angrier than he already is, I mean. God, now I'm close to welling up as I shake my head. How can this little girl make me feel so proud one moment and then break my heart the very next beat? I promise your dad won't be angry with you if you tell him how you feel. The last thing I want to do is betray her trust. But I also don't want to encourage her to hide her feelings. Not from her dad in particular, but not from anyone else either, ever. He's a busy guy and his job causes a lot of stress. But he's never punished you for telling him how you honestly feel. Has he? No. Her voice is quiet as she shakes her head. I guess not. So, if I tell him about our talk today, maybe I only have to say we talked about how to keep your mind distracted by happy things when you find yourself worrying about stuff that's out of your control. How does that sound? Yeah, I guess that's okay. She takes a deep breath and then slowly exhales. So, the next time I start thinking about stuff, I just have to do our ballet routine. I smile and reach out to pull her into a quick hug. It doesn't have to be our ballet routine. You can distract your brain with music, singing along to your favorite song or playing the piano, or maybe some other instrument that interests you. You can distract it with almost anything, really, as long as it's something you enjoy. Okay, thanks, Ella. She scoots off her chair and darts toward the door, already distracted by who knows what in the other room. Yeah, she's going to be okay. The rest of her family might be a bunch of assholes, but Isla is one of the good ones. Chapter 30, Ella. Isla has been on my mind all day. Sort of ironic since we were just talking about distracting ourselves from things that we can't control. But even though I don't control a lot of the outside factors in Isla's life, I do have some influence on her day-to-day activities. And maybe, just maybe, I can help her find a few more fun distractions. Bonus points if those distractions also happen to be educational. I'm brainstorming ideas at the dining room table and have half a page of notes written when she pops in and skips over to me. "What are you doing, Ella?" "Just thinking about some fun things we could do." My answer is intentionally vague, and I know I'm just setting her up to ask a million other questions. But I can't help myself. I love seeing that spark of curiosity as it takes hold in her eyes. "What kind of fun things? Going to the park? The zoo?" I quickly add those two things to the list. I was thinking more like something we could do tonight. And if that goes well, we could make plans to go somewhere else and do the same thing. "What thing?" She's hopping up and down next to me, completely unable to contain her impatient excitement. "Tell me what it is, please." Okay, I laugh, trying in vain to calm her down now that I've gotten her all worked up. "Remember how we were reading about the constellations and the solar system last week?" Her face immediately falls and her eyes narrow suspiciously. "Yeah? But you aren't going to make me read tonight, are you?" I really should try to hold in my laugh, but I can't. "Not unless that's what you want to do. You like reading, don't you?" "I guess, but it's not something fun we can do together." Okay, the kid has a point. Can't fault her for that one. "Well, you'll be happy to know I don't have a quiet night of reading planned for us." I snicker. "But I thought maybe we could go up on the roof deck and do some stargazing. Maybe try to identify some of those constellations we were reading about?" She catches an excited breath as her eyes go wide. "Yeah, that sounds like fun. Can we do it now?" "We have to wait until it gets dark so we can see the stars, silly. But we can start figuring out what we might need while we're up there. Blankets, flashlights, pillows, stuff for s'mores." "S'mores? What's a s'more?" Now it's my turn to be surprised. What's a s'more? Only the best, yummiest thing ever invented. It's graham cracker, chocolate, marshmallow, ooey gooey deliciousness. We'll make them over the fire pit up there. She squeals and claps her hands together. "That sounds so good. This is going to be fun." Kier's deep voice from the doorway startles a gasp from both of us. "What's going to be fun? Are you two planning a party in here?" "Sort of," I shrug, smiling as Isla runs over to her dad. "We're going to do some stargazing up on the roof when it gets dark." "And Ella said we can make s'mores?" "With s'mores," I add. Kier grins as he picks his daughter up and spins her around, eliciting another round of shrieks and giggles as he sets her back on her feet. "That does sound like fun. You know, I've never had s'mores before." "What?" Isla and I ask at the same time. "Nope," he shrugs. "It's one of those American things I've always heard about on TV and in movies, but I never knew people actually made them in real life." "Oh my gosh," I shake my head. "Of course we make them in real life. If you want to join us up on the roof later, you'll be able to try them for yourself." This is the closest we've come to a friendly conversation since our big argument, and I'm shocked that he actually seems to be considering hanging out with me. Well, probably more with Isla than me, if I'm being honest. Tonight. "Yeah, okay." He nods, his gaze lingering on mine for a few more seconds before he continues. "I'd like that. I'll come looking for the two of you when the sun goes down. We'll be here." And just like that, I guess we're done fighting. I sigh, going back to my notes as Isla follows her dad out of the room, chirping about s'mores and stargazing and everything else that's on her adorable little mind. The two of them are so alike in so many ways. I can't imagine leaving and cutting both of them out of my life. But I also can't imagine staying unless something changes between Kier and me. That's up to him, though. I'm willing to compromise on a lot of things, but he'll have to meet me halfway. I can't make him do it, though. I can't make him want a relationship with me. And as much as I might try to convince Isla otherwise, it's not always easy to stop thinking about the things that we can't control.
Chapter 31. Kieran. I turn off the overhead lights in my bedroom, unbuttoning the top button of my expensive silk blend shirt. A thought crosses my mind to turn on the bedside lamp, but I lie down on my bed, sinking into the cool comforter, and that thought slides away. After a day of non-stop movement, it feels good just to lay here for a minute. I let my eyes drift closed and think of nothing. In fact, I start the slow fade into sleep, still fully dressed as I am. Kier? My eyes snap open at the sounds of Ella's soft voice. I clear my throat and push my upper body away from the mattress, turning to look at the doorway. Ella is shyly hanging just outside the door, clinging to the frame. I can only see a little of her face in the dim light, but I beckon her closer. Yeah, come in. I roll onto my back, sitting up. She enters the room slowly, her every move cautious. I'm not waking you, am I? Or keeping you awake? I flash a sleepy smirk at her. It wouldn't be the first time I had lost some sleep thinking about you, darling. Now, come sit down and talk to me. I pat the bed beside me. She twists her mouth to the side and scurries forward, looking nervous. I narrow my eyes and frown at her. What does she have to be nervous about? I just thought. She climbs onto my bed, gulping. I thought maybe you would like some company tonight. My eyebrows rise. Some company? Even though it's dark in the room, I can still see her cheeks blush a deep rosy hue. She looks down at her hands, inhaling. I reach out to her, brushing my fingers over her shoulder, flicking her hair away to smooth my fingers over dewy, bare skin. Did you come in here because you're lonely, little girl? Ella turns those big eyes up to my face, fidgeting. Her voice comes out in barely a whisper. You could say that. That's very good, sweetheart. You came to me because I can give you just what you need. I lean over to her, using one finger to turn her face toward me. Kissing her is as natural as breathing. She lays one timid hand on my chest and releases the most breathy moan into my mouth. I needed to touch her, though I didn't realize it until just now. The hollowness I was feeling can only be filled by kissing and touching Ella. She's still wearing clothes for some unfathomable reason, and I start undressing her, tugging her shirt up over her head. I unbutton my shirt, pulling at the buttons, ripping them off in my haste. I take my shirt off and toss it aside, lying down. She's wearing a skirt that rides up just a little around her hips as she kisses me, which gives me an idea. Get your panties off, I growl. I want you to ride me, right fucking now. She looks at me with those wide, innocent eyes and starts to unzip her skirt. Okay. No, leave it on, I tell her. Just take your panties off and climb on my lap, sweetheart. Impatient, I reach out and grab a handful of her ass through her skirt. Faster than that, darling. I unzip my own pants as she shimmies her panties down her legs, kicking them off with her shoes. I hook my thumbs into the waistband of my boxer briefs, shoving them and my pants down to the middle of my thighs. My cock springs free, long and thick, the tip of it already slick with pre-cum. Ella's hand is on my cock instantly, her fist closing around it. My eyes sink closed and I buck against her touch. Fuck, I hiss. It feels so good. I love when you touch me, sweetheart. She gives me a few experimental strokes, testing the waters. My eyes open a slit, and I see her lean her head down to my cock. I love the feel of her hot little mouth, but it can't give me the carnal closeness that I need right this second. No, not now, I grit out, guiding her face up to mine. I don't want to blow my load in your mouth. I want your pussy right now. I want to watch your face as you sink down onto my big cock. Ella blushes, but she gives me a quick smile as she straddles me, breathing a little bit faster. I force her head down and kiss her, even as I lift my hips up. My cock touches her warm inner thigh. I close my eyes for the briefest moment, distracting myself, but there is no point, really. Ella is perfection, a pure fantasy, and the anticipation of burying my cock in her wet little pussy curls my toes. I kiss her, pressing her ass down so that her knees widen. You're going to have to ride slow, sweetheart, I warn. I'm so fucking hot for you right now, I can barely see straight. She gives me a wicked grin and reaches down between us to stroke my cock. I growl and thrust against her hand. Are you sure you're ready? She asks, her tone playful. God, I love it when you're a cock tease, I grit out. She laughs. I grunt, pressing her down again. I use my free hand to stand my cock straight up, groaning as the blunt tip touches her pussy lips. They are already dripping with moisture, and I groan as I probe her folds with my cock. Fuck, this girl is so hot. I can't even look at her directly, so I half close my eyes. Ella takes control for a second, using her hand to position my cock just how she wants it. She sinks down on my dick, her expression enraptured. Her pussy is hot and wet, and so tight that I clench my eyes and bare my teeth. I feel so goddamn close to her right now, on the precipice of losing myself. I have to close my eyes fully and count to 3 before I can think straight. Kier, say something, baby, she murmurs. I open my eyes again and she's looking down at me like a fucking angel. I thrust again, maintaining eye contact. Fuck, I mutter. God damn, you're so tight, so wet, so perfect. When she finally takes all of my cock, I pull her down for a long, slow kiss. Are you gonna fuck me or not? She asks, already breathless. Maybe it will help if I move too. To answer her question, I thrust my hips upward. She cries out, but she just thrusts back, continuing the motion, keeping it fluid. Her pussy grips my cock as she rides me, the feeling rocking me to my core. I move my hand down between our bodies, rubbing her clit. I'm going to make damn sure that she comes when I do, and I'm going to come pretty damn soon. Oh my God, she says, leaning forward. Do that again, baby. Rub my clit just like that. I love hearing you tell me just what you need, I grate. I dance my fingers around her clit, watching her expression closely. Her hips work, moving back and forth, her movements growing frenzied. Oh my God, oh! She drives herself right to the edge and I can feel her tensing and clenching, getting closer and closer. Fuck, that's right, sweetheart. The way that your sweet little pussy grips my cock so tight. Ella's eyes widen suddenly and she throws her head back, her hips twitching almost violently. That little bit of dirty talk is enough to push her over the edge. She cries out, her pussy spasming wildly, her nails scoring the flesh of my chest. I let myself go, pumping up into her body with abandon. I can feel the orgasm before it hits, feel it start down low in my balls. It tears loose, and I thrust upward again and again, her greedy little pussy milking my cock of every drop. I grab her by the waist and haul her up on the bed, spreading her thighs and bringing us together. My mouth descends upon hers, hungry and demanding. She opens her mouth and her thighs for me, drawing me in without a second of hesitation. Her hands slip around my neck, fingernails lightly scoring the flesh of my shoulders. I palm one of her breasts, then pinch her nipple, drawing a cry from her lips. I trail kisses down her jaw, skipping over her neck, and bend down to nuzzle the space between her tits. I feel her legs wrap around me, her heels digging into the backs of my legs, pulling me as close as possible. I know I'm not being delicate with her, but I'm too entranced to care. She doesn't seem to mind, her head thrown back. She's making these little oh and sounds that are killing me every second I'm not inside her. Fuck, I just had her, but it's not enough. Will it ever be enough? I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. I need to have her hot pussy again, right this second. She kisses me, and I bite her lower lip. She grabs me and bites me on the neck, which I swear makes my cock pulse. Fuck, I grit out. You are trouble, aren't you, sweetheart? I'm gonna have to fuck you again, I think. I can't get enough of you. I squeeze one of her tits hard, and she gasps. Have I been naughty? She whispers. I don't mind if you show me how bad I've been. Oh, fuck, I say, pushing her down on the bed. I look at her for a second, searching her face. You really don't want that. She struggles under me, trying to push me off. Maybe I do. I bring my hand up to her neck, fitting my fingers around the slim white column of her neck. I apply just a little bit of pressure, making her gasp and writhe beneath me. When I release her, she tries to pull me closer for a kiss. I allow it for a moment, but then I pull back. There is much more I want to do to her. I want to take her ass. I want to be the first man to make her moan from stimulating her clit and her ass together. She apparently has other plans, though. She looks up at me, biting her lip. "Can I taste you?" she asks quietly, seeming unsure. "Would you like that?" Surprised, I let out a bark of laughter. God, could Ella be any sexier? I reach down and stroke my cock with one hand, nodding. "Do you really have to ask if you can suck my cock? But I might remind you that I can get quite forceful if I enjoy what you're doing." Ella surprises me by hopping off the bed and kneeling on the floor, looking up at me with complete trust. God, her pussy is probably still dripping with my seed, and here she is, kneeling on the floor, ready to take my cock again. My cock stirs at the sight of her on her knees, her gorgeous dusky skin catching in the moonlight. Fuck, how did I get so lucky? I wonder aloud. She raises a brow and then opens her mouth. "Ready when you are, honey," she husks. Fuck. I get off the bed, taking my cock in my fist. I step closer, and she places a hand on my hip, looking at my dick. "That's perfect. Jesus, you're hot when you're on your knees like that." Swallowing, I look down at her heart-shaped face. Her pouty lips part as I guide my cock to her mouth. The second I touch my cock to her lips, the sensitive head probing the wet heat of her mouth, I have to close my eyes for a moment. My dick twitches, and it takes everything in me not to just bury myself in her hot mouth. I imagine how I would do it, how good it would feel just to put my hand in her hair, to let go and fuck her mouth and throat. But no. I open my eyes again, breathing hard. She's looking up at me, her lips on the very tip of my dick, her eyes telling me that she trusts me. I have to remember that. "Open your mouth a little wider. Stick out your tongue for me, sweetheart." I pull at the back of her neck, pressing the blunt head of my cock against her lips. She kisses my cock and then rolls out the velvety tip of her tongue across the very tip. Her tongue is hot and wet, and she licks the head of my cock, sending tiny lightning bolts of electricity down to my feet. My toes curl. This girl is some kind of magic, I swear. I grip the back of her neck, ecstatic. "Fuck," I whisper. She nudges my hand out of the way, closing her little fist around my cock. I put my hand into her hair as she sinks her mouth down onto my dick. Ella starts working her head up and down the shaft of my cock, fucking me oh so slowly. I groan as she picks up the pace a little, closing my eyes and leaning my head back. Usually, when I'm fucking a girl's pussy or ass, I'm in a position of complete control. I can stop or slow down as often as I want, which helps me keep from blowing my load before I'm ready. Even with throat fucking, I am in more control than I am now. And control is something I desperately need to have, especially now. Especially with Ella. "Fuck," I hiss. "Fuck, darling. That feels so damned good." Her mouth feels incredible. It's going to be hard to restrain myself. "You have to stop, otherwise I'm going to finish in your mouth." She doesn't stop, though. She keeps going, taking me right to the edge. In the end, I gently grab her face and push her back. She sits back on her heels, wiping at her mouth with the back of her hand. "I love your taste," she says, her eyes scanning my face. "It's indescribable." I lean down, crouching to kiss her full lips. She tastes like me, something dark and musky, and it takes everything in me not to stand up and have her finish me off. My cum would probably look amazingly velvety against her dark skin. But no, I have other things that I want to accomplish. "Your mouth is incredible." I pull her up and then toss her onto the bed. "I just didn't want to finish in your throat tonight, sweetheart. Not when there are so many other places that call my name. I'm going to fuck your ass tonight." She looks nervous and laughs a little. "What?" "Yes, darling." I crawl onto the bed, my eyes hard upon hers. "You're going to love it, I promise." I kiss her knee, making her squirm. "Kier," she protests. I grab her knees and force them apart, leaning down to kiss her tits. Then I go straight for her pussy, spreading it with 2 fingers and licking her clit. Ella cries out and buries her hands in my hair, her back bowing. I trace figure eights around her clit and dip my tongue into her pussy, loving the scent and taste of her. Just as she gets worked up, her juices flowing, I press her knees up and lick my way around the tiny pucker of her ass. "Ooh," she cries, startled. I kiss and lick it for a second, penetrating her ass with the tip of my tongue. Ella makes an inarticulate sound, a strangled half-moan, and I chuckle against her flesh. I replace my mouth with my fingers, sliding them in and out of her sensitive rear entrance until she groans. "See how good it feels, darling." Then I break away, kissing her inner thighs, kissing and biting her breasts. "I want you to touch yourself. Touch her clit," I whisper. Well, I'm taking you from behind. I want you to make yourself come. Don't hold back, sweetheart. She nods slowly, and I flip her over. She braces herself on her knees and elbows, showing her pretty pussy and ass to me. I grasp my cock, pressing the head to her rear entrance. She moans when I thrust against her ass once. Gripping her hips, I change the angle of penetration just slightly and find her pussy, thrusting my shaft inside just a few inches. I repeat the motion slowly, 3 or 4 times, just to get my cock nice and wet. She shivers, and I grasp my cock again. I press my cock to her rear entrance. "Go slow, Keir," she begs. "Please." "Don't sound so worried, sweetheart. Just rub your clit," I order. She reaches under her body and starts to play with her clit. Licking my thumb, I start rubbing it over the tight little balloon knot, pushing it inside slowly. Ella gasps and moans, but doesn't pull away. "Good girl," I say. "You love when I have my thumb in your ass, don't you?" She nods, gripping the sheets in both fists. I move my hand and replace it with my cock, thrusting shallowly until I get the head of my cock past the tight ring of her ass. "Ella," I check on her. "Keep going," she whispers. "It feels naughty." "Touch yourself some more," I remind her. I begin to thrust in earnest, plunging inside her, and hear her gasp. It feels so hot and so tight that I have to go slow, otherwise I'll come right away. "Oh my God," she gasps. "Keir, your cock feels so good. I feel so full." I grab her hips and use them as leverage while I fuck her, working my cock in and out of her ass. She begins to tighten her inner muscles even more as she plays with her clit. I focus, closing my eyes, and try to hit her G-spot every time I thrust. "Come on, Ella," I encourage her. "I want to watch you fall apart, darling." Finally, she bursts, coming with a shout. I speed up as soon as I feel her begin to spasm, letting myself pound into her like a jackhammer. She cries out my name, which has never sounded better. "Keir! Oh, Keir!" Damn. Watching her come, hearing her cry out my name as she does, it is really ridiculously hot. I feel my cock start to twitch and pulse as I drive home again and again. I feel like I'm coming like a fucking fountain, her ass milking my cock for everything it's worth. "Fuck!" I shout. "God damn, Ella!" Pulling out, I catch myself before I slump face first into her back, diverting my weight to fall beside her instead. She doesn't move. She lies on her stomach, facing away from me, her breathing ragged. I struggle for breath too, but I also feel an overwhelming need to kiss her. I turn Ella over to face me with one hand, cupping her cheek as I press my lips to hers. "That was good," she whispers. "Aye," I agree. "But now we have round 3 to contend with." Ella looks at me like I'm crazy. "Round 3? Well, we both have to go clean up anyway, so we might as well do it together. And if we're going to be in the shower anyway." "Aren't you worn out?" she asks. I kiss her lips a final time and then get up, offering her my hand. "Of you? I don't think so. I think that's impossible." She smiles wryly and then takes my hand, letting me pull her up. "You're crazy." "If you say so." I swat her on the ass and she laughs, hurrying toward the bedroom door.
Chapter 32. Ella. I can hear Keir shouting from all the way down the hall, even though he's in his bedroom with the door closed. There's no mistaking the steady flow of profanity echoing down the corridor. I'm just thankful that Isla is out shopping with her aunt. She would definitely be stressing about her dad's bad mood if she could hear him right now. Heck, I'm stressing about it, and I don't even know who is on the other end of the line. Well, I don't know yet. But I'm creeping down the hallway towards his door, and it's becoming much easier to eavesdrop now that I'm getting closer to the source of all the yelling. I mean, is it technically eavesdropping if I can hear him through the whole penthouse? Whatever. I'm the one who has to deal with his shitty mood later, so I think it's only fair that I get to know who ruined his mood in the first place. Go fuck yourself, James. Keir snarls from the other side of the door. You're not going to fucking talk about her like that. Okay, so he's talking to his brother, and James is most likely talking about me. Judging from Keir's side of the conversation, I'm guessing James isn't saying how much he enjoys my company. I already told you why I can't go to your fundraiser. he continues. First of all, I don't want to go. Second, I made plans with my daughter and Ella, and I'd rather spend time with the two of them than play cheerleader for your fucking campaign. You'll survive without me. There will be other fundraisers. Hearing him say he wants to spend time with me, even if it's in the middle of a rant, makes my stomach feel a little fluttery. Keir has said more than once that he doesn't want a relationship with me, but then he goes and says how much he wants to spend time with me. I don't know what to believe, but it's nice to hear. Don't fucking threaten me, James. That fluttery feeling evaporates in 0.5 seconds when I hear that low, dangerous rumble in Keir's voice. Yeah, I'm telling you to fuck off. Goodbye. I jump when I hear him hang up the phone, then sprint back to my room just before he bursts out into the hallway. Ella, are you there? Why does it always feel like I'm in trouble whenever he yells my name like that? I'm here, I answer, peeking back out of my own bedroom as if I've been in here the entire time. Is everything okay? No, he sighs, scrubbing a hand down his face. Not really. Do you want... No, he interrupts before I can even finish asking. It's not something I can talk about right now, but thank you for asking. Wow, it's almost like he's making an effort to be nice. Well, as nice as can be expected after that phone call with his brother. I like it, and I have to give him credit for at least trying. Are you still coming to the planetarium with Isla and me tonight? I ask, even though I heard him tell James as much already. Or if you need time to, decompress, we could maybe reschedule, or I could see if they could do a later presentation for us. No, he shakes his head. I don't want to reschedule. That stargazing thing is all I've been looking forward to today. You've been looking forward to it? Why does that sound so sweet? This is the man who was just yelling and cursing like a sailor 2 minutes ago, and now he sounds sweet and vulnerable. Yeah, of course, he shrugs, giving me a funny look. Why wouldn't I? Seeing you and Isla having so much fun out on the rooftop deck the other night made me want to do it all over again. His lips twitch into something that could almost be called a smile. Too bad they won't have any s'mores at the planetarium. Do you think they'd bring some in for us if I ask? I smirk. Who would have thought that the fancy aristocrat would love such a common American snack? Doesn't hurt to ask. That Lord Greyrose title has to be good for something, right? Now he really does smile. I like the way you think. I'll make a phone call. I can't pretend I understand the stress he's under or the triggers that make his mood swing wildly from one end of the spectrum to the other. I'm just glad we're good for now. Chapter 33, Ella. This is so cool, Isla whispers as we step inside the planetarium. Look at all the stars on the ceiling. It's just like what we saw the other night, but brighter and closer. Keir and I exchange a smile as he directs her to the center of the large domed room. Tonight, we're going to have the whole place to ourselves, sweetheart, he says as a handful of employees start carrying in supplies from a side door. And we'll have s'mores too. Yay, s'mores! She cheers, her tiny voice echoing through the cavernous space. I can only watch and shake my head. I guess it does pay to be a billionaire, with a title and family connections up and down the country, huh? You convinced them to let us have a campfire? I ask, my mouth falling open when I see two guys bringing in what looks like a portable fire pit. He frowns. Not exactly. They said they don't have the right kind of ventilation, and that an actual fire would probably set off the sprinklers and the smoke alarm. The best they said they could do was apparently an electrical fire pit and a toaster oven as a backup. I laugh. Turns out all that money and those family connections only go so far after all. Even if we can't melt them at all, we still have chocolate and marshmallows and graham crackers at the end of the day. Can't really complain about that. You say that now, he smirks. I'll let you break the news to Isla. In that case, we might have to take our chances with building a fire. The sound of his laughter follows me as I head off after his daughter. Hey, kiddo, I call out. Pretty cool setup they have here, isn't it? Yeah, the nice lady over there told me I could have all the candy I want tonight. An older lady tosses me a friendly wave as she walks out of the room. I instantly hate her. Yes, that was super nice of her. Whatever. This was supposed to be a fun, slightly educational outing for Isla. I'm not going to stop her if she wants to get all hopped up on sugar. At least it'll keep her from thinking about her mom and dad. That's enough of a win for me. Kier joins me as Isla wanders off to ask the manager a million questions about stars, planets, the galaxy, the candy at the snack bar, basically anything and everything that pops into her inquisitive little mind. The older she gets, the less I can keep up, Kier murmurs as his hand lightly rubs against the small of my back. She's so smart and she has so much energy. I don't know where she gets it. I smile up at him. Watching her makes me wonder if you and Saffron were the same way when you were kids. It would be really sweet to see some old home movies or something if your parents have any. His smile falters, but only for a second, and I make a mental note not to mention his parents, or the rest of his family for that matter, again tonight. I'll have to ask, he says, his expression smoothing out again after a moment. I don't remember being that energetic, but Saffron definitely was. She still is most days. Yeah, I can picture that. We probably should have invited her to come along tonight, but I honestly didn't even think about it until just now. Nah, he makes a dismissive gesture. She already gets to see the two of you more than I do. Tonight is for the three of us. That sentence hangs in the air for a few seconds as a sudden awkward silence stretches out between us. Tonight is for the three of us. How am I supposed to keep my knees from going weak when he says things like that? It's impossible not to let my mind wander and my imagination start to run wild when he practically paints a picture of what life as a couple might be like. This has been a pretty rough couple of weeks, he says, making me wonder if he was just somehow listening in on my thoughts. I've been an asshole, and I'm sorry about that. Lord, I'm not ready to have this conversation right now, especially not here, with random strangers milling around. Kier doesn't seem to mind, though, or maybe he just doesn't notice. Aside from tracking Isla as she moves around the room with the manager, he hasn't taken his eyes off me since we got here. It's okay, I say, clearing my throat and hoping I don't sound like an emotional mess all of a sudden. You've had a lot on your mind, a lot going on with work and everything else. Yeah, that's true, he nods. But it still doesn't excuse the way I spoke to you. You're a good person, Ella, and I want you to know I've thought that since the beginning. No matter what else I might have said, or might still say in the future. I snort. Leave it to Kier to take a sweet moment and qualify it by saying he'll probably be an asshole again sometime soon. At least he's still being honest, though, and neither of us is yelling, so that's a plus. I'm sorry for some of the things I said, too, I offer, then frown as he starts to laugh quietly. What? I thought we were having a moment here. We are, I guess, he grins. But I just noticed you said you were sorry for some of the things you said. I probably shouldn't ask which ones you aren't sorry about. Okay, the moment has officially been ruined. No, you probably shouldn't ask. I try to keep a stern face, but his laugh is contagious. Before long, we're both cracking up over something that wasn't all that funny in the first place. It feels good to laugh, though, especially after the week we've had. I still feel the same about the relationship thing, though. I blurt out, not even realizing what I'm saying until it's too late. I mean, just while we were being open and honest about things. God, why did I say that? It's like I opened my mouth and the stupidity just tumbled out. Not that I don't mean what I said. I do still feel like we have different, wildly different in some cases, ideas of what stability and dependability and safety looks like. But we were having such a nice time, and now the mood is completely different. And this time it's all my fault. That's probably for the best, he says, his expression completely serious again. It turns out I'm not as good at relationships as I used to think I was. Damn. My heart. Yeah. I sigh, turning away from him before I start to get emotional. I guess that makes two of us.
Chapter 34. Kieran. My stomach clenches as I glance down at the 3 neat stacks of papers on my desk and then at the cheque in my hand. I think I might throw up. In the end, Kinsley agreed to take £75 million in exchange for her signature on the divorce paperwork and a verbal agreement that she'll only have supervised visitation with Isla whenever it's convenient for me. The deal is necessary. As long as that damn sex tape is still out there, Kinsley and James still have way too much bargaining power. At least I'll only have to deal with one of them after today. Still, it feels like I'm making a deal with the devil. It's one thing to write the occasional cheque to my ex so she can finance her drink and drug-fueled lifestyle. It's another thing to hand her a literal fortune on a silver platter. The intercom next to me buzzes and my secretary makes the announcement I've been dreading. Your wife is here, Lord Greyrose. Not my wife for much longer, thank fucking God. Send her in, I answer, straightening my jacket and clutching the cheque behind my back as my soon-to-be ex saunters in. She's wearing a fur coat and a sapphire brooch that almost certainly came from my mother's jewellery collection. I can't help but idly wonder if Mother loaned it willingly or if she still doesn't know it's missing. Do you have the cheque? She asks, looking around warily as if I might be trying to trick her. I don't have a lot of time to waste on you today, Keir. I force a smile, mainly because I know how much it irritates her. Always a pleasure to see you too, darling. She rolls her eyes and holds her hand out to me. The cheque? I nod toward the papers on my desk. Sign the papers first. Once I get your signature in all the appropriate places, you can have this. I hold up the signed cheque so she can see it. You should probably hurry. You don't have a lot of time to waste on me, remember? She walks over and signs the first stack of papers, then the next. You know I never loved you, right? She tosses out the question so casually that she could easily have been asking me about the weather or what I had for breakfast. I only married you because my parents forced me into it. And for the money, of course. Of course, I shrug. I didn't love her either, but her words still sting for some reason. Maybe because I thought I was in love with her back when we first got married. I was younger back then, and young people have a habit of doing stupid things. Regardless, I'm not going to give her the reaction she's no doubt hoping for. Done, she says, tossing the pen she was using back onto my desk and holding out her hand again. Now give me the cheque. I almost make her say please, just to be a dick. And you'll drop the custody thing, I ask instead. Give me your word, Kinsley. She waves me away, already apparently bored with the conversation. I said I would drop it, and I will. It isn't the assurance I want, but it'll have to be good enough for now. I hand over the cheque and usher her back out the door without saying another word. Only after she's gone and I'm alone again do I lean against the doorframe and scrub a hand down my face. That horrible chapter of my life is officially closed. Shouldn't I be happy? Shouldn't I be celebrating? Why do I still feel so shitty? Isla's sad face is making my heart hurt, but this is one of the few times where there isn't anything I can do to fix her unhappiness.
Why isn't she here?
Isla is sitting next to me on the sofa, but her eyes have been fixed on the elevator doors across the foyer for the past half hour.
Mama promised she would be here at 5 o'clock.
She looks up at me with an expression that's a mix of hurt and confusion.
What time is it now?
I want to lie, but it's too late for that. 5:35, sweetheart. Why don't we do something, Maybe Ella will want to go to the park with us. Should I ask her? Or maybe we can go up to the roof and do some stargazing again. That would be fun, wouldn't it? I sound desperate, even to my own ears. What else can I do, though? Sometime between signing our divorce paperwork and depositing a cheque for £75 million, Kinsley sent a note up to the penthouse for Isla. A note where she promised to come by for a visit at 5 o'clock sharp. A note I didn't even find out about until I got home at 3 minutes after 5. 3 minutes after Isla had already started staring at the elevator doors.
I don't want to go to the park.
Isla crosses her little arms as the confusion on her face slowly turns to anger. The hurt is still there, though.
I don't want to look at the stars either. I want my mama. Where is she?
There's a hint of accusation in her tone, and I don't like it. Kinsley probably thought she was being clever and hitting me where it hurts, but this isn't about me. I'm not the one who is upset and disappointed that she isn't here. Kinsley is actively hurting our daughter this time, and I'm going to make her regret that decision. I don't know where she is, sweetheart. I answer as truthfully as I can. Maybe she got stuck in traffic, or something could have come up. I'll call her, okay? But I really don't think she's going to be able to make it tonight. I'm not going to call her, and I know for sure she isn't going to make it tonight, but I can only dish out so many hurtful truths at one time when Isla is already on the verge of tears.
She isn't coming?
Those tears start to spill down her cheeks as she drags her eyes away from the elevator doors to look at me again.
You're sure?
Fuck, I hate Kinsley for this. For this and a million other reasons I don't ever want to let her see Isla again. The worst part is that Isla will still worship her, even after this latest disappointment. After so many years of building Kinsley up in her mind, Isla is convinced the woman can do no wrong. How am I supposed to argue with that? I can't. I won't. I'll be damned if I'm the one who's going to ruin my child's perception of her mother. Kinsley will do a great job of poisoning that relationship all by herself. She certainly doesn't need any help from me. Pretty sure, honey, I finally answer. She isn't coming tonight, but I'll see if I can find out when she'll be in town again, okay?
I want to see her tonight.
Isla slides down off the sofa and starts running toward her bedroom.
I don't want to do anything else until I can see Mama.
Isla, I call after her. Let's try to... Her bedroom door slams shut, ending our conversation before I can finish what I was going to say. Damn it, Kinsley. She's really gone too far this time. And just like always, Ella and I will be the ones who have to pick up the pieces.
Chapter 35. Ella. It's been a hell of a night. After the whole Kinsley drama, Kier and I tried everything we could think of to cheer Isla up. We ordered 2 of her favorite foods, a plate of macaroni and a plate of spaghetti, then ended up sharing them between ourselves when she refused to eat. It was only after we turned her favorite song on repeat and made it sound like we were having our own private dance party in the living room that she finally peeked out to see what she was missing. I grabbed her and hugged her. Then we both tickled her until she threatened to pee her pants. Even after all that, she still looked like she was only a few seconds away from crying again. A pillow fort and 2 movies later, she finally passed out on the living room floor between us. And not a moment too soon, since I could have happily fallen asleep at least 2 hours ago. "We've destroyed this living room," Kier whispers as he tucks a blanket up around Isla's shoulders, before carefully extracting himself from the half-demolished pillow fort. It was for a good cause, though. I reached down and pushed a strand of her hair back away from her face. Poor kid. I was afraid she was going to end up crying herself to sleep. I still can't believe Kingsley would stoop to... Actually, no. I can believe it, and I won't be shocked if she does it again sometime. As a general rule, I try to keep my opinions about Kingsley to myself. Mostly to myself, at least. I'm sure I've let a few judgmental thoughts slip when Isla was out of earshot, but I do try to be as supportive as I can without trashing Kier's ex or his parents or his brother. There's usually enough negativity in the air without me piling on, right? Tonight, though, it feels personal. Kingsley used Isla to hurt Kier, and that's inexcusable. The two of us stand up and stretch, then move to the sofa so we can relax on the few remaining cushions that weren't used to build the fort. Do you think she'll try to call tomorrow? I ask. Kingsley, I mean. Maybe she really did forget and this was all just a big mistake. He shoots me a skeptical look. She didn't forget. She sent that note on purpose, knowing she had no intention of following through. I don't think I'll ever be able to forgive her for hurting Isla like that. He shakes his head. Anyway, it wouldn't matter if she actually did call tomorrow. Isla needs to be here when James and my parents arrive. Wait, what? I sit up straight, unable to hide my surprise. James and your parents? They're coming here? Didn't I tell you? His eyebrows knit together. Fuck, I'm sorry. I thought I told you. I mean to tell you just to give you a heads up if nothing else. I should be upset, but I can't muster any anger after the roller coaster of emotions we've all been on. Did they say why they were coming? I ask, then hurriedly add, not that it matters, it's just that I thought you weren't getting along with any of them, especially your brother. I'm not getting along with any of them, but what else can I do? I've already forbidden all of them from coming to the penthouse, but they're calling my bluff. As much as I'd love to watch my security guards throw their asses out on the street, they know I won't actually do it. I lean against him and sigh to myself as he puts his arm around me. We still haven't discussed our situation since our last argument, but I'm sure as heck not going to bring it up right now. I think we've already had enough drama for one day. Why do they treat you so badly? I ask instead, wincing as the words fall out of my mouth. Sorry, was that too blunt? I just don't understand why your parents and James seem to hate me. I can feel his chest rise and fall with one deep breath after another. I disappointed my parents. That's a cardinal sin in our family. You disappointed them? I take a moment to try to imagine how someone as driven as Kier could ever be a disappointment to his parents. But no, I'm just not seeing it. You're probably the most successful, hard-working person I've ever met. How can they even think about being disappointed? What do you have to do to get in their good graces? Win a Nobel Prize? He grunts. Probably wouldn't hurt. Anyway, it all goes back to when everyone assumed I'd be Prime Minister someday. Prime Minister? He's dropping so many truth bombs that I genuinely can't keep up. You're too blunt and honest to be a politician. Plus, I thought that was James's area. Or were you supposed to take turns being Prime Minister? He laughs. That would have been something, wouldn't it? Two brothers taking turns in number 10 Downing Street. I don't think the country is ready for that. I'm surprised that he's opening up like this, but I don't want to point it out and ruin the moment. Still, it's nice. The topic kind of sucks, but the connection, the closeness and the way he's confiding in me, that part is really, really nice. So your parents basically shunned you when they realized you wouldn't be Prime Minister? Not that I want to keep bringing up his old trauma or anything, but I'm super curious about how Keir and his family got to the point they're at now. I'd like to say I can't imagine parents being so cruel and petty, but yeah, I can imagine it. I lived through it myself, just not anywhere near the same scale. They didn't shun me completely, he answers. They turned most of their time and money to helping James achieve the political career they thought I should have, and I got the consolation prize. The consolation prize? I wince as I look up at him. I'm almost scared to ask. He gives my shoulders a gentle squeeze as he continues. Nah, the joke was on them. They gave me control of News Corp, and I'll never look back. It was the first time I've ever felt like I was actually good at something. I'm not sure whether that makes me feel better for him or if it makes my heart ache more for all those years he spent floundering without his parents' approval. You do seem like you enjoy your job most days, I offer, which is maybe a bit of a stretch considering how unhappy he's been the past few weeks. You definitely seem to be in control there. I think your employees look up to you. The job used to feel easier than it feels now, but yeah, I still do think I'm good at it. A wry smile plays across his lips. Not sure if I'm respected as much as I'm feared, but I'll take what I can get. You took what could have been a bad situation and turned it into something good, something rewarding. I raise a brow. Do you think James can say the same about his career path? Is he ready to be the next Prime Minister? Keir bursts out laughing, then catches himself with a cautious glance in Isla's direction. Fuck no, he answers, bringing his voice down until it's just above a whisper. He's absolutely not ready, and they know it. That's why they're coming here tomorrow and threatening me with everything they can find to make sure I'll come out and publicly support him, not just with money and appearances, but with airtime at News Corp. Wow. I probably wouldn't have believed his entire family, aside from Saffron, of course, was really that cold and calculating if I hadn't witnessed some of it myself. But I have seen them in action, and I know how ruthless they can be. I'm sorry they keep treating you like that, I say, meaning it. You shouldn't have to be treated like a business associate by your own family. That really sucks. Not even an important business associate either, he smirks. Until the moment they need something from me, then I'm still the asshole. But I'm the asshole they can't ignore anymore. God, is it any wonder he's scared of being in a relationship when everyone around him is so toxic? Almost all the people he's supposed to be able to count on in his life have screwed him over and keep screwing him over. How can I be shocked that he doesn't trust me with his heart? Coming from that kind of family background, I shake my head. It's honestly surprising to me that you're so good with Isla. You're an amazing dad, Keir, and I'm not just saying that. I get to see you interact with her every day, and I know how much you do for her behind the scenes. Thank you. I can hear the emotion in his voice as it drops even lower than normal. She's the only reason I'm still here. She keeps me sane. She keeps me grounded in the midst of all this crazy shit. I would lay down my life for her in an instant, and I hope like hell that she never has to doubt how much I love her. I don't think she'll ever doubt that for a minute. I reach over to run my fingertips along the chain around his neck. Is that why you keep 2 rings on this chain? For Isla's sake? He reaches for the rings, holding them in his hand for a moment before shaking his head. No, not for Isla. These are for me. They're the wedding bands Kinsley and I wore for the first part of our marriage, when we were still pretending it wasn't all a huge mistake. I wince. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring the conversation back to her. No need to apologize. He lets go of the rings and slips the chain back under his shirt collar. I want to be reminded. That's why I wear them. It's my way of telling myself not to let anyone in, not to get too close. But here I am, spilling my guts to you anyway. I guess some lessons have to be learned the hard way. There's so much I want to say. I want to tell him he doesn't have to be so guarded with me, that I'm not like Kinsley and won't ever try to hurt him like that. I want to tell him it's okay to let people in, that the only way we get to experience the good feelings is by opening ourselves up to the bad ones as well. I don't say any of those things, though. Instead, I tip my head back as he leans in. His lips brush against mine, and I close my eyes, melting against him. I'm finally starting to understand that it doesn't matter how many times I try to tell him I'm not like all those other girls he's known. He won't believe me until I show him, until I back up my words with actions. That's what I hope I'm doing now, showing him that being close to someone doesn't always have to end badly.
Chapter 36. Kieran. I wake up feeling hungover and disoriented, like I've just been out all night drinking. Unfortunately, the truth isn't nearly as exciting. I haven't been drinking at all, but I have just spent the entire night slumped over on the sofa with Ella nestled against me. Definitely not complaining about that part, but I'm way past the age when spending the night on a couch could be considered comfortable and refreshing. Looking down at the floor, I can see that Isla is still sound asleep in her makeshift pillow fort, so I still have some time to untangle my arms and legs from Ella's and make my way to the bedroom where I can at least change clothes and take a quick shower before I have to get the day started. Still trying not to wake Ella, I reach for my phone and squint to read the news alert that's flashing across my screen. Lord Greyrose in bed with the nanny. Scandalous sex tape leak. Fuck. My chest tightens as I reread it just to be sure. No, this can't be happening. Not to me. Not today. Not with my daughter still sleeping 5 feet away. So much for letting Ella sleep in. Ella, I nudge her gently but urgently. Ella, you need to wake up. We have a problem. What? She stretches and rubs her eyes as she looks around the room. She's probably just as disoriented as I was a few moments ago, but there's no time to let her adjust. What's going on? I wish there was an easy way to break this to her, but there isn't. The sex tape is leaked. It's out there in the public now. Her breath catches in her throat as she sits bolt upright on the couch next to me. What? Shit! I press a finger to my lips and nod in Isla's direction. I'm going to pick her up and tuck her into her own bed, turn on the TV and see what they're saying on the news stations. She nods and jumps into action while I scoop up Isla from the floor and carry her to her bedroom, thanking my lucky stars the entire time that she's such a heavy sleeper. 2 minutes later, I'm back in the living room with Ella. It's all over the news, she says, pointing to the TV in front of her without looking up from her phone. And I'm already getting messages from everyone, everywhere. I want to take her into my arms again and reassure her that everything is going to be fine, but honestly, I'm not sure it's going to be okay. Our nightmare scenario has just come true. We're only 5 minutes into the crisis, and it already feels like my whole world might be crashing down around me. My sister is going to see these headlines. She's going to get asked uncomfortable questions about my love life. Hell, my parents are going to get asked those same questions. I walk over to my phone and ignore the incoming messages as I scroll through my contact list. There's so much to do and no time for any of it, but we have to start somewhere. I'll lose my mind if I don't start doing something productive. We'll have to put out a statement. I need to call my lawyers and my PR firm. They're going to earn their fucking money today.
I don't understand how this happened. She sounds miserable and looks even worse when she makes eye contact with me again. My dad has called 12 times already. What am I going to tell him? She dashes at her cheeks as tears start to spill down her face. What am I going to do, Kier? We're going to get through this, I say, pulling her up into my arms and holding her tight while she buries her head against my shoulder. It's going to be rough for a while, but I promise we'll make it to the other side. I still don't know how we're going to make it, but I'm not going to let her think for a second that she'll have to face this on her own. For better or worse, we're in this together. And while there are a million things we should both be doing right now, giving her a few minutes to cry has become my #1 priority. It's going to be okay, I whisper, breaking away from our embrace so I can plant a kiss on her forehead. Will it be okay? Are you sure? Because this feels like we're being crushed by the weight of the world. People are going to see us naked, being intimate, having sex. I don't know if I can handle that, Kier. I can't blame her for how she's feeling. Hell, I feel the same way. I failed her. Failed to keep the sex tape from going public. Failed to keep her safe yet again. And she still somehow has faith in me. She's still looking to me for answers, for comfort, for reassurance. And by God, that's what I'm going to give her. I can't undo the damage that's already been done, but I can still do my best to stop the bleeding. I'll hire people to scrub the internet, I say, feeling a new sense of urgency. They'll take the video down wherever they find it. Then we'll lay low for a while, until all the craziness blows over. I'll be right here with you every step of the way. She nods and draws in a ragged breath. Do you promise? I promise. 100%. Easiest promise I've ever had to make. Okay. She nods again, and then takes a deeper, steadier breath. Okay. I believe you. I need to call my dad and my sister so I can warn them not to talk to the press. I grimace. I should probably call my sister too. Jesus, that's a call I don't want to make. Maybe it'll be easier if we sit next to each other while we make those calls. Then maybe we won't feel like we're so alone. Damn, I hate that I've put her in this position. If I find out James is behind this leak, I swear to God I'll put him in the hospital. You aren't alone, I remind her, because I know she needs to hear it again. I'm going to be right here next to you, right by your side. We sit down on the sofa together with our phones in hand. I fire off a text to my lawyer while she dials her dad's number. This is how we're going to spend our morning, putting out fires and making awkward apologies. Hell, this is probably how we're going to spend the next few days, maybe the next few weeks. As bad as this situation is, and fuck, it's bad, I can honestly say there's one tiny sliver of a silver lining that I can already see. I care about Ella. It's so simple and obvious, but it's taken me this long to fully admit it, even within the privacy of my own thoughts. Seeing her so upset and vulnerable does something to me. It makes me want to help her and protect her, to hold her close and reassure her that everything is going to be okay. That isn't something I'd do if I didn't care about her. I can't fake those feelings, and I can't deny them either. Soon, once this shitstorm has passed, I hope I can sit down with her and tell her, out loud, in no uncertain terms, exactly how I feel.
Chapter 37. Ella. I've been through a lot of rough times in my life, but having a sex tape released to the world feels like it might just be rock bottom. As much as I wouldn't wish this kind of humiliation and embarrassment on anyone, it does give me a little comfort to know I'm not the only one trying to cope with it. True to his word, Kier has been by my side through this entire ordeal. We've had a few tense moments over the past few days, but he's been my rock. He's let me cry on his shoulder and curl up in his bed. He's shown the kind of patience and understanding that I would have sworn he didn't possess a few weeks ago. Now, in a rented villa an hour outside of Monte Carlo, it finally feels like we've escaped. We made it out of Glasgow alive, and it seems like there might be a tiny ray of light at the end of this long, dark tunnel. Sitting on the terraced back patio, We have the almost picturesque view I've ever seen. There are vineyards and citrus orchards on one side, and the warm waves of the Mediterranean on the other. I can almost look out there and pretend that we're on a regular vacation without a care in the world. Almost. Kier's rumbling voice pulls me from my thoughts as he sits down next to me with a cup of coffee. I'm worried about Isla. Do you think she knows what's going on? It's a question we've each asked at least once a day since the nightmare started, but I still can't give him a definite answer. If she does, she's probably known about it since before we left Glasgow, I say, even though I know that isn't particularly helpful. I think coming here was the right decision, regardless. There isn't any press here, no paparazzi. It feels isolated and safe. Safe. God, how long has it been since I've been able to say that? I was so focused on surviving and making it through one day at a time when we were in Glasgow. But it's different here, and it's that feeling of finally being safe and secure that makes all the difference. Kier slowly nods as he stares out over the distance. I think she's still too young to understand exactly what's happening, but we have to assume she's at least caught a glimpse of the news, and it was impossible to completely shield her from the press in Glasgow. I just worry that all that negativity has started to affect her. She is too smart for her own good sometimes, and I know for sure she doesn't believe me when I tell her there's nothing to worry about. I think back to all the conversations I've had with Isla over the past few weeks. She's told me things in confidence that I'd be hesitant to share under normal conditions, but this situation is anything but normal. It's the exact opposite of normal. She does worry, I say, weighing my words carefully. I obviously hadn't talked to her about all of this, but she told me before, back when Kinsley was first coming around, that she was worried about the two of you. About Kinsley and me? She told you that? I can tell from his tone that he's starting to get upset, but I'm not sure if it's because of what I'm saying about Isla or because I didn't tell him sooner. She didn't want to upset you, so she made me promise I wouldn't say anything. Of course, I didn't make that promise, though. What did you say to her? Just that I know you love her very much, and that I was sure her mom felt the same way. Then I did my best to distract her with dance, with stargazing, with movies, anything I could think of to keep her mind off of what was going on between you and Kinsley. The muscles in his jaw are clenched tightly, and I'm afraid he's going to start yelling, but he simply says, I wish I would have known. I don't want her to feel like she needs to keep secrets from me. I told her that too, I offer. That you haven't ever punished her for sharing her feelings and that you wouldn't be upset with her about something like that. Finally, his expression starts to soften. Thank you for that. She obviously trusts you. I wish you would have come to me sooner, but I can appreciate that you didn't want to betray her confidence. Thank God. There's still a bit of hesitation in his voice that tells me he doesn't fully appreciate how I handled the situation, but at least he doesn't seem to be angry anymore. It wasn't my intention to keep anything from you, I say, just to be clear. I also would never encourage her to keep her feelings bottled up inside. I promise I was trying to do what I thought was best and what I thought you would want me to do. I understand. But don't you think? His voice trails off and he stiffens in his seat as he looks down at the sprawling sandy beach below us. Do you see that guy out there? Is he pointing the camera over here? It only takes me a moment to find the guy he's talking about. My heart stops beating and I feel a chill go down my spine, even though the mid-morning sun is still shining down on us. They found us. I whisper. Just one guy for now, he mutters, standing up and moving in front of me to block the guy's view. More are coming. It's only a matter of time. My hand is trembling as I grab my own coffee mug and start walking back toward the house. I guess we aren't safe here after all. He doesn't say anything else until we're both inside again and the door is closed behind us. Keep the curtains drawn tight and try to keep Isla from going outside. I just nod. We both know that's going to be virtually impossible. She's a little girl and we're in paradise. There's a pool and terrace gardens that lead all the way down to the beach and sea beyond that. She isn't going to understand why it's too dangerous to play outside. I'm too numb to argue, though. Too shaken to even think straight. What are we going to do here? Not just with Isla, but what are we going to do? He scrubs a hand down his face and shakes his head. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you this time. I thought we'd have a few more days before they caught up to us. But I guess I was wrong. He's right. That isn't a good answer. I know he's doing the best he can. We both are, and he's probably doing a better job than I am, all things considered. But I really need him to tell me everything is going to be okay right now, and he isn't saying that at all. I walk toward the window, then stop myself. I can't keep doing this. I can't. The press is going to keep us locked in here like prisoners, and they won't rest until they've driven us completely insane. My voice is rising with every word, but I don't realize it until I'm almost yelling. Even then, I'm not fully aware of my own volume until Keir bangs a fist on the dining room table. What do you want me to do, Ella? There's nothing I can say or do to make this better, so what do you want from me? He stops and huffs out a short breath, then lowers his voice again. This is what my life is like. Even before the tape, this is the kind of shit I had to deal with. It's the kind of shit I've been dealing with for my entire life. I haven't. I'm only standing a few feet away from him, but it feels like a whole world apart right now. This isn't the life I want. This isn't what I signed up for. None of us signed up for this shit. I didn't. Isla didn't. It just comes with the territory. If you can't handle it now as my nanny, then how the hell do you think you'd cope with it as my girlfriend or my wife? If we even hint that we might be in a relationship, they'll start circling like vultures. It'll be 10 times worse than it is now. That much I can guarantee. Of all the times I've tried to imagine what life would be like as Keir's girlfriend, I never stopped to consider how much my everyday life would change. He's right, though. I know he is. Being in a relationship with Lord Greyrose would instantly make me a public figure, and there's nothing I can do to change that. Maybe he doesn't realize how unsettling that is, since he's lived his entire life in a fishbowl, but that isn't normal. Normal, regular couples don't have to deal with this madness. You're right, I say, echoing my own thoughts. It would be a lot worse if we were in a relationship, and it's hard enough to make a relationship work without all the added pressure of having the entire world scrutinizing every move we make. Exactly. You always wonder why I'm so reluctant to jump into a new relationship. Well, here you go. This is why it's better to keep things simple and low-key. We can spend time together, we can fuck, we can travel, but we've made the mistake of being too interesting. We've become a news item, a story. Every word is true, but that only makes it more difficult to hear. Maybe we need to take a step back then, I say. My throat is so tight that I can barely speak, but I might not have the courage or the strength to say this later, and it needs to be said. Maybe we should break up, or At least take a break. He doesn't hesitate at all. Fine. Why does that one word feel like a slap in the face? We were in agreement and I shouldn't be angry about it, but I can't help the way I feel. If I'm being perfectly honest, I guess maybe I was hoping he'd try to talk me out of it. So we're done? I ask, because apparently I have some kind of masochistic need to hear him say the words out loud. How can we be done? How can we break up if we weren't ever together in the first place? You might be done, and that's fine. You can go. I won't stop you. I'm going to start crying if I say anything else at all. He's already seen me shed too many tears, and I'm not going to let him see me cry today. Instead, I turn and walk away. True to his word, he doesn't try to stop me.
Chapter 38. Kieran. The flight back to Glasgow is almost completely silent. Ella and I are sitting at opposite ends of the cabin, and Isla is shuttling between us, chatting to whoever seems more inclined to listen at any given moment. I'm not ready to go back to Scotland, and I know Ella isn't either. But Isla has rehearsals for a school play that she doesn't want to miss, so here we are. If she's the only one of us who gets to have a semi-normal life for now, so be it. She certainly deserves it, after everything I've put her through.
Dad, the seatbelt light came on, she announces as she climbs into the seat next to me. Are we getting ready to land?
We are, I nod, just in time to get you to the rehearsal. She cheers, and I help her fasten her seatbelt as we start to descend into Glasgow. I cast a quick glance in Ella's direction, but she's facing forward, just like she has been this entire flight. We've hardly spoken since our discussion yesterday, but we also haven't really had time to talk much, and honestly, I think we've both said everything that needs to be said at this point. There are 2 black SUVs waiting for us on the tarmac when we exit the plane, and I gesture to the one in front when Ella turns back to give me a questioning look. He'll drop you off at the apartment while I take Isla to her rehearsal.
Oh, right.
She nods. She looks like she wants to say something else, but turns away instead and walks to the waiting SUV.
See you back at the penthouse.
Isla starts questioning me as soon as we climb into the other vehicle.
Why did you make Ella go home by herself?
She pins me with a hard look that she no doubt learned from her Aunt Saffron.
I wanted her to ride with us.
We're going to different places, I shrug, as if it's no big deal. And it isn't a big deal. In fact, it's better if we ride separately for now, since that'll keep the paparazzi guessing, and it will make it harder for them to photograph the 2 of us together. Isla frowns.
She isn't going to watch my performance. Did you tell her not to come?
Jesus, why do I always have to be the bad guy? Does my own daughter really think I'm an asshole? Probably best if I don't know the answer to that particular question. I didn't tell her to do anything, sweetheart, I sigh. That's mostly true, anyway. I don't give Ella too many orders, and in return she doesn't ask too many questions about my family, my business dealings, or where we might be travelling next. Ella will be waiting for us at home when we get there this evening, so don't worry. Yeah, she still looks worried, and upset. I just hope the play rehearsal will take her mind off all the stuff going on at home, and allow her to escape for a couple of hours of fun. I use the rest of the trip to Isla's school to make some phone calls, so I don't notice the text from Ella until we're climbing out of the SUV with just a few minutes to spare before the rehearsal.
James is here. I don't know what to do.
What the fuck? I mutter out loud, earning me a disapproving look from my daughter.
Language, Dad.
Sorry, honey. The text is from 10 minutes ago, which means Ella has been stuck alone with James for at least that long. Shit. I text Ella back to let her know I'm on my way, then fire off another quick text to Saffron, asking her to cover for me at the rehearsal. Now I just have to break the news to Isla. I wait until we're inside and I can see some of the other kids running off to join their teacher before I lean in to give her a good luck hug and let her know what's going on. Sweetheart, I need to miss a few minutes of your rehearsal, but I don't want you to worry because Aunt Saffron will be here to watch you, okay? She frowns up at me.
Where are you going?
I obviously can't tell her the truth, and I don't have time to come up with a lie. I just need to check on something at home. I'll try to be back as soon as I can, though. I nod toward Isla's teacher and classmates. Go on now, have fun with your friends. That's what we're here for, right?
Yeah, I guess.
She's disappointed, and I don't blame her. This is out of my hands, though. James shouldn't be at my house, and he sure as hell shouldn't be alone with Ella. Listen, I promise I'll be here to watch your entire performance later this week, okay? From start to finish, nothing is going to keep me away. She perks up a little.
Not even if your work calls?
I won't answer.
You won't have a meeting at the last minute?
Damn, she really has heard all my excuses before, hasn't she? No meetings. I shake my head, silently cursing myself for making her feel like she needs to question me like this. She obviously doesn't trust me, and that's something I have to fix. I can only fix one thing at a time, though, and it's Ella's turn right now. You have my word that I'll be here with you the entire time, Isla. Now go on and break a leg. She gasps.
You want me to break my leg?
In spite of everything else that's going on, I find myself laughing as I pick her up and give her a kiss on the top of her head. It's just an expression, my love. Now hurry, so you don't get in trouble for being late. I set her back on her feet and watch until her teacher greets her. Then I turn and make a mad dash for the door. I haven't had another message from Ella since that first one, and the silence is starting to worry me. I have no idea why he's there, or what made him think it was okay to stop by unannounced in the first place, but I'm going to set him straight. Chapter 39. Kieran. Ella! I call out her name as soon as the elevator doors open. Ella, are you here? James? I step into the living room, but I can't see or hear anyone. I'm trying not to panic, but something is definitely wrong here. Ella, I call out again, as I hurry down the hallway toward her room. Ella, I'm here, can you hear me? A muffled sound comes from the other side of her door, and I throw it open wide without even thinking about knocking. Jesus, Ella. She's huddled in her bed, lying on her side and crying so quietly that I still can hardly hear her, even though she's right in front of me. Are you okay? I don't wait for her to answer. I sit down next to her and pull her into my arms. Tell me what happened. What did he do?
I thought he was going to hurt me.
My blood starts to boil, and my heart is beating so loudly in my ears that it's drowning out everything else. Fucking bastard, I mutter. Did he hurt you? Did he touch you? I'll fucking kill him if he did. I swear to God I will. She shakes her head.
He tried, but I kicked him hard.
A long, jagged sob escapes from somewhere deep inside her, and all I can do is hold her tight for several long seconds until it passes.
He called me names. He said horrible things to me, Kier.
I'll take care of it, I promise her. You're okay now. I'm here with you, and I'm not going to leave. Look at me. I pause and wait while she looks up at me, then I push a strand of her hair back from her face. Are you sure you're okay? Do I need to call the doctor? Do you want to have someone look you over?
No, I don't want that. He didn't touch me. He really didn't.
She chokes back another sob and slowly sucks in a ragged breath.
I was scared. I didn't know what he was going to do, and he kept saying all these filthy, horrible things.
Jesus. I'm so angry, I'm shaking. I want to run out of here and hunt that son of a bitch down so I can beat the shit out of him until I start to feel better. He's crossed the line so many times lately that it's hard to find the outrage for some of the things he's said and done, but this is different. He didn't just cross the line this time, he obliterated it. No matter what else happens, I know I'll never be able to trust him again. And I clearly need to beef up security around here to make sure he never makes it within 100 yards of my apartment. I sit with her for a little while, just calmly rocking her back and forth until she stops crying and can take a breath without shuddering. I'm here for whatever you need, I remind her once she's able to sit upright on her own. She stands up on shaky legs and takes a step toward the bathroom. I reach out to steady her, and she gives me a look that's grateful and sad and exhausted all at the same time.
I think I'm going to be sick, Kier.
I'm right by her side in an instant. Do you need me to go in there with you?
No, I'll be okay. I just need a minute.
I nod. I'll be right out here. Just yell if you need anything at all. As soon as she steps inside the bathroom and closes the door behind her, I fish my phone from my pocket and dial my brother's number. "You son of a bitch," I snarl when he picks up on the first ring. "What the fuck were you thinking? Coming in here and threatening her? Calling her names? I'd have you arrested right now, except I'd rather come find you myself later." "Bore someone else with your threats," he sneers. I can practically hear the smirk in his voice, and it's making me see red. "I don't know what you're so pissed off about anyway," he says. "All I did was call her what she is, a whore. A whore who has embarrassed my family and has really inconvenienced my campaign. That goddamn sex tape is all we're being asked about. Do you know what it's like to go out there and have to defend the two of you every single day? Do you? No, and I don't give a shit about how inconvenient it is for you. You can go fuck yourself, James. If I do ever hit the campaign trail before the election, it'll be to raise money for your opponent. I'm finished with you, finished. You will never have my endorsement for Prime Minister, and I wouldn't hold my breath for favourable coverage from News Corp if I were you." For once, he doesn't seem to have a snappy comeback. "You wouldn't." "Yes, I would. You've pushed me too far, James. Coming to my house today was the biggest mistake you've ever made." "We'll see, brother. We'll see about that. I'm just getting started with you. You think this sex tape has caused some controversy? You haven't seen anything yet." The line goes dead before I can say anything else. All I can do is stand here staring at my blank phone screen for several long seconds as I try to get a handle on all the rage that's bubbling up inside me. No, I can't get it under control this time. Not after what he's done. I'm going to hold on to this anger until I see him again. Then I'm going to unleash it on him. Then we might be even.
Chapter 40. Ella. It turns out school plays are different for rich kids at private schools. I was expecting a cute, amateur children's play. What we've shown up to see is apparently something that would be right at home on London's West End, with fancy costumes, elaborate set pieces, and an actual orchestra playing along with them from the pit. What in the world? I find myself asking for at least the 4th or 5th time as the final curtain goes down. I still can't believe this was a school play. Was it a school play? Is Isla secretly some kind of famous actress and I just didn't know about it until now? He laughs as we rise to our feet to give the cast a well-earned standing ovation. The Performing Arts Department is top-notch here. It should be, considering the astronomical amount they charge for tuition. I'm still in a state of shock as the crowd starts to filter out of the auditorium. I've never seen anything like that. I'm so proud of Isla. She did an amazing job. She really did. He beams, ushering me toward the door. It might be a little while before we get the chance to see her, though. Oh, why? Should I go back there and see if she needs help changing out of her costume? No, I didn't tell you. There's a reception immediately after this for the kids. Dinner, awards, the whole 9 yards. What, really? I'm shocked all over again for the 2nd time in as many minutes. I mean, that's great. I'm just... A reception? Like a big fancy thing? He nods. Yeah. A big fancy thing. It's pretty tedious for the adults, but Isla will love it. A tedious, fancy dress banquet for children? This is the very definition of rich people's problems. I can't even remember getting this kind of treatment when I was in the New York City Ballet. I almost have to laugh at myself as we walk across the prep school campus. Am I jealous? Maybe a little. It's not hard to see why these kids are able to excel in life when they get treated like rock stars and royalty from the very beginning. But honestly, I'm not mad about it. Isla put in a lot of hard work and she deserves whatever awards or recognition she might get. I just wish this was the sort of thing public school kids could experience too. It would literally change the world after a generation or two. Oh, shit. Keir stops in his tracks, and I have to grab his arm to keep from falling over in my heels as I try to avoid crashing into him. "What happened? What's going on?" "Sorry," he says, reaching out to steady me without taking his eyes off of whatever he's seen in the distance. "It's James." "No," I gasp, craning my neck to see. "Seriously, here? Why would he come to Isla's play?" I feel a momentary rush of panic when I spot him. I've tried to move past what happened the other night, or to at least avoid thinking about it for now, but the prospect of running into James again so soon after he nearly attacked me makes me want to turn around and run. Kier makes an angry, rumbling noise, and I can see that James has spotted us. He's actually coming over here. Un-fucking-believable. The pent-up rage is radiating from him, and I'm seriously worried he might try to fight his brother right out here in the middle of this school campus. I still don't understand why he's here, though. What does he have to gain from showing up at a kid's play? Because this is what he does. This is classic James. He gets to score political points by coming out here and supporting his niece, showing that he's a part of the community and he cares about the kids. All that typical politician bullshit. And he gets to come here and taunt the two of us, knowing I won't kick his ass at my daughter's school play. It's a win-win for him. I would have been hesitant to believe someone could be so cold and calculating, especially when it comes to a kid's event. But I've found out firsthand just how horrible and nasty James can be. I wouldn't put anything past him after what he did the other night. Kier takes a step forward, planting his feet and placing himself between James and me. "Just stay right here," he half growls, half whispers to me. "He'll have to get through me first if he wants to say anything to you this time. Looks like he has someone with him, so he might actually be on his best behavior tonight." I've been trying not to look in James's direction at all, but I can't stop myself from glancing over to see who he's brought as a +1 to Isla's play. Oh my God. I suck in a sharp breath and take a step back before I even realize I've moved. I know that guy. Kier looks over his shoulder to shoot me a confused look. "You do? How? From where?" What fresh hell is this? Am I actually living inside a nightmare right now? He's, an ex. Kier's brows knit together. An ex what? Please tell me he's an ex-con. My throat is closing up as I shake my head. No, not an ex-con. Lord, I can't believe how quickly this night has gone from good to bad to worse. He's an ex-boyfriend. We dated back when I was in the ballet. "Oh, for fuck's sakes," he mutters. "This is a new low for my brother, and that's saying a lot." James is close enough to hear us now, and I'm pretty sure that cocky grin just got a little wider. "Kieran, so good to see you again. Is it?" James tosses a pointed glance in my direction before turning back to his brother. "Always good to catch up with family, right? I'm surprised you found time to make it here tonight, though. Seems you and your, nanny have been pretty busy lately. God, I hate him." "You'd better watch your fucking mouth," Kier grinds out through gritted teeth. "Why don't you introduce us to your date?" I snort before I can stop myself, drawing a scowl from my ex and a sneer from James. "I think your nanny might already know my old friend. Isn't that right? Would you like to handle introductions, Ella?" "No," is all I say, leaving the four of us silently staring at each other for a few uncomfortably long seconds. "I'm Spencer." My ex shoves a hand in Kier's direction. "I've heard a lot about you, Lord Greyrose." Kier looks down at Spencer's hand and waits a beat before shaking it. "I've heard very little about you, Spencer." James tosses me a wink that makes my skin crawl. "I'm sure Ella can fill you in on all the important details. The two of you might have a few things in common, Kier. Seems you share the same taste in women, at the very least. I can't stay quiet anymore. I've tried, I really have, but I can't keep standing here pretending like any of this is normal. Why are you doing this, James? What are you trying to prove? What did I ever do to you? Aside from fucking my brother and making a mockery of my family's name, whoring around all of Europe with him while you pretend to tutor my niece. Shall I go on? Keir steps so close to him that James actually flinches. No, you shouldn't. I don't want to hear you say another word to her, ever. Sure, brother. James shrugs. But maybe when the two of you leave here, you can ask her about her relationship with Spencer. Seems your nanny really has a thing for older, rich gentlemen, As much as I appreciate the fact that Keir is defending me, I can't stop myself from giving his brother a piece of my mind before we leave. Go to hell, James. You don't know anything about me, and you sure as hell don't know what kind of guys I like. You're just pissed that I wouldn't give you a chance. That cocky mask slips for a second, and I see a flash of pure hatred in James's eyes. He opens his mouth to say something else, but stops when someone nearby calls out his name. His eyes narrow for a split second before he schools his features into a characteristic smirk again. We'll have to continue this enlightening conversation another time. A constituent needs me. He stalks off with my confused ex in tow, leaving me standing alone with Keir again. God, that was awful. I exhale a breath I've been holding in for way too long. I'm sorry, but I really hate your brother. Like, really, really hate him. Why didn't you tell me you had a rich ex? His voice is cold, and his expression is still stony. I'm sorry? That isn't the sort of thing that normally comes up in conversation, Keir. What the hell? Is he pissed at me now? How did this ambush suddenly become my fault? Seems like something you might have mentioned. He shrugs. Unless there's a reason you kept it a secret. Okay, now I'm getting angry. Have you lost your mind? I know you're upset with your brother, but please don't take that out on me. I had no idea my ex was going to be here. I assure you I'm just as pissed as you are right now. I doubt that. He shakes his head. All this time you've played up how poor your family is and how you've never been around someone with as much money as I have. Can you blame me for wondering how much of that is true? What? I have to stop myself from yelling because he's making me want to pull my hair out right now. First of all, fuck you for whatever you're implying. But second, why would I lie about my past? What possible motive would I have? Yeah, I used to have a wealthy boyfriend. We dated for a while and then we broke up. I lower my voice again because I'm starting to yell again. But don't worry, the two of you really don't have much in common. He never made me pretend to be his fucking nanny. Keir doesn't say anything, and that's how I know he's beyond pissed. He's furious, but damn it, so am I. He turns on his heel and walks away, leaving me to trail behind him while I question every single one of my life choices. How the hell did this happen? This night started out so well. We were happy, we were having fun. Then James came along and ruined my life. Again.
Chapter 41. Kieran. I went to bed angry. I woke up angry. I even had fitful, angry dreams in between. Now it's the middle of the morning, and I'm sitting at my desk still fucking angry. What was Ella thinking? Did she really think she could keep her past a secret forever? And how could I have been so stupid? All the red flags I ignored along the way are blindingly bright in hindsight. It was all about the money for her. But of course it was. I wanted to believe she was different than all the others, but she turned out to be just like them. I pick up the phone on my desk and then hang it back up again. I should have her thrown out of my apartment. It would only take one phone call, and she'd be gone by the time I got back up there. I can't seem to make myself do it, though. Not yet. Not until I can look into her eyes again and ask why she lied. Her answer won't change anything, even if she can convince me to believe her. Still, I need to hear the words, the lie, again. I need to hear it straight from her pretty lips. The phone rings from under my hand, startling me as I fumble to answer. Kinsley's voice mocks me from across the line.
"Good morning, Kieran. How have you been holding up?"
She's literally the last person I want to hear from right now. Or ever again, for that matter. Why are you calling me Kinsley?
What? I can't check up on my favourite ex-husband.
I grip the edge of my desk with my free hand as a wave of anger and frustration threatens to overwhelm me. Jesus, I really can't do this today. I hate to give her even the slightest courtesy after what she's put me and Isla through, but I'm willing to be polite if it'll put an end to this damn call. Please, Kinsley, I'm tired of fighting. Just tell me what you want. She sighs, no doubt disappointed her fun is over for now.
That whiny tone of yours almost makes me feel sorry for you, Kier. Almost.
I don't even bother replying. I'm not looking for her sympathy. I just want her out of my life.
It seems like you might be having a bad day, she continues. I hate to break it to you, but it's about to get worse.
For fuck's sake, just tell me. So much for keeping my mouth shut and waiting. But Jesus, I can only listen to her for so long before I start to lose my mind. Whatever it is, just tell me. It can't be money, since there's no way in hell you snorted and drank your way through that 75 million already.
No, it isn't your money I'm after today. It's our daughter.
Hearing her mention Isla sends my blood pressure skyrocketing. What about our daughter? And just a heads up, you should choose your words carefully. She has lost touch with reality if she thinks I'm going to let her spend 5 minutes with Isla, supervised or not.
Thanks for that warning, darling, but it won't be necessary. You see, this is just a courtesy call to let you know my lawyers will be requesting a new custody hearing.
What?
I'll be applying for full custody.
What? No, you can't have full custody. I'm almost yelling now, but I don't care. I don't know what kind of shit you're trying to pull, but you've already waived your rights. You'll be lucky if I ever let you see Isla again after this.
But you see, that's where you're mistaken. I never signed anything to waive my parental rights. I even had my lawyers double-check the paperwork just to be sure.
I feel like I've been punched in the gut, but I'm not going down without a fight. I don't know what Kinsley's end goal is, but I know for sure she doesn't want to be a mother. Why do you even want her? I ask, getting straight to the point. You and I both know this is a bunch of bullshit, so just go ahead and tell me why you're really calling.
No bullshit, I'm afraid. But after seeing that little home movie you and your nanny made together, I simply can't handle the thought of my daughter being exposed to that kind of filth. I'm going to ask the court for an emergency order, and I fully expect them to grant it.
My chest feels tight, and the corner of my desk is digging into my palm from gripping it so tightly for so long. You can't do this, Kinsley. I won't let you take Isla. It's laughable that Kinsley is trying to lecture me about what I'm exposing our daughter to when she's partying the night away with felons and druggies, but it's my word against hers at this point. And unfortunately, thanks to that fucking sex tape leak, she has high-resolution video evidence to use against me.
I can do it, though, she says. We're filing the paperwork today. As I said, this is just a courtesy call.
Fuck your courtesy, I snap, unable to hold back any longer. You can request whatever you want from the court, but I'll fight you every step of the way. You won't win. You won't. It takes a second for me to realise she's already hung up. I slam the phone down and scrub a hand over my face. This isn't a fight I want to have, but she isn't giving me a choice. I'm not sure I can win this fight, though, and that scares the hell out of me. Losing means I'll lose the most precious part of my life. My whole world. My daughter. I spend the next couple of hours pacing in front of the window, anxiety ripping me to pieces. I've been receiving updates every 30 minutes from my team of lawyers, but the day is almost over, and they haven't been able to tell me anything new since Kinsley filed her request for an emergency custody hearing. I know who the judge is, and I'm not above throwing money around to get what I want, but all the money in the world doesn't do me any good on such short notice. My stomach is in my throat as I step off the elevator into the foyer of my apartment. I want to go find Isla and hug her tight, but there's something else I have to do first. Something I should have done last night. Something I probably should have done a long time ago, if I'm being honest. I just deluded myself into thinking that maybe, just maybe, things would work out between Ella and me. But it's time to end the charade. I set my briefcase down next to the sofa and walk straight back to Ella's room. It takes half a minute for me to muster the willpower to actually knock on her door. In the intervening moments, I feel like a reticent child. No matter what I may say out loud, a large part of me simply does not want to have this life-altering conversation. I wish like anything that I could just ignore Ella's lies and Kinsley's threats. I was so close to feeling happy. Exhaling a long breath, I rap on the door. Ella, may I come in? She doesn't say a word, but the door silently swings open a few inches in front of me. She's standing there, looking at me with a careful expression, like I'm a ticking time bomb and she's waiting for me to explode. Thanks. I step inside and clear my throat. We need to talk. Okay. She's only a couple of feet away from me, and it's hard to resist the urge to take her into my arms, but I know I can't start to get weak now. I'm listening. I fold my arms across my chest and force myself to start speaking. Kinsley has filed a request for an emergency custody hearing. Even now, the words almost get stuck in my throat. She's going to present the sex tape as evidence that I shouldn't be allowed to have full custody of Isla. Ella's face falls. Oh my God, Keir, I'm so sorry. What can I do? Can you fight this? Don't you have 100 lawyers on retainer? My lawyers are already doing everything they can, I nod. But they can only do so much. As long as you and I are still living under the same roof, my lawyer's arguments are a lot less effective. I pause a moment to wait for my words to sink in. Ella's face crumples and she rubs her temple. You're saying... She takes a deep breath and swallows hard. You're saying I should leave, right? Is that what you're saying? After everything that's happened, I think it'll be for the best. Ella swallows hard and blinks, staring off into space. I came in here expecting an argument, but this feels different from all the times we've fought before. For one, there's no yelling, no cursing, no words spoken in the heat of the moment that we can't take back. I understand, she says. She looks away for a second as she dashes the tears from her cheeks. But I want you to know, this isn't what I want. This wasn't supposed to happen, Keir. You promised me you'd be by my side through this entire ordeal, but now... Her voice breaks, and I have to stop myself again from reaching out for her. Caving to my emotions now will only make things worse. I have to be resolute. I have to tell her that I don't want her, which is not the full truth. It's just easier for her to understand, and more likely to make her leave. God, I'm a fucking bastard. I narrow my eyes at her and adopt a hostile tone. I know what I promised, I say, but our situation has changed since then. I didn't have all the facts I have now. Her eyes are wet, and her cheeks are streaked with tears when she turns back to look at me. Is this because of last night? Because of my ex? That's why you're kicking me out? Now it's starting to feel more like one of our regular fights. I already told you what it's about. I have to fight for custody of my daughter, and I can't fight as effectively with you here. I hesitate a moment before adding, we would have ended up here eventually after last night. I can't let someone stay in my home if I don't trust them. She recoils as if she's been slapped. After all the shit we've been through together? After all the time I've spent with Isla, with you? You're really going to stand there and say you don't trust me anymore? Really? I can't stop to think about it. If I stop to think, I'll start to question my decision, and that can't happen. Isla is dependent on me. That's right, I nod. I'm doing my best to keep all these conflicting emotions out of my voice, but I don't know how much longer I can hold out. Whatever we had is over, Ella. Let's not make this harder than it needs to be. You can pack tonight and say goodbye to Isla. I'll have someone drive you to the airport first thing in the morning. She blinks. So just like that? It's really over? Just like that. I swallow hard and turn to walk out of her room. It's really over. I squeeze my eyes shut for a long moment as I close the bedroom door behind me. Then I lean against the doorframe and take a deep breath. The soft sound of her crying on the other side of that door feels like a knife to the heart. Even now, there's a part of me that doesn't want her to leave. What choice do I have, though? I've already lost her. I lost whatever I thought we had the second that Kinsley called. I can't afford to lose Isla, too. This concludes The Nanny by Vivian Wood. Narrated by Dave Gillis and Charlie L. Wood. Copyright 2022 by Vivian Wood. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Vivian Wood, care of SBR Media, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.